Givens, you know this, and Fig Sanders, you know this with your involvement in the Y and childcare. It's important to have quality childcare that really kind of bridges the gap, especially during summer, but also during the school year as well. I didn't even talk about the tutoring services we have going on. I didn't even talk about our connection with the teachers. We hire teachers to kind of bridge that gap. But again, to get back to your question, yes, I think that we feel as if we're participating in that sweet spot as to where we should be.
Thank you for that. Now, speaking about capacity, have we looked at that? Have we had the conversation about facilities and how we can?
Absolutely. That's really what drives our CIP. So when we meet with council and go over our CIP 5-year plan, when we look at the penny funding that we have, I'll talk about the two newest facilities that we have. Shore Acres Recreation Center, the capacity increased because we had outgrown the building that we had currently used. I'll talk about the Obama Library. We knew that we needed capacity for tutoring and we needed capacity for the small breakout groups, and that was exactly what informed the builds for both of those facilities. But absolutely, yes, that's really what weighs heavily on our staff to make sure that we're looking at the horizon, kind of looking at that crystal ball. What is the need going to be in the future? And that's what drives our CIP.
And I'll just add, that's also what's in the discussion for the Enoch Davis Center.
Yes.
That's exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about Enoch Davis right now.
Mm-hmm. And that's great, because one of the things that I've noticed with the library, it's really become almost a child care facility.
Yes.
I mean, there are a number of kids, I've spoken to parents who say, yeah, I send my kids to the library when I need a break. And that's not what the library is designed for. But as you talked about capacity, making sure we can accommodate the number of kids who do come in there,
right.
I think that is a great opportunity for us to do so with our redevelopment there.
I'm glad Rick mentioned that. That's absolutely, Mayor is just drilling that into us, is making sure that we are state-of-the-art, technology-based, and have the capacity. So that's extremely important to him and extremely important to us. I know it's important to each of you.
Thank you, and I want to try to be as brief as possible. So speaking of technology in our libraries, can we talk about the technology components and the programs that we offer for our youth there?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll invite Beth to the table, but I'll chat a little bit about the libraries and the technology that we currently have in place. So we've got public computers, we've got computer labs. I think each of you have walked Obama and you've seen the state-of-the-art technology there. We really kind of lead the pack when it comes to the county and the library services that we offer. I'll let you jump in, and anything that I missed.
That's what I was just trying to think of, what you might have missed.
We do know that the libraries are being used differently nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
and so some of the things that Beth and her team are working on would be that free Wi-Fi component. We talk about digital divide quite a bit. We really want to have that service available so that folks, and it is available now, folks can come in, jump on our Wi-Fi, they can apply for a small business loan, they can, after a disaster, which again is part of the Obama library plan. It's really designed to be that hub for post-disaster. And as Rick mentioned, Enoch, that's the mayor's vision on that as well. That really kind of becomes the ground zero for recovery based on the technology components. One of the things that we are looking to do when it comes to libraries, we're looking to add devices that can be checked out that will go on the Wi-Fi as well. I think most of you know that we have digital hotspots that can be checked out as well and taken home, that can be used for homework. It can be used for small business incubation, that sort of thing. So lots of moving pieces. We're disappointed about the digital inclusion grant that the city is not going to get, but Beth is being very creative about making sure that the money that she does have goes as far as it possibly can.
One of the things we did add, it's been a couple of years, but we have the basic computers that we have for people that come in and use, with Microsoft and all that on it. But we also have added some higher end computers that have Adobe on it that people can come in and utilize at the library as well. So that's been appreciated. And we have some of those for the teens as well.
That's good. Now, do we offer, is there a place, say a resident needed assistance with coming up with a resume, creating a resume or filling out job applications? Is there someone in the libraries that's dedicated to provide those services if they needed that and provide technical computer literacy skills training?
all of our staff are able to assist people getting started with things like that, but then we also offer one-on-one assistance with computers that you can make an appointment and come in at a specific time, and you'll have a dedicated library staff member working with you. We also offer classes on different things as well for groups, so kind of cover that in a variety of ways.
That's awesome. Now, coding is a big thing. I think I spoke to someone at the Obama Library. There is a course offered
Yes.
there, but is that offered at all libraries or just that one?
We've done a couple of girls coding programs at the Johnson Community Library. That the organization that we were working with, that hasn't been able to continue at this point, but at this time, really the main place we offer it is Obama. That's not to say that it can't happen at other libraries as well.
And I'll make a public, cry that if there's an organization that wants to work with us, Parks and Recreation and St. Pete Libraries will work with any organization that really wants to partner with us and amplify their message and move that forward. But just as Beth said, we may not have staff that are hip on coding, but we're happy to connect those dots and give an organization a venue to offer that service.
Well, CodeBox is a great organization. I recommend that you all check them out, just right over in the Thrive building behind us. And
Absolutely.
They are doing great work. Brian and Aaron, they are really looking for ways that they can connect with the community. So I know he has reached out to administration if there's a way that we could possibly follow up with them to figure out how we can help these kids. I mean, I think that is a really great area in a career field where, kids can really take off and make a lot of money.
Absolutely agree.
Also, I want to talk about the Teen Council, the Mayor's Youth Congress. How can council engage with these young people? I've had youth that have approached me at neighborhood association meetings to say, hey, I'm interested in getting involved too. I don't know why, to your point, but they want to get involved. But I don't know how to recommend them to join this organization.
Absolutely. So I think the best bet is to, if somebody, a teen approaches you or a parent approaches you, is to have that child connect with their local rec center and the teen council that's at their local rec center. And that will really start the way. We work with the League of Cities. As a matter of fact, just last week, our council was with the League of Cities, Florida League of Cities, learning how bills move and how to get things on the floor and all that good stuff. The other thing is that we also bring the Mayor's Youth Council. In the past, we've brought them to council meetings. I will tell you that whoever the chair is at the time, we'd like to work with that individual. And nobody here was ever chair, but we had some scenarios where the council didn't get recognized early in the meeting, and we waited a really long time, and it turned out to be less positive than we wanted it to be. I know that wouldn't happen with this group, but that's something that we could definitely talk about as we move and look towards the future.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then for the sake of time, I just want to close with youth employment. So I love the youth farm and what Carla Bristol's doing over there. Want to figure out how we can expand that program. I would love to see it at rec centers, West St. Pete, North St. Pete. If we can duplicate that effort, I would love to make it happen. Have we discussed that? Is there funding for that? Is there an opportunity for us to possibly collaborate with other partners in the community to find the funds if we don't have
So we will definitely, as we said, we'll collaborate with anyone. But I think that as we look at what Carla has, she's got the secret sauce out there. And what I would tell you is that the secret recipe for pesto, I guess, is what she really has out there, if we know Carla.
It's good.
But each rec center is sort of doing the same thing in a different vein. And so while I'd be happy to work with an organization if they are into farming or entrepreneurship or whatever it may be. I think that when we look at the $5.9 million that we're spending on youth employment, really under age 24, I think we have that going on now. We've got the rec attendants that are working for us, and then get the full-time jobs as the summer rolls in, and so I think we have that. It may not look exactly like the youth farm, but I don't know that it necessarily needs to. But happy to have future conversations with you on that.
I want to add that 3.9 million is a total of 374 positions. So 374 positions in our department are under 24 that we hire annually. which is a huge number in our department.
5.9, right? 5.9?
5.9, yes.
5.9. Yeah.
5.9
I just looked at my number. I'm like, did I say it wrong?
He subtracted you there.
I know. He took $2 million off.
I added 374 kids.
Yeah.
I had that. He said that earlier.
You can work with me and Tom, right?
Yeah. Where's the cut the mic button? That's what
And then lastly, Mike, I just want to talk for a moment about Tasco again. So there's a young lady in the community, Maya Stevenson. She has an organization called Afro Opera. And she is passionate about teaching youth performing arts, not just opera, but all sorts of performing arts and cultural arts for
Love
big
it.
things. And she wants to know how she can get connected to the city and our Parks and Recs department, our after-school care programs. I would love to, again, expand the TASCO program to include more than just, you know, like you said, academics and athletics. If we can include that performing arts component as well, including Maya, would be a great idea, I think.
Let's do it. I think if the three of us, you and me and her, get together, have coffee, let's talk about it. I absolutely love that idea. I think Alex Harris, you're going to hear about, you know, our partnership with Alex Harris. That was one of the examples that really Alex filled a void that we had at that point. And it sounds like if she's doing opera, that fills another void, which is super exciting. The Alex Harris component is really interesting because I think as administrators got together and we started talking about what we have going on, we're all working with Alex, and it's one of those things where I think you can sometimes forget who's doing what, and it's interesting when you sit down and kind of look at this exercise, which is really a healthy exercise. It showed us that we really overlap in a lot of areas. But to get back to your point, I'd love to sit down with you and her and chat about how we can connect.
I would love that. And I just want to say shout out to the whole team for Friday Night Flex. You know, that was something that I was asking you for, Mike, and I'm so glad that you all made it happen. So thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
We're excited. Thank you.
Any other committee members? Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, congratulations. We're going to do some cool stuff at council meeting today with an award, but that'll be largely ceremonial. Can you take a minute or two and just explain what the background of that is and how it is that we qualified, or what's in that bucket that got us to that level?
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you asked. This way I don't get yelled at for taking too much time. You caused this. So. But accreditation. So when it comes to best practices and it comes to standards that really prove that we're operating as efficiently and as effectively as possible, let's face it, we're using taxpayer dollars to do all of the different programs that we just talked to you about. It is absolutely critical that we do it right, we do it well, and that it's not Mike Jeffrey's opinion on how we do it, but it's here's the national standard of how we do it. There are 155 standards in the CAPRA accreditation self-assessment. What we do basically is we go through each assessment. There are 10 sections, all the way from, you know, the first one is authority, you know, what the jurisdiction, how are you incorporated, all the way to number 10, which is qualitative and quantitative assessments of our programs. We have to prove to CAPRA that we are evaluating our programs. And everything in between. There's a chapter on safety, land management, HR, programs, every topic is covered. I mean, the document is huge. I've sent it to many of you. And what we do is every 5 years, we have to go through those standards, and they change. They are not stagnant. They change because obviously technology changes and trends change, and best practices change. And we go through, we have to prove and provide evidence that shows that we meet each one of those 155 standards. We then submit that to the CAPRA board. A CAPRA committee is put together of folks that do not live in the state, so it can't be my buddy that lives in Tallahassee, or you know, the Parks and Rec guy over in Miami evaluates St. Pete. It doesn't work like that. It's got to be somebody outside of the state. We all have to sign documents indicating that we don't have a conflict of interest, that we don't know each other, that we haven't worked with each other. And this group will evaluate all of our responses to those standards, looks at every piece of our evidence, and then decides if we are worthy of a on-site visit. They then come into the city and they spend 3 days with us. They interview staff. They meet with you guys. I know many of you met with our CAPRA team the last time they were just here. And they basically go through and they evaluate and they make sure that we're doing what we said we're doing. They will go out and they will talk to our frontline staff and ask the frontline staff, hey, do you have any idea where the mission statement might be located? And do you know what the mission statement says? I mean, they really get into the weeds. I'm happy to report that, again, we met 100% of the standards that Capra has in that handbook, which is really highly unusual. I've shared with you, Councilmember Harding, that I'm an auditor as well for Capra. I go into other states and audit departments. I do it because I get to cherry pick some of the best programs, so I'll see what the other departments are doing. I'm like, hey, we need to emulate this and bring it back. But basically, we go in, we audit, and we then report back to the national board. And if they agree with the findings, then we are allowed to use the Capra seal, and we're allowed to celebrate that we are a Capra certified agency. It's estimated that there are about 25,000 Parks and Rec departments in the country, and there are a very small number of folks that take the time, take the investment, and really work hard to go through the Capra accreditation process. And this is this is what we call reaccreditation. This is our third reaccreditation.
Yep.
So every 5 years we have to go through that. And the guys behind me are probably rolling their eyes because each one of them was a section lead, and Capra has become a four-letter word in our department. So Capra really needs to be part of your DNA. It can't just be something that you do every 5 years. It has to be part of your culture, and that's something they really come and look at, and that's something that we have passed with flying colors.
Big congrats, Mike. That is it is not just reaching that level. It's the culture of being willing to be involved. I would imagine that the climb is, although painful, more beneficial than the view.
It really is.
And I couldn't say enough good things about the efforts that have been put forth.
Thank you.
And we'll receive an award today, or you'll receive an award today, your team will receive an award today, and it's well justified, but I would imagine that the work on the next one's already started.
It has.
So, yeah, I saw that, the looks, but yeah.
Yeah.
Never ending.
Clearly. But thank you very much.
I appreciate those words, but what I'll say this afternoon, and I'll say it here as well, the award belongs to mayor and belongs to council as well. Because I work with communities that are not supported by their elected officials, and it's a nightmare. You can have an amazing Parks and Rec department, you can have amazing staff, but if they're not supported by the elected officials, there are real problems, and that's something that we've not been faced with here in St. Pete. So the award is ours, all of ours.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders, any questions? Okay. Just quickly, thank you for the report. It was super helpful and exactly what I was looking for. And so I don't have any questions. Frankly, just a couple of shout outs. Thank you so much. We absolutely need to celebrate $5.9 million and 374 positions. Like, we need to be talking about that all the time. And so, like, even if that was the only thing that was said, amazingly impactful.
We were surprised by it when we
Yeah.
crunched the numbers as well. It's like, why are we not talking about that?
Yeah, we have to be looking at that annually. Yeah, that's an amazing number, and just so thankful that came out of it. Thank you for the in-depth look. I took a ton of notes. The other really thing I wanted to talk about, just very quickly, and Councilmember Givens, Vice Chair Givens brought it up. Very excited about Friday Night Flex. When I was on the board at PAL, open gym was a game changer. It was a game changer when we did that and opened the gym and just let kids come in, do what they want to do, play ball, play volleyball, foursquare, whatever it was, right?
Excited.
I mean, I was the nerd that liked to play foursquare. And so, because I wasn't any good at basketball. And so, but I thought it was such a big deal when I went to an open gym at PAL and saw the kids come in with no pressure and they just wanted to be there on a Friday night. I'm so happy we're doing that.
We are too.
I really think that's going to be super impactful, and just so thankful for making that happen and finding it within the budget to be able to do it, and just I could talk about it for the next 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop. But I'm super excited about that. So thank you so much for doing that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the update. This is awesome. And if there's a kid that needs a swim lesson, I'm in. So-
Just like your dad.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to Chief Holloway. Oh, Megan, welcome. How are you? Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us here.
I'm on
Eric.
the east. I'm on the east side, Chief.
It's okay. Get your passport.
I got my. They stamped it on the way in.
I'd like to thank the chair and council for inviting us here this morning. And I'm glad I followed behind Mike Jeffries because we know everything starts with Parks and Rec, so we got started off the right way.
We forgot that.
So what we're going to do really is go over what we have for the police department. Next slides.
Oh, we can just move the keyboard down. Yeah.
Look at me, take control here.
One more.
Oh.
Yeah.
One more for Parks and Rec.
Happy children.
So this morning I have here Assistant Director Megan McGee, and we're going to go over, really show you how much money was spent toward the kids and then other programs we have in place. This program was started last October 1, and that was due to Mayor Welch. As you remember, he started the program. We had some money left over, so he had a grant that he put out. All the directors applied for this, and then we had the citizens to vote on it, and the citizens picked the police department program. And Megan McGee is going to talk more about that with Forward Together. So besides this $2.4 million, we just now finished our asset forfeiture fund. Within the next 2 to 3 months, we're going to give out another $200,000 for people that are not aware of the asset forfeiture fund. Those are the money that we seize throughout the year for people who are arrested for any type of drugs, any type of felony. We can seize their property. We take that property and we turn around and give that money back to the community, back to events that are out there that help the kids. So the way we look at the police department is like a like a stool with 3 legs, sorry. So we look at prevention, diversion, and arrest. Because everybody, when they look at the police department, they think arrest, arrest, arrest. Well, we know we can't arrest our way out of these problems, so we try to look at how we can prevent children from committing crimes and adults, and then how we can divert these kids and adults from crime. So what we're gonna now talk about really is the kids. So Megan's gonna talk about Forward Together, then I'm gonna talk about more about what we do that does not really any cost to it. Second slide. So later I'm going to talk about POPs, and again, that was by Councilmember Fig Sanders, that we went back to, remember when we were kids, we used to have Officer Friendly, and we got rid of that program, where POPs really brought that back to us. So we have our Officer Friendly program, and we use that a lot. We're going to talk about bigs with badges, and then we're going to talk about second chance. So Ms. McGee, I'll turn it over to you for Forward Together.
Thanks, everyone. We're happy to be here this morning. 2 tough acts to follow, so here I am. I do want to echo Mike's comment from earlier. In putting this together, we really had to, the scope just keeps getting bigger and bigger because there's so much that we do.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
We have a lot to talk about. It's great. You know, with the holidays coming, we didn't even include this on here. We shop with PAL. We have a large bike giveaway, and we have a partnership with Target where we shop for call families. So just, you know, some additional things that we're doing, but specifically to break down a little bit more with the Forward Together program, as Chief indicated, this started as our Innovative Equity Project through community vote. It was envisioned as an 18-month project. However, I believe we will be able to extend it continuing into the current fiscal year. Provides wraparound services for justice-involved youth. We really wanted to look at a gap. What are the services that we didn't have for kids that had maybe committed a crime, maybe a retail theft, something like that, and if they had committed a secondary crime, there wasn't a program for that kind of in-between scenario. So that's what we looked to really put some energy into to avoid crimes escalating. So there's linkages, support, resources for the whole family, because that's another thing that we've learned. If a family is in crisis, there are multiple needs that they have, and if we can put some time and energy into alleviating some of those pressures, we're helping the whole family, and we're also being able to help younger siblings to avoid them having any type of criminal activity. The program is voluntary, so youth are going to still face any type of consequences through the criminal justice system. About 68% of the youth have not reoffended. That was a little bit higher. That was about 75, but we did have summer. So we did see a little bit of an escalation with the recidivation of the youth in the program, but we are certainly working to counteract that. At any given time, the youth coaches have about 100 clients that they are in different levels of engagement with based on their interest in the program. They may be refusing services initially, but then wishing to re-engage in services after that. And to go over our main project partners, we have Arts Conservatory for Teens, also as Mike indicated. Dr. Harris has a couple different programs that engage through the city. With the program with us, he's doing sessions in Jordan Park that emphasize everything from financial literacy to music, all types of different things that have been very beneficial. We have the partnership with CFY Pinellas. We really wanted to focus on alleviating barriers for youth that want to play sports. So we've seen some really good things come out of CFY Pinellas. I can probably talk about that all day. Our main program partner that is the core of the case management is Gulf Coast JFCS, and those are those mental health focused youth coaches that are working with all the individual families. So we have a newly added role of a peer advocate that works with the youth as well, that has some lived experience. That was something that Gulf Coast and us had talked about in detail. We wanted to look into. And then, of course, our partner Police Athletic League, they are doing after school and summer tutoring. I can brag on them a little bit. On their first grading period, they had 75% of the youth that they had been working closely with, A's, B's, couple C's, but again, 75% showing improvement in their first grading period. And those that did not fall into that category, they're able to put additional services to continue to work with those kids and get those grades up. We have not finalized it, but I can happily announce we will be adding another partner for our Forward Together partners, Suncoast Voices for Children. We wanted to really partner with the organization that works with foster kids, but also kids that may have delinquency and dependency concerns, that we can be able to provide needed items and also make sure there's no financial barriers for them being able to participate in positive activities. All right, and then Community Assistance and Life Liaison. I included the call program, even though they serve all ages. 20% of call's clients are youth. And then if you think of the remainder, many are families. So they're coming in and serving that whole family and trying to alleviate any type of concerns and connect with services. Our calls that are specific to youth are disorderly juvenile. We do have some that, and truancy, and then we have some that fall certainly into mental health concerns. Gulf Coast, in addition to the staff that we pay for in our contract with them, they also have a full-time youth engagement specialist that is funded by the NFL grant, the NFL Inspired Change grant. So that's been very exciting for us. All right, and then Chief, I think you wanted to hop on pop.
And then the part about that we really can't show a cost for, but really the officers give their time to is pops, and that's where the officers again go out and they work with the preschool teams, because we have to start, you know, when they're young. Let them know that they shouldn't run away from the badge, they should run to the badge, and they need to see the positive side of it. So that's what our POP program covers. Next slide, please. Bigs with Badges. We started this program several years ago. Assistant Chief Cavassa really is in charge of this program. And what this does, instead of us going to the schools, we have the kids come to the police department, and they spend time walking around the police department, seeing what the officers do each and every day. We have lunch with them. So really, that's our feeder program. We're trying to get these kids involved in not just anything they want to do with police department. So we get them to come here, and the officers mentor them. You know, it is police, sometimes we have work to do, so they're big, maybe busy doing something or involved in a case, but then someone else in the station will step up and then take that child for the day. So that way, we're always making sure that that child, when he or she comes to the police department, that someone's going to be able to mentor them throughout the day.
And I can say we indicated we'll be launching program at JHOP, but since we've created this slide deck, I can say we have launched the program at JHOP. So we have about 27 students that are very interested in being partners. Okay. So we're very excited about that as well.
An officer-friendly program, we use our CSOs to make sure we still go out to the schools to meet with the young kids at a certain age, grade school age, so we can continue that partnership. What I can add on also to this is that, I think that's the last one. Our Second Chance program, this program is being looked at throughout the nation. because a lot of police departments are looking at how we're doing it. And basically, just to refresh counsel, is that when a child commits a crime, say they get arrested today for shoplifting, thanks to Parks and Recs and our other divisions that we work with, that child, he or she does not get a criminal record. They go right to counseling to see how we can turn their lives around, and they do not get a charge. So later on down in life, if they have to apply for going to the military or any other, they can
Excuse me, thank you.
They can say they've never been arrested, which is a true statement. And right now, 75% of the kids that are going through the Second Chance program have not reoffended. What Megan did not tell you about is she has been on a circuit with the CALL program and with Ford together. She has gone to DC, she's gone through several places. I've actually gone to Canada and other places to talk about what we're doing here in St. Petersburg, because the other cities and other states want to see exactly how we're doing that. And just like Mike said, it's because of the mayor and the city council, because the other police chief want to know the same thing. How are you folks doing this, and how are you making this work? Because we can't solve it all, and it takes a city to make this happen. So with that, I have any questions. Answer any questions.
Committee members. Vice Chair Givens.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair. Chief, I do want to ask about the Bigs with Badges. Is that just currently at Gibbs? And I understand it's going to be starting at Johns Hopkins, but just those two schools?
Yes, because when we first started out, when we were working with the organization, that was the first school that came toward us, Gibbs, and now we're trying to expand that. The more kids we get, like I said, it's better for us instead of trying to go to school, because trying to pull the kids out of class. The bus brings the kids to the school and they stay with us all day. We feed lunch, we had a great interaction, and then they go back to school.
Well, I would love to see that at a couple other schools. So if I went to Great American Teaching yesterday, and I was at a high school, and a couple of students approached me about becoming a police officer or actually a firefighter. And I wanted to know how I could connect them. Obviously, our cadet programs, but I definitely think if, maybe we could do a pop-up at one of those schools one day just to try it out, to see how it works, see what the engagement is like with some of those high schoolers. Like to see how successful that could be.
We can definitely look at it for the next school year, how we can make that happen.
Awesome. And then lastly, thank you so much, Megan. I was happy to hear that you have included Suncoast Voices. You're working with them for it together. If I can make mention of Care Portal, that's another organization that's focused on providing services that'll break down barriers that exist to poverty. If we can really work with them, I know they really try to help kids with paying registration fees for sports and that types of thing, also paying for mattresses for those kids who are bed insecure. So just a recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair. Chief and Megan, thank you. I am always a supporter and advocate for our youth, but of course, I had to smile when you talked about the POPS program. So every single time that you talk about that, I am going to smile, because I received no pushback from you. But I appreciate how you helped initiate that program. But more importantly, a lot of times the impact that some of these programs make, we would never see. We don't know the difference or how calming it was for the parent that also had anxiety about interactions with law enforcement, that also gained confidence and a better perspective of the men and women in uniform. So although, sometimes programs seem smaller, it's not about the numbers to me, it's about the quality. And this has been one that has had super quality. You talk about 2 schools, but one school has like 7 officers itself, so I love the fact that we kept that going, because the world that we're in now, we're having to start younger and younger. And unfortunately, we're still having to do external things to help parent, with do's and don'ts and common sense. And so, again, I do appreciate you for embracing that program and the other programs that you actually have that are really targeting our youth. So again, I'm gonna say thank you every time I see you for the POPS program, because it is so critical that even our babies, it's a shame that we're having to start with 2 and 3 year olds, but it is what it is, and we want to continue to be that source for our young people when it comes down to making wise decisions. So again, I just wanted to thank you again for that, and thank you, Megan, for everything you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thank you very much to you and the assistant chiefs. It is the industry itself has changed over the years, and it takes the leadership of you and your team and offering the leadership and chances to folks on our team like Megan to look at this more holistically and recognize that cleaning up on the back end and doing the traditional policing part of this industry, which is always going to be necessary, is much easier when you're involved in the preempting and the teaching, the coaching, and the training in the beginning. The foresight is awesome. The willingness to change the kind of the core competency of the department is recognized, and even more to the point that you're willing to go out and allow our folks to go out and spread this throughout the country. This is an awesome direction. Thank you very much, and you'll find I think you'll find our support for your next big, hairy, audacious idea. Thank you very much. Thank you.
BHAG.
Right?
I use it often. Thank you for the presentation. This is super helpful. Just quickly, because I know we're running against time. We had a great update from Pops, I think last month or the month before. It's just such a great, I'll echo everything that Councilmember Fix-Sanders has said. Love the bigs with badges, love the idea of getting them into the department, and rather than the opposite, right? Like, let them see what we're doing. I just think that's phenomenal. And then last but not least, I know I touched on it earlier, but I'm just a massive fan of PAL and what they do, and our involvement with that, your involvement with that. And, you know, I think I spent 7 years on the board, and from 3 to 18, it's just a massive deal, whether it's a summer camp or an after school or a learning program or an open gym. It's just the full gamut. And to be able to play dodgeball with an officer is a big deal, right? Like, all of a sudden, they're no longer an officer, they're just somebody having fun and they're playing, and it just makes a massive difference, and you can see it in their faces. And so I'm very thankful for our partnership with PAL, and Chief, your continued investment into PAL, along with our officers and all of our partners there. So just very, very, very thankful, and didn't want to go without saying it. Megan, thanks for all of your work throughout all of this as well. Okay. All right, we're going to go to Chief Watts, and we're going to try to run through Chief Watts, and then because there are committees right behind us, we're going to pause, and then we'll come back and finish the rest at a future YFS meeting. So I'm going to apologize because I think Amy's at the back end of this. So Amy, George and Amy, I think. And James. So we've got 3. So I don't feel as bad just siphoning one person off. And so we're going to go to Chief Watts, and then we're going to come back at the YFS and do the second half of this because I want to be respectful of the committees following. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Watts. Welcome.
Hello and good morning. I am Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts. I'm here today with Lana Stevanovich, who
Welcome, Lana.
is our training coordinator for the department and part of my special projects team. While many know St. Petersburg Fire Rescue for our exceptional emergency response, our commitment to the community extends far beyond the fire ground and emergency scenes. Our youth programs foster crucial life skills like teamwork, leadership, discipline, and community responsibility. The success stories are many, and the return on investment is immeasurable. So here we see a couple of 3 of our funded programs, which we'll go into details here shortly. But we have 3 funded programs: Camp Ignite, our Explorer program, and a high school recruiting initiative. Go ahead. And I'll turn it over to Lana, who will go over our youth programs and staff time.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you everyone for having us. And I just want to recognize Chief Holloway, Megan, and Rick and Mike for all your outstanding work. We partner with both departments often, and it's just so enlightening to hear what everyone is doing for the community, especially focusing on our youth. For our department, we go out to all the schools in the community where we teach fire safety and injury risk reduction. So you'll see us often, our fire trucks, not just responding to our fire and EMS calls, but we believe in prevention is key. Some of our great, there's so many, like everyone else said, just to put it in just a couple for time sensitivity. Here are a few that we want to highlight. We go to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital twice a year. This is both on-duty and off-duty firefighters. So our firefighters, even off-duty, they're committed to our community and making sure that we're out there showing our faces and making sure that we're touching the lives of our youth. So oftentimes we have to respond to these brave children on their hardest days and their families, but we want to make sure that we see them on good days as well to let them know what we're thinking about them, and then also providing all the education that we're giving to the community in schools, bringing it to them, because unfortunately they're not in the schools at the time, so we want to make sure we're visiting them and bringing them the safety information as well. Our annual Shop with the Firefighter, this is going to be our 6th one that's scheduled in December. We're able to partner with foster children in our community through group homes and then also Family Resources, Pinellas Suncoast. And we're actually able to partner a firefighter and a child to have a great shopping experience. They receive a $100 gift card and they get to shop for themselves, and many times, it's really touching, is they want to buy things for their foster mom, foster families. So they have their gift cards and they get to buy themselves something, but they're also sharing what they have with others as well. So it's just as a magical experience for them as it is for all of us. So that's a great one. We're excited. We're actually upping our numbers to 40 kids this year. And this is in partnership with our IFF Local 747 and then money raised through our haunted house every single year. And to follow up on that as well, we have our annual toy drive. Annually, we help over 600 children, and these children are right here in our city. And we partner with City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recs, and then all elementary and middle school liaisons. So we reach out to them and we say, give us 3 to 4 families. This year, thankfully for funding, it's up to 5 families that they're actually able to give us that are struggling this year or have had some in need of some kind. So we're really excited. We've already started shopping for that. And then also we take care of all the fire families we've had this year. So we keep track of it through an Excel spreadsheet and we keep in contact with them, because even if they had a fire in January, they're still affected by it come this time of year. We provide them with Thanksgiving dinners, holiday dinners, and then all the kids we take care of them for the holidays. So we actually take Santa on a fire truck and we'll be delivering toys to them on December 20th. With that being said, our annual firefighter and lifeguard car wash, we partner with our great Parks and Rec departments. This year we're hosting our 6th annual firefighter and lifeguard car wash at Northwest Pool. And we came up with this idea many years ago. We knew that there was a need for kids to receive swim lessons. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 0 to 4, so we wanted to make sure we made an impact. So together, lifeguards and our firefighters, we've raised over $10,000 to date, which is over 750 swim lessons, so we're really excited about that. Also with drownings, we've given out just alone this year over 1,200 life jackets, so we're really excited to share that information as well.
So I'll talk briefly about Camp Ignite. Camp Ignite was a pilot program which was launched in 2024. We just completed earlier this year our 2nd Camp Ignite with plans to have a 3rd one next year. And this one was in partnership with Pinellas County Urban League and IAF Local 747. We also this year partnered with Parks and Rec. So they provided the children for us. I believe there were about 20 kids this time. I can't remember what the ages were, but it's a 3-day program for the young ladies to come in and experience over the 3 days the life of a firefighter. And this was an empowerment type of initiative where we wanted to empower them. We wanted to let them see what the life of a firefighter was like. And they were taught by our own firefighters. And again, it was a 3-day experience for them with a graduation. and we deem it successful, and we're starting to measure how successful our programs are. One of the feedbacks that we got from the program was that we were asked to do a second one. So we're not quite there yet, but we're looking at providing a second Camp Ignite or providing 2 per year.
Okay, our Fire Explore program. This program has actually been around for nearly 40 years, and unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, it did stop in 2020. We're really excited to bring back our Explore program in 2026. This program is focused on teens ages 14 to 18 to give them firsthand experience on fire and EMS careers. We've actually had many of our current fire personnel, they were explorers themselves, many fire officers as well, including our very own Rescue Division Chief, Lindsay Judah. So this will, again, we're really excited for 2026. We're going to bring it back. The teens will meet twice a month at one of our local fire stations. And they'll have great hands-on experience, including becoming CPR certified, getting to use the tools such as Jaws of Life, doing ride-alongs. So we're looking forward to 2026.
So the 2 young ladies you see were part of Gibbs High School program where they entered an EMT program. They did dual educational processes. So they got their regular high school education while also being enrolled into the EMT program. They graduated basically as EMTs. They were enrolled into our cadet hiring process, and now they have 3 to 4 years of experience on the department and are doing extremely well. That program, by the way, is a collaboration between Pinellas County School Systems and the City of St. Petersburg. And lastly, we have our junior and high school recruitment initiative. This was an initiative over the past year that has seen an amount of success, and where we go into high schools and junior high schools, we take our recruiters and we meet them where they're at. This is part of getting outside of the 4 walls of the fire station and, just kind of interacting with them. We also do ride-alongs where their parents can sign waivers depending on their age, and they can come and ride with the department, get that experience, get the feedbacks, and then make a determination whether or not they want to proceed in this career. And that's really all I have, unless anybody
Okay.
has any questions.
Committee members, any questions? And just
Congratulations.
please be aware of time, and I know that's my fault, not yours. Vice Chair Givens.
Thank you. Just one question. Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much, Chief and Lana. I appreciate you both being here. Can we talk for a moment about Camp Ignite? I know you said you hope for a second program. Are we deciding that now? Do you know when that decision will be made?
We are looking at probably by the end of the year. The problem with the camp is it's a 3-day, so we have to get the kids when they're out of school during the summer, but we're looking at some other options, maybe during the holidays when we know that they're out of school and we can have it for 3 days. We're also looking at possibly extending it because that's also been a request.
I just want to recommend that you all consider visiting PACE Center for Girls. They have a great program there, awesome young ladies within that age group who I certainly think could benefit. So just a recommendation. Thank you all for all your hard work and all that you're doing. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Hi, Lana. I've been a big fan of Camp Ignite and truly do want to support whatever it can to extend that program. But I just wanted to say, I looked at your junior high school recruitment slide, and I was in a selfie with one of your recruitments yesterday at Great American Teachers. So he made my selfie list, right? So I just want to let you know that they're out, they're engaged, and he was wearing that uniform well. And he was really, really mannerable. Very good material that you're actually recruiting that I saw. If he's the one example that you have, you're doing a fantastic job. Fantastic job.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Chief, just a real quick congratulations for getting outside the comfort zone of a fire department, for getting to your point, or to your quote, outside the four walls of the fire department. What a very phenomenal position. I mean, you can, as you alluded to, you can already see the benefits to the fire department and engaging folks, or engaging youth early and getting them involved. And albeit that it's not the purpose of the program to benefit the fire department, it does in the end, and that's okay. But thank you for engaging this part of the population that is not traditional in the mandate of a fire department. Admirable, progressive, Chief, and thank you for bringing that. And we look forward to helping you grow these programs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm going to praise on Lana. Anytime I go somewhere where there's kids or youth or community involved, I see Lana. And so I think there are 3 of her. Because I'm not sure how she's at everything. And so I'm so appreciative of you, and thanks for all the work that you do, and love seeing you out in the community and your smile, and just very thankful for all the work that you're doing. And Chief, thanks for continuing. I would echo everything Councilmember Harding said. Thanks for continuing to think outside of the 4 walls of the firehouse, and looking forward to seeing our fire rescue across the city for all of these community events, and thanks for everything you're doing with our youth. It's very appreciated. Okay, we're going to pause there. I apologize for going over time. So we'll bring this back into the first meeting into 2026. Just from my perspective, committee members, thank you for your engagement this year. I really enjoyed the topics we continue to talk about in YFS this year, and so just very thankful for all of you, and looking forward to continuing this conversation in 2026. To all the staff, thank you for being here. If we didn't get to you, it's on me, and I'll wear that for the rest of 2025. So thank you for all of that you're doing, and looking forward to continuing this conversation in Q1 of 2026. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, YFS on November 13th is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, so we'll probably start at 9:35.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
Hey. Go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
Welcome everyone to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting of November 6, 2025. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz.
Here.
Curtis.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Harding.
Here. We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have for approval the October 9th, 2025 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well, welcome everyone. We have a full room here today. This is a continuing conversation on the possibility of issuance of a general obligation bond to pay for water resources and stormwater improvements. We have Tom Green, who is on video today. That's not typical, but he's feeling under the weather. So welcome, Tom. I believe you're going to kick us off on this conversation.
Yes, ma'am, and Madam Chair, thank you for the flexibility to participate this way. I'm not feeling well, didn't want to spread my germs around everybody in City Hall.
We all appreciate it.
Yes, we do. We appreciate it, yes.
But I did want to take a moment, Madam Chair, you kind of set it up perfectly. This is a continuation of the discussion that we started, I think, in BF&T, and it was really part of the overall rate setting process for the utility. And this came out of how are we going to fund the SPAR projects going forward? So this is a continuation of that conversation. I did want to briefly mention some of the professionals who we have in the room with us today. I know Chris Rowe from Bryant Miller and Olive, our special counsel on this potential general obligation process. Also, Jay Glover, our financial advisor from PFM. Is in the room. So we've got folks from the outside who could help address questions that the committee might have. And with that as a brief overview, Madam Chair, maybe I'll kick it back to you or to Claude. I think Claude was going to cover the first couple of slides in our slide deck.
Yes, so we have Claude, Ann, and Erica here. Thank you all for being here. So I believe, Claude, you're starting off the presentation.
And so this part of the presentation will be relatively short because we've talked about these during the summer, but we did want to remind everybody that we're looking to do this general obligation bond so we can advance projects in both the stormwater utility, the water utility, and the wastewater utility. One of the things that we are working on now, and this is a draft, is to put together a dashboard for people to use and to educate the public and to provide public outreach and to receive public feedback on what the projects are, where they can be located. This will be an interactive type of dashboard that the public can go in when we publish it and look at where the projects are located, what they are, what the benefit may be, and the proposed budget for those projects. Next slide, please. And then to reiterate the conversations we had this summer, the projects do cover a variety of water, wastewater, stormwater projects over the next 4 fiscal years, fiscal year 27 through 30, with a total combined estimated value at this point of about $614 million. And the GEO bond would be borrowing $589 million of that need to tackle these projects. Any questions on the projects?
Committee members or council members? I don't see, no, they want you to continue.
Excellent. Well, I will pick up here. Thanks, Claude. And some of these next slides we've reviewed before, but it is important to kind of get everybody on the same page with respect to how a general obligation bond works. Effectively, if the voters approve the projects at a referendum, we would pledge what's called the full faith and credit of the city of St. Petersburg, meaning we could levy ad valorem taxes to pay back not only the principal but the interest on an annual basis of the project or the bonds issued to finance the projects approved. And this is, and if you can go to the next slide, I think that would be helpful. Okay, so this, if the voters approve the referendum, we would add a debt millage rate. Currently, we don't have a debt millage rate because we don't have any general obligation bonds outstanding. But if the voters approve it, it would show up on their trim notice as a separate column in addition to what we currently levy for operations, which is the 6.4525. So that operations continues, every year at whatever level council and the mayor set that millage rate at. And then the debt millage rate is added in a different column in addition to the operating. So I wanted to make sure everybody understood that that is a new voted debt that would be available to pay debt service on bonds. Okay, next slide, please. And so, we've talked about why use a general obligation bond. Clearly, spreading the debt over a different universe of ratepayers would have a couple of different impacts. First, it would reduce the pressure on the ratepayers, or the pressure to increase rates immediately to cover those expenses associated with the SPAR, and spread it over a different universe of landowners as opposed to ratepayers. So it is a different universe. Very much, there's a lot of overlap in those two universes, but it is a different methodology, and it would allow us to increase resiliency in our community. And the theory is that increased resiliency is going to increase property values of everybody in the city. So it's a good way to finance these projects. So Ian, if you could go to the next slide. The last time we were all together at BF&T, we had just pulled out a small handful of cities and counties and school districts who had used general obligation bonds over the last 4 or 5 years. Following up to that meeting, we did send this more complete list. I shouldn't say it's a complete list, but this just gets a flavor of the different communities who have used general obligation in Florida. You can see Manatee County, you can see Pasco County, and there are a lot of different reasons and purposes. That some is environmental protection, some is parks and recreation. So it's really dependent on the community need, so to speak. Rather than any real consistent theme for general obligation use. But we did just want to share that a more complete list. And you can see this is going back to 2020 through 2024. And again, it's very diverse. A lot of different areas of the state have used general obligation. All right, next slide, Ann. And again. Now, this is where we start to get into some of the math of how we went about comparing funding SPAR through the utility versus funding SPAR through a potential general obligation bond. And just to orient everybody, these slides are probably familiar. These were in the FY26 rate study. This one illustrates the stormwater rates. And in the top box, or top rectangle box going left to right, that is the base rates that we forecast that we would need to implement to provide for the operations and the normal CIP of the stormwater utility. So that would be, so you can think of this two ways. You can think of this as we're funding SPAR 100%, or you can think of we're funding zero of SPAR, right? So it's kind of, but that's just the baseline. We're going to have those increases and those rates regardless of what happens with SPAR. The below boxes with scenario B, C, and D looked at if we wanted to fund the $589 million that Claude referenced earlier for the SPAR projects. The first scenario B says if we funded 100% debt from the utility, so we borrowed $589 million to fund SPAR, those are the rate increases that we would have to implement in those years. And then with C, similarly, that's a 75% debt, 25% cash, so to speak. And then scenario D is our current fiscal policy where we fund water and stormwater capital projects on a 50-50 basis. So that scenario illustrates the rate increases needed to fund SPAR at a 50-50, 50 debt, 50 cash on hand. And then the next slide, and if you could go to that, is the water and sewer rates. Exactly the same analysis here, where you've got the base rates for water, and then you've got the scenarios B, C, and D below, assuming 100% debt funding through the utility, 75% debt funding at the utility in C, and then 50-50 split in scenario D. All right, next slide again. Now we're going to look at the tax base And I think we summarized some of this in the cover memo to this document. You know, the last time we had a conversation about the GEO, we were using tax year 24 data. Now we have the tax year 25 data, which is the information that we use to fund the FY26 budget. So Ann, if you could scroll to the end, thank you. So this just breaks down at a very high level homesteaded properties versus non-homesteaded properties. And the math has changed here just a little bit. But you can see here that homesteaded properties on a count basis represent about 58% of the total properties are homesteaded. But the value, the taxable municipal value, is about 38%. And I think last time we looked at this, it was more like just a touch different. I think it was 60-40 in that area. And then if you look at the non-homesteaded properties, you know, they're 42% of the count, but make up 62% of the value. So what that tells us is that it is going to be more challenging for non-homesteaded properties to see a benefit from the general obligation route versus the utility rates. And we'll get into that in just a minute, but that's a quick takeaway that I thought I would share. And so this summarizes what we kind of went through on a couple of previous slides from the rate study. And what we've tried to capture here is the annualized utility rate increase that would have to happen to fund SPAR versus doing it with a general obligation. And so the number here that I want to make sure I point out is the 50% public utility and 50% cash. So, and we'll go through the methodology in just a moment, but on an annualized basis, we estimate that ratepayers, assuming the assumptions that we will discuss, would pay $486.12 more annually to fund SPAR through a 50-50 split if we funded all through the utility. So that's the important number I want you to highlight or keep in your mind, the 486.12. All right, if you could go to the next slide. So here are some of the other assumptions for purposes of comparison. And, you know, there are thousands of different, you know, iterations that we could go through. So we tried to keep this consistent from our last discussion. So we used the typical Tier 2 rate in 2030 and compared it to the B, C, and D scenario. For the that's for stormwater. And then for the water rates, we used a 3,500 gallon monthly assumption. And then we go through the process of comparing that to a general obligation pledge. And then for the bonds, if we were to issue general obligation bonds, and just to keep it really simple, we assumed a 30-year bond, 4.5% interest, and then we would estimate that we would borrow the $589 million, which we talked about earlier. 246 would be for stormwater, while 343 million would be for water and wastewater. And if you could go to the next. Now this is kind of I wanted to make sure we spent just a moment on the methodology so that everybody understood. So we took, on slide 10 from the rate study, we annualized the difference between the FY30 rate in scenario A, which was $30.07, and took the difference between what the SPAR rate or the 50-50 rate would be in scenario D of 2030. So that was $48.66. So below at the bottom of this slide, you just see the simple math. We took the $48.66, that's the rate we would need to fund SPAR on a 50-50 basis, and reduced it by what we know we're already going to have ratepayers cover, which is the $30.07. And that yields a $18.59 monthly increase to fund SPAR. And then we simply multiplied that by 12 to come up with a $223.08. So on an annual basis, we would estimate that an average or a Tier 2 stormwater customer would pay $223.08 more to fund the SPAR program. go to the next one. Now this is the same kind of straightforward calculation with the water side. So in 2030, we had $133.99 for the base rate to support the operations of water and the base CIP program. To fund the SPAR, the monthly rate would have to be $155.91. So we did that same math here, where we took the $155.99 and reduced it by $133.99 again, what we know we're going to have ratepayers cover, and came up with a monthly difference of $21.92. And then we simply multiplied that monthly difference by 12 to get to $263.04. So that is the annualized difference if we had a 50-50 split and had the utility, the water utility fund the SPAR program. And then this slide brings it all together. This just shows the annualized stormwater increase of $223.08 and the annualized water increase of $263.04. And so there's that number I asked you to keep in mind, the $486.12, because that is what we would expect that customer who is a Tier 2 stormwater and uses 3,500 gallons of consumption on a monthly basis. That is the increase that they would have to cover to fund the entirety of SPAR. Now if we could go to the next, and then, excuse me. Again, I think you were going to pick up here, right? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to help Tom's voice a little bit. Okay, so Tom kind of really explained well, I think, the methodology and how we came up with those differences. And what we have is we have various scenarios that we apply those to. Again, scenario A is using and funding SPAR using 100% debt backed by a general obligation bond, okay? And again, we do have the ability to, we could use that for major capital improvements, having a public purpose. So again, those such as the SPAR program and are backed by the ad valorem taxes. That can be used to reduce the burden on utility rates. Okay, the cash funding, as we're talking about with the 50-50 funding, that's not applicable to the GO because that GO is a full faith and credit, meaning that annually that millage is set to make the debt payment. Okay, so we know the millage that would be, that we're only projecting millage, but that would be based upon final numbers on what that, once we issue debt, what those rates would be. Now for scenario B, then that is you issuing it through the public utility, but 100% debt funding. What this is this is not current policy. So this is, the results is, as we saw, we can have a result in a large utility bill increase of 37% overall. Now for the water, sewer, and reclaimed utility portion, it's approximately a 36% increase over 4 years from fiscal year to 30. The stormwater utility portion is about a 56% increase over 4 years from fiscal year 27 to 30. Now I want to discuss the last thing a little bit. If we issue 100% for the SPAR through the public utility, that also may have negative ratings implications for the public utility due to the affordability comparisons and 100% reliance on utility debt. As some of you may know here, when we developed our fiscal policies with the 50-50 funding, we did that for a reason, because we were highly leveraged in the past, okay, 10 plus years ago, we were highly leveraged we were issuing nearly 100% utility debt. We as a city and a city council and administration all came together and really took several years to get there, but we really committed to the 50-50 cash versus debt funding. And that has really helped the city being able to reduce the cost of financing. Because just like on a personal level with your credit rating, the higher the credit rating from the city, the lower we're going to pay an interest cost. When we're looking at a 30-year debt, that's millions of dollars in difference. Versus, like when you're looking at your current mortgage of your home, just multiply that out to the dollar amount that we're going out. And so we're talking millions of dollars in implications for higher interest rates if the credit rating is lowered because of the additional debt. For scenario C then, you know, that's a modification that out of our current policy that was saying, okay, we would do 75% debt funding and 25% cash funding. That also resorted to large utility big increases, and again, a 44% increase over the 4 years, a 73% increase over the 4 years for the stormwater, and it may have a negative rating implications for the public utility for the same reasons, but a little less issue is better to be 20-75 than 100% reliant on debt. So again, that is scenario C. And then scenario D is our current policy. This is our 50-50 funding policy. And again, we still have a large utility increases, okay? We see of approximately 55%. The water sewer reclaimed is a 53% increase over 4 years. The stormwater utility is 109% increase over 4 years. Pretty substantial increases. Even if we did that, we still may have some negative ratings implications relating to affordability, okay? As that's part of the ratings criteria for the public utilities credit rating. So what we did is we took that property file, okay, from the 2025 Pinellas County property appraisers, downloaded it, 108,000 lines, properties, lots of details. So we were able to do a lot of analytics with that. So we added a lot of computations underneath of that, and bottom line, here's where we come out, okay? Our model, using the current SPAR program issued annually through a GO, in 2030, we would expect the GO bond to be a 0.96 mil, just a little bit less than 1 mil. That's based upon the current fiscal year, the current 2025 valuation with 2% annual increases in valuations and that 4.5% interest rate, and then the annual issuance of that general obligation debt. So that would build over each year as that debt is issued. But in 2030, when all of the debt would be issued, it would be just under a mil. We also did some analytics on our database here. We determined that the average municipal value, meaning the municipal value is what the city of St. Petersburg collects taxes off, that base. The average muni value is $328,070. Okay, would pay in 2030 towards the GO debt in the amount of $314.95. Okay, compared to an estimated $486.12 in estimated additional utility charges to fund the SPAR using scenario D. What we also know, and Tom mentioned at the beginning, is that homesteaded properties with lower municipal value ranges benefit more than non-homesteaded properties at the higher municipal taxable value ranges. Then we turned all these numbers and determined that, in our opinion, based upon the data that we have available, the GO bond is more cost effective for the following. Okay, for scenario B, okay, which is 100% utility bond, and we're not adding in the additional cost of interest that might happen on a bond downgrade. The only thing we're looking at is the utility rates versus the utility rates, okay, versus the 2030 estimated GO cost. So in scenario B, 48,452. Remember, we had 108,000 properties total, but about 45% of homesteaded and non-homesteaded, the GO bond is more effective for that scenario. For scenario C, 78,641, or 73%, we find and determine that the GO bond is more cost effective. For when we run scenario D, which is our current policy, we get 95,996, or 89% of homesteaded and non-homesteaded properties would benefit from the GO. We also looked at this from a median perspective, okay? Just because we have this big database, we could actually do some computations. The median of municipal tax value is $165,098 for all properties, compared to an average muni value of $328,000. Interesting statistics there. Okay. The median estimated tax required in 2030 to fund the general obligation bond program is $158.48 for all properties. That's the median. The estimated rate increases to fund the program using public utility rate increases, again at the 3,500 gallons monthly water usage in Tier 2 storm waters, is $486.12. And again, in 2030 to fund the SPAR program. Now this is really fun because now we get into more numbers. Okay. I'm not going to get into all the details, but we want you to actually be able to just see the model and how it worked and compare to the bottom line. Okay. And these are actual using that database and using the actual muni values of those particular properties. So this kind of tells us who really benefits in this. So when we compare to, we're going to compare using scenario D because scenario D is our current policy. Okay. So when we use the homesteaded properties, we have 56,917 homesteaded properties in scenario D. The municipal value of that is just a little over of $8 billion. Okay. So what we do that then is how much would those property owners have to pay, and from a dollar amount of a public utility SPAR increase. Okay, that's using the utility bonds. Okay, but the SPAR increase would be $27,668,492, and just if you'd like to do the math, that's 56,917 times 486.12. Okay. When we compare it to scenario A, then the total GO, when we're comparing it, is how much then would we have to pay in GO for that group of people? It's about $8.9 million. Well, if we take the $27 million minus the $8.9 million, we get $19.9 million, what I'm going to call in GO benefit. So it just kind of shows which property owners are benefiting or non-benefiting. Okay. So we do the same thing for and again, the first ones are these are those who are benefiting. Okay. The next one is the non-homesteaded properties that are benefiting. There's 39,079. Okay, just like the other that's about a $7.7 billion muni value. So using that same number multiplied by that 486.12, we're about 18.9 million. Okay, compared then to the GO that those property is estimated to be paying, okay, of $7.4 million. So we have about $11.59 million benefit for the non-homesteaders who benefit from the GO. So the total of that totals at $95,996. But as Tom pointed out, that of those benefiting, the muni value is about $15.7 billion. Okay, the dollar amount for the SPAR using the public utility, okay, is about $46.6 million. But if we do the GO for those same people will be paying $16.3 million, meaning a $31.5 million GO benefit to those homesteaded and non-homesteaded properties that benefit from the GO based upon the model. So who doesn't benefit? Okay, there's 12,210 properties that, based on our calculations, don't benefit. What you're looking at right here is the muni value of those. Those are very high muni value, meaning of all of those 96,000 properties, that's a $15.7 billion muni value. The 12,210 have the value then of $19.7 billion. Okay, so compared to the public utility SPAR increase, then those in that category, they would be paying $17.7 million. So their benefit is a negative $13 million. And then when we total all properties. That's how we get to the totals for 108,206. So what we estimate is the public utility increase would be 52.6 million. The total GO of 34 million, and the benefit from all then is the net of those two, which is $18.5 million. Okay, and again, this is based upon our scenarios and assumptions that we did. Now, also remember those properties not benefiting from the GO, we're only using 486.12 for their public utility rate. Those may be underneath of there. Those may be very large users. Okay, we're using an average rate. We're not using each individual property's public utility bill. We are using the average as you saw from that model. So we actually may be underestimating then their benefit based upon when you compare to their actual utility bill, which may be much higher than, we'll call this average increase of 486.12, because we are using those lower tiers. Any questions so far on this math? Okay. So then we took this a little further. Okay. I took all those properties, we took all those properties that are that file that we have, and we ranked them based upon we ranked them based upon their muni value in groups. Okay. So we wanted to see who of all of those benefiting, okay, who is benefiting and at what number of properties and at what ranking they have. Okay, so you can see then we have muni taxable value of 100,000 and below. Okay, and again, this is using the property appraiser's information that we downloaded. There were 27,236 properties with about a $1.1 billion value. Okay, their public utility SPAR increase was about 13 million, but their GO, what they would be paying on the GO is about $1 million. Okay, so they're really gonna benefit those with the lowest property values. So that's what we show there, and we take it all the way up. Again, these are the ones that benefit. Okay, the ones that don't benefit, you're going to find they're in the highest rankings, well above 600,000 in valuations, some of those properties. But again, that strata kind of tells us who would be affected, how, and who would benefit. Any questions on the numbers? Well, we're going to talk about the schedule then, okay? Assuming if we want to continue.
I think what we're going to end up doing is just taking questions at the end. You can go on.
Okay, sure.
It's pretty heavy, and once we get into a question, it'll just be sidetracked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get through the numbers. This part is the schedule. Okay. So, again, we have City Council confirm the appointment of Special Legal Counsel. Chris Rowe is in the room, and he's also available for questions. Then what our next step is late 2025, early 2026, that legal counsel prepares the draft referendum, resolution calling for a referendum to authorize the GO bonds. In the first quarter, then we would be finalizing that list of projects, and I'll let Claude talk more to that as we, if you want to point out anything more on that projects list that maybe have that interaction, public input.
So we are developing a very robust outreach program that we will be bringing to you guys, to the public, to talk about this program. That we're going to be doing a lot of that outreach in the first part of next year. And that outreach will allow us to discuss the projects we have that we are proposing, get feedback from the public on those projects, make adjustment as necessary so that when we decide to go to the vote for whether we go to a referendum or not, we have an understanding of the public's feedback on the program.
Thank you, Claude, for that. But again, we'll have to finalize that list of projects in order to then get the language ready for the ballot questions. April and May, then we finalize that referendum resolution and submit the agenda package for discussion, typically at BF&T or whatever committee it may be in. And again, that would be April, May of 2026. Then September and October, we have certain legal requirements on publications. And also then the legal counsel would start drafting that bond authorizing resolution. November 3rd, 2026, then the bond referendum would be considered by the voters. We would then finalize the bond authorizing resolution. Then, assuming that we're successful in the referendum in mid-November 2026, and then late November, early December 2026, City Council would consider the bond authorizing resolution. We can do a bond validation process schedule within there. So the pre-closing and closing on that first series would be early second quarter 2027. Okay, I just want to let you know there are we had some additional pages in there of details of numbers, okay, that we added as supplemental information, but we just thought it was just a little bit too much to be bringing all of that information in there, but it is there if there's an evening that you have extra time and you can't complete. Okay, you can review that, but that is the end of the presentation.
And I believe there's not going to be complaints that there is a lack of information for us to consider here. So thank you for all of that. It's a lot of information. It's very involved. And I just want to, and maybe whoever can best answer this, at the end of the day, when you do this financial analysis, what should we take from it? Is it the most financially prudent thing to go with Go Bonds based on what we're talking about? I just want a simple, yes. What is the simplest way to say this for everyone? Because that was a lot.
This is why I have Erica at the table.
Erica.
As well. Okay, so, as we prepared that model, we want Erica.
Yeah, so Anne was preparing the model and I was reviewing as another set of eyes and really putting our heads together to look at it. That's also why we have the appendixes in the back. So there's the different scenarios, B and C, that we don't recommend, but we wanted to do that analysis and put that out there for you to see those possibilities as well. That this aren't best practice, they're not our fiscal policy. I think the numbers do show you the picture that if you're looking at equitable distribution of the cost of the system, it does make sense to go with the Go Bonds. You see the benefits by the property, municipal taxable value. So I think the Go Bond, would be a really good for our long-term bond ratings and for fiscal policy and some, equitable distribution of the costs across the city, especially with the interesting data you see with percentage of homesteaded and non-homesteaded. I know there's a lot of unknowns with property taxes in the next year, but I still think that this is going with the GO bonds is really a fine foundation. We haven't done it in a long time. You see the other cities out there doing it for a lot of needs, and there's a lot of interest in residents having the say, going out and vote, and want to see that impact in their community through that method.
Okay. Well, with that said, committee members, I believe Councilmember Floyd was the first one I saw.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed analysis. That's the first thing I would say. And then I'll get on my soapbox a little bit and just say every year for like the first 3 or 4 years I was here, I made a point that was as we lowered the millage rate and cut property taxes but raised utility rates, it was an unequitable distribution of the total burden that we put on our residents because property taxes are a relatively progressive thing and the utility rates are more like a flat tax and often regressive in that they put the most burden on, they put a larger percentage burden on people with less wealth, less income, less property value. So I'm glad to see that us showing that if we move the burden towards property owners and we continue and we compare that to our existing strategies as to funding our utilities, that we could literally lower the lower the impact to what it looks like 89% of properties in our city, which means 89% of families in our city. This is a really creative and forward-thinking way to figure out how to pay for what is a large burden in our city when it comes to our utilities and our infrastructure specifically. So I'm really grateful to see this work out this way, and I think, you know, if we do move forward with something like this, it's going to be on all of us to explain what is complicated and full of numbers to our residents in a simple way, and I think that's why Vice Chair Hanowitz asked that question right at the end. We have to explain that, like, this is going to benefit 89% of properties in our city, 89% of households in our city. I know that doesn't equivalent like or one-to-one, but it's basically. So I'm really glad to see the level of depth that you put forward here, and I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad to see what the outcome's been, and I'm going to continue to be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. I'm not a committee member, so I would wait.
No one else has.
Okay.
Is there? All right.
I'm doing math.
You're doing math.
Oh, well.
Okay. I see him busy over there, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm not doing math. And maybe I'll like kind of piggyback a little bit on the jump on our soapbox statement, right? Because I mean, thank you for this very, very detailed explanation. And I do agree, the communication is going to be very, very important. And, you know, understanding that when these referendums come up, it is our job to educate. It's not our job to advocate. It is our job to educate. How do we do that? All right. So we are bringing in for a landing very, very quickly. We have our last meeting with the stakeholders for the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan. The Resilient St. Pete Action Plan has been an ongoing process for, my gosh, over a year or more of resident feedback as to what they want to see happen in their communities, in the neighborhoods that have been most affected by stormwater specifically. And so for me, we're bringing this plan in for a landing. Like I said, November 18th is the final stakeholder meeting. They'll take the final feedback from residents. They will then deliver the final product that is going to live on our website as a story map process that everyone will be able to go and they will be able to see and relate to projects that need to happen in these neighborhoods. For me, that looks like the framework of education. So Claude, can you talk a little bit about the prioritization of projects, how we can take the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan and we can really kind of catalyze that to educate people on SPAR? How can this all work together? Because these things cannot live in separate silos. They have to come together, and I believe whenever we bring this to City Council, they're going to see a lot of this framework is already there for our platform of education.
Yes, thank you. And we're actually really excited about that story map framework. And we are talking about how it won't become static, that we can expand it and grow and make it more user-friendly and provide more information and to be updated on a regular basis. The way that the projects in SPAR were prioritized, and I believe that may be what you're asking.
Part of the question.
Yes. The way the projects were prioritized in SPAR were based on several criteria. One, we looked at projects that were in the Stormwater Master Plan that had higher scores. And if those projects were well enough defined that we felt we could move them forward quickly, we put those into SPAR. And then we recognized last year from the storms that there were some areas that suffered from flooding, particularly during Milton, that had projects in the stormwater master plan that may not have been as highly ranked, or they didn't have projects in the stormwater master plan at all, and we need to develop something for them. So we included those also in the SPAR, recognizing that they are right now not well fleshed out, and so we would need to spend some time to, put the energy and effort into fleshing those out. So that's how we prioritize the ones on the stormwater side. On the wastewater and water side, we prioritize those projects that would allow us to make sure that our utilities are hardened enough to handle a storm similar to what we had last year with Helene and with Milton, and even frankly with Debbie. And so we're looking at ways to make sure that we can keep the plants running during a storm, during a storm surge. We're looking at ways that we can try to reduce the sanitary sewer overflows that come from that addition of a lot of water that comes in from those storms. We looked at ways to make sure that our water system can be as reliable as possible. And so that's how those projects were prioritized. Some of those projects, actually most of those projects were projects that we were looking at to start sometime within the next 5 years. And so what we're looking to do is just accelerate it. So if it was a project that was expected to take from year 4 through year 7, we're looking to accelerate it up so that it's done all before the first 5 years. And then others were projects that we may have just accelerated forward completely out of years 6 through 10. So that's the process we use to come up with that list.
Okay. And I was trying to go back and flip through the slide presentation again, so you may be able to find it faster than I can. But can you go back and remind us, so that split between stormwater, wastewater, potable, I don't know, I think we're kind of putting that into the water resources piece.
Yes.
What is the total amount? There they are, the total amount of those projects. So talk to me about on the GEO bonds for stormwater SPAR, the $246 million.
Yes.
We've been telling our residents for quite some time that we have a $700 million, that number changes here or there, but it lives around that amount, stormwater master plan.
Right.
When residents say, okay, you're asking us this, in my mind, I'm thinking they may believe that we're going to be able to fund this entire $700 million stormwater master plan. Right here, we're saying it's only $246 million for stormwater.
Correct.
How do we communicate that? And then what do we say when they say, well, it's obviously still not enough, right? How do we kind of navigate that?
So part of the communication will be that as we are working on this and as we're going forward over the next 5 years, we will still continue to progress our rates so that we get to the goal of spending $50 million a year. That's our goal, spending $50 million a year from the utility rates on CIP. Hopefully, maybe even beyond that, we can get better than that, but that's our goal, is to get to that. And so we'd always said that, at $50 million a year, we could do that stormwater master plan in about 15 to 20 years. So this will help us accelerate that and move forward. And then part of our outreach is going to be to get that feedback from the public. And if we're getting feedback that the desire is to do more on the stormwater, we can certainly look at doing that, recognizing it'll affect what we end up borrowing. But if we need to do that, we'll do that. We'll make the adjustment. We want to make sure that what we take to the public is something that they want, that they'll vote for. That's the bottom line.
And I think that starts to go into kind of my next line of questioning, and we've talked about this privately, so I don't want to belabor it too much, but we've spent a lot of money on wastewater, water resources over the consent order. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent there. Basic investment in stormwater through that time period, now coming up on almost a decade. And so residents are saying, when is that shift? When is the shift to where we at least get to a place where we are a 50-50 split? recognizing wastewater is unique because it's a health issue. You know, when people can't flush their toilets, that is a much more kind of daily issue occurrence versus stormwater. But I think we're seeing in a changing climate that stormwater is becoming more of a frequent issue. I mean, Chair Gertis and I were just in Charleston learning about all of their frequent flooding, you know, sunny day flooding. I woke up yesterday morning, turned on the news in Charleston, and they were saying that they had a street flooding warning up until like 9 a.m. And it was a bright, sunny, beautiful day. This is going to be our reality more and more and more as we're spending this 30-year bond. So when are we going to get to a place where it's a 50-50 split finally? And that we make stormwater the sexy topic that nobody wants it to be, and we actually get all of this work done in a much more focused and well-divided prioritization?
So I believe that we have made the shift, and if we need to express it more often, we will, towards stormwater being the focus for us, for public works. But I think it is I would respectfully say that I don't think we'll ever be able to get to 50-50 on the dollar value, only because the two systems are completely different in their value. We've got 1,500 miles of wastewater pipes. We have another 1,500 miles of water pipes. We've got 4 treatment plants on the wastewater side. On the stormwater side, we've got 550 miles of pipes. And so the two systems are different. Both systems, we need to invest in them repeatedly to make sure that they are replaced when they age out. They have similar age out years. And so I really don't think from a dollar value we'll ever see a 50-50.
So this is going to be an important communication piece.
Yes.
We're going to have to make sure that that is very clearly laid out for people, because individuals are still experiencing a lot of, you know, PTSD from what happened last year, and we're going into that next year, and we're asking them to vote on this, and I think we need to be really clear about what those expectations are.
Sure.
So I think I'll leave it there for now. I might come back around.
Okay. Chair Gerda, Councilmember Harding, you guys pick each other. You guys were both at the same time, and I'm not doing that.
So if we send this out and if it passes, what tax year does it actually take effect?
We would issue the bonds during a calendar year, first quarter calendar year 2027.
Okay.
So and Chris is here, okay, if you want to answer the timing on after the passage on when the actual percentage will come in the village.
Sure, unless City Council determined otherwise, the first levy under the GO bond would appear on the November 2027 tax bill.
Okay, thank you. And then it's set up to just fall off when the debt is satisfied?
That's right.
That's how it works, yes.
Now, typically what happens with a general obligation bond, particularly one of this size, is you wouldn't borrow the full amount that you need right up front. You'd borrow in a series of tranches over time as you need the money for projects. And each borrowing would itself have a 30-year lifespan. So if you don't borrow until, you use up all your capacity until the 10th year, you'd have 30 years from that 10th year to repay that particular series of bonds. So over time, you could see the total millage shrink as individual tranches or series of bonds are paid off.
And I'm just looking down the road, but we're collecting money starting in 27, so they could be paid off sooner.
That's right.
Okay, all right. That's it, Chair. Thank you for now.
Okay, Chair Gertis.
Thank you. Could we go to slide 8 real quick, please? And while we're getting there, thank you for the presentation. This was super helpful. And my nerd brain probably took it one step too far, so sorry. One of the things that jumped out at me about this list, and thank you for sharing, is that, you know, we're talking about over the next, 5, 8, 10 years taking out $589 million, and the largest bond on here seems to only be $270. Can we just talk about, like, are we worried about that at all?
These are series as well.
These are just some of these are stacked.
So for example, one of these, they might have had a referendum pass and have multiple series, like Chris mentioned.
You want to come up?
I didn't. Yeah, thanks, Jay. I didn't go through the line item by line item, so I apologize. But so what you're saying is these are probably how we're going to do it, where it's multiple series for one larger project.
Some are multiple series, yeah. No, I don't. Pasco's probably listed several times. You can see there they had general purpose. I think they had maybe some public safety. So, and this is something Chris can attest to. There's like a single question rule. You can't lump stormwater with public safety with, park. So, a lot of them, if they have multiple projects, they'll have multiple referendum questions that get asked. So you see, Pasco was a great example of that. I think Key West might be on here as well. But, there are others. I mean, a large school district like Miami-Dade and Broward County Schools, I think they have referendums like billion-dollar referendums that they're passing. So, for a size, like the city of St. Pete, I don't have a concern about something like that's impacting your credit ratings, if that's what you're getting at. I mean, you have
wanted it said out loud.
You have very little general fund debt on your books right now. I mean, most of the debt that the city has is within the utility system. And the reality is this is going to be debt that you're likely going to issue one way or another via the public utility system or the GO.
Yeah.
And GOs are going to be looked at much more friendly from the credit rating agencies because of the dedicated millage levy that would be on there. So no major concerns for me. I will say I'm not going to sit up here and say your credit ratings won't go down at some point in the future because credit ratings take a lot of things into account, but this debt in and of itself I don't think will impact your credit ratings.
All right. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. And then can we go back to slide 24, please? And so some of my colleagues talked about the equitable factor of spreading this across. And so I look at this a little different, and frankly it's a high five to the team with how you put this slide together. So here's what I did, because I think there's some math in here that I go, okay, that seems very reasonable to me when you're looking at properties that don't benefit from it in comparison to properties that do benefit from it. And so what I did was I took the spread, the $16 million spread across the 95,000 parcels, and I'm walking through this so you tell me whether I'm crazy or not, either Erica or Ann, okay? And so that's the benefiting properties. That's essentially $170.29 per parcel of cost that we're spreading out. And then on the non-benefiting properties, it's $17 million of cost over 12,000 properties, which is a much larger number, $1,452 of cost per parcel. That's a 8.54 times of monthly cost from a benefiting to non-benefiting. And then what I did was I took the $19 billion of value and divided it by the $7.7 billion of value, because it's value versus value, cost versus cost, and that's a 7.86 times of value. So they have, it's a big number. They have almost 8 times the value in 12,000 parcels in comparison to the 95,000 parcels. And so it seems to me the closer those two numbers are on the multipliers, the more equitable this is. And I'm not sure we can get a whole lot closer on that math. And so this slide was unbelievably helpful for me when walking through this, and I hope that made sense. Is what I just spit out tracking with you two?
It does. And correct me if I'm wrong, but properties not benefiting from GO also has commercial properties possibly in there as well.
Yeah.
So this is residential and commercial.
Right.
So that's good to know that we're not just.
That's
looking
all
at
parcels.
All parcels. And like Ann said, the SPAR increase, 5.9 million, that's an estimate on average. So that increase could be, different, much different. Their average bill could be much higher for commercial. So,
right.
Factor that in as well.
Yeah, I just thought as we're talking about spreading the cost out equitably, this slide really provided a glimpse of, I think this is it's just about as well as you can do it while using the GO bond in comparison. And so I just wanted to share that and make sure I wasn't going crazy. I think that's all I had. I'm very thankful for this presentation. Thanks for all the work that's been put into it. There's a couple other things that I'd like to see. We don't need to get into it now, so at some point we could just set up maybe like Tom, if we could do a 3-on-1, me, you, Ann, and Erica, because there's just a couple of comparisons that I'd like to go through as we start the utility rate conversation in 2026 for 2027.
Happy to do it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no further hands, and I just because we've had all the committee members, I'm in the committee, I'll take other questions afterwards. I just want to put in my 2 cents. So, look, this conversation comes about, as we know, because every time we go out, people are wondering, what are we investing in our system? You know, what are we doing with our stormwater? Why were the wastewater plants shut down after the storms? And I could go on and on and on. And the simple answer is it costs money. That's a plain and simple answer. We have investments that we make, and you're going to get a certain amount of level of service based on the money that can be paid for those investments. And when I think about the general bond and giving the public the opportunity to say, yes, we want to go forward and do this, they can say yes or no. And so I think it's a good place to have this conversation at this time. And I think it's extremely important to communicate exactly what the public wants, because to get to yes, it's not just going to be areas that flood. It's not going to be other areas. It's going to be the whole city. And you have to show, like in my district, when I look at the map, and I know it's a map that is not set in stone, how do I explain to people in my district, right, how they benefit from that? And I know we've had these conversations, Claude, because there are different ways you can benefit from it, right? You can benefit from it if you live in an area that you may benefit from investments in stormwater, versus people that are like, I don't want to go without our wastewater system in place when a storm comes. I want to make sure the investments are made to those systems, or our portable water system goes down, because that's what affects them. So I think we have to kind of meet residents. And I think that's why you have different elements in this, because you have to meet residents where they are and what their needs are. And not all the needs are going to be the same based on where you live in the city. So I need to make sure that whatever we do, we can communicate no matter where someone is and what their issue is, how this is going to benefit them. I think if you improve our wastewater plants, it benefits everyone. Stormwater projects are much more localized. So there are different projects in this that are going to have a citywide benefit. I'm not saying stormwater does not have citywide benefits. They do in their way, especially when you look at the whole system. But I'm saying in a more concrete, yes, this is going to benefit you and why. So I think communication about that is going to be extremely important. Chair Gertis, I'm glad that you asked the question you did, because I was wondering about affordability. How does the analysis of affordability and the rating come into play? And Jay, you kind of touched upon that. And I think that's extremely important, because affordability comes about when we take out bonds, right? And we do the whatever the splits are, and that's discussed. But how does this extra, tax, right, on the ratepayers, how is that analyzed as a whole? And I think knowing that you don't believe that's going to be an impact is extremely important. How do we get to the right number for the bond? That's kind of that general same conversation that we're having. I do think we have to have kind of an answer for that. Why is this the right number? And it's been touched upon in different ways, but why that number? Why is that number going to make the impact it does? It's not going to solve all the issues, like Councilmember Gabbard said earlier. And I don't want the public to think that this is going to solve all the issues, but it's going to take care of issues that we know we're facing much more in a much more expedited fashion, and that we need to resolve anyhow. And then the other thing I want to just touch upon real quickly is it was touched upon a little bit about the mill changing over the time of the debt because you're taking out this debt at different times. And I'm just curious, is there an idea of what that range could be? I mean, is it something where it's going to stay under, you know, the 1 mil or whatever it is based? I'm just wondering how that is managed. Is there a way to do that? I don't know.
Jay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think part of it wasn't shown here, but I think again, Jay Glover from PFM. Part of what we prepared was an Excel model that shows the series of debt being layered in over essentially 4 years. So your millage is going to ramp up over 4 years, and then there's going to be kind of 26 years where it probably tiers down because your assessed values are growing. And then that last 4 years, your millage is going to tear down significantly as each series of debt goes off. I mean, it's hard to explain. I'm happy to share the Excel model with you all, but it's sort of like, you know, the millage levy tiers up as you issue each series of debt each year, and then it's just tearing down slightly because your assessed values are going, then it goes down in kind of equal installments each year. So, yeah, I mean, based on the projections that we have, you're going to, you know, max out at a mill. I want to be very clear. The referendum will not limit that millage levy. The referendum is going to be limited by how much debt you can issue. So if we have a situation where assessed values go down, you know, significantly, you're going to have to levy more than a mill to cover the debt. So we talk about the mill. I want to be very clear with that. That's an estimate, you know, that could change over time, but we don't think it will, obviously. But I guess I hope that answered the question. We're happy to share the Excel model that shows all that.
No, and I think it's just kind of important to understand, and maybe if you could share that Excel model at some point with us, that would be great. Because I think it's kind of what people may want to understand how that impact may affect them. But that was kind of what I wanted to understand on the mill. I know that it's not based on the mill for sure, and people shouldn't expect that. And then the other thing I just wanted to touch upon, because it was communications, are going to be extremely important. Legal had issued a memo back on August 15th regarding how the city can communicate related to referendums or other ballot questions. I think we're going to have a conversation on that specifically, again at another PSNI, to kind of cover what we can communicate and what are our limitations legally, because that's also going to be very important given that the communication piece is important. So I wanted to say that before we continue. So that's all I have to say. We have, we're scheduled to end at 10:40. It's 10:34. I believe we have Councilmember Fig Sanders. You wanted to?
Well, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a quick question. Thank you all for the presentation, and yes, you gave us more information than required. Is there any way I can simplify this? You gave the results by zip codes. Some districts may cross. So it's easier because a lot of my residents don't know what their voting district or voting precinct is. Is there a way did you break it down by district so we can have that verbiage per district?
Right now, we have the parcel, we're using the property values, the property parcel file, so I have the parcel numbers.
Okay.
So if we can get another database that would have the parcel numbers to those districts, I could merge those together and add that information.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Before we wrap up, just kind of a piggyback, I think, on Council Chair Gertis's comment about one-on-ones. We have the utility rates starting all over again here very, very soon. I'm just going to ask of administration that we have conversations about a Plan B as part of utility for next year, simply because nothing is guaranteed, and I have some real concerns, which I've already shared, about kind of this concept of putting all our eggs in this one basket, and then if it does not pass, now we're kind of back to square one. I was pretty vocal about that the last time that we talked about utility rates. I'm going to continue to be vocal about it. We have got to have a backup plan just in case, and one that is much more robust than what we ended up with this last year. So I'm just going to make that request out in the public so everyone can hear it. And I hope that those conversations, when they start in January, will be much more robust this year. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from administration? Anyone else?
No, thank you, Chair. I mean, if I could, just real quickly, you talked about getting together again, and I think that's really important. And I just want to reiterate kind of what I heard. I think in the past couple meetings, we've cleared some of these financial hurdles in the discussion about, explaining some of this financial information to the committee. I think we really need to focus on the projects, going forward, continue that discussion. The education campaign, like you talked about, and potentially start getting into some of the ballot language. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there for everyone to hear, kind of going forward for the next PSNI. That's kind of what we're hearing on our side.
Yep. Okay, great.
And Madam Chair?
Yes, Tom, we cannot forget you.
There was some discussion earlier, I think Chair Gertis mentioned that the outline or the tables that we provided were super helpful. I just want to thank Ann and Erica. One of the things we took away from our last discussion was that the presentation of the numbers was a little bit convoluted, so I challenged everybody, and Ann in particular, and Erica, to, hey, let's make this as simple as possible, and let's redouble our effort to make it understandable. So I want to thank them for that, and thank Council for your feedback. And again, Madam Chair, thank you for your flexibility, allowing me to participate at home.
Oh, we couldn't have this without you, Tom. Well, thank you, Tom and team and everyone that's here today that joined us. This has been a great conversation. It was a lot of information. Clearly, a lot of work has gone into this, and it is extremely important for our city. That's why you have so many subject matter experts that are involved in this. So this will be a continuing conversation, so it's going to stay on our PSI referral list. We do not have a meeting in December because of all this scheduling. But our next meeting is in January, and that is still being worked on in terms of the agenda. But with that being said, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Meeting adjourned.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and the conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, then some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
The pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assist, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods
with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it. Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. Been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata del Sol al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up or And people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the December 11, 2025 City Council meeting. If we could do a roll call, please, clerk.
Hanowitz?
Here.
Sanders? Here. Driscoll?
Here.
Givens?
Here.
Floyd? Gertis?
Here.
Gabbard? Here. Harding?
Okay, thank you. Today we will have our invocation given by former council member Charlie Gertis, my dad. And then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please join me in standing.
Almighty God,
creator of everything, seen and unseen, Father of all people. First, we rightly raise our voice in praise, honor, adoration for your unending mercy and unconditional love for us, your undeserving sons and daughters. We are grateful beyond expression in words for the paradise that you have created and gifted to us to call our home. And we are equally grateful for the legacy of stewards of this place we called home that have jealously protected its beauty and bounty for those of us who now are the heirs of your blessings, including these stewards who are now entrusted to preserve and protect the new destinies and dreams that are born and fulfilled here. We pray unceasingly that these stewards will elevate and honor the value and dignity of each person individually and to advance their common desires for purpose and fulfillment of passions. We ask you, Heavenly Guardian of creation, to send your Holy Spirit and your Archangel Michael to place our love and admiration upon the hearts and minds of all those who have sworn to save us and protect us, the police, the fire and rescue, first responders, doctors and nurses, and to all their families for their sacrifices. Please also speak our love and appreciation into the ears and minds of those that dedicate their labor, talents, and intellects in the service of our city and her people, each day and night for the good of all of us. Lastly, Father of the servant King, we pray for delivery of the Holy Spirit's gifts of wisdom, counsel, fortitude, devotion, wonder, and compassion to be refreshed and renewed in the 9 elected servant leaders among us today and by those whom their service will be most meaningful and material. In this season of expectant joy for the celebration of the birth of the Redeemer that opened the gates of paradise for us, we pray that the peace of Emmanuel will fill and possess the hearts, homes, and families of each of these servants who carry the trust of our collective hopes and dreams in their earthly care. We pray for all of this in the name of your beloved Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Please be seated. Dad, thank you. Love you.
Love you too. Love all of you.
Love you.
I have to live up to that.
He's amazing.
Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us with the deletion of E1. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to pass the agenda approves unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we've got consent agenda. Clerk, I believe we have a card.
We do.
Okay, if we could call.
Representative Lindsay Cross, please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We will have 3 minutes to address council.
Welcome, Representative Cross.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. Chair Gerdes, Vice Chair Hanowitz, and members of the council. I'm honored to be here to support an item on your agenda for our state and local investment in our resiliency. You know, a year ago, we were in a very different position going into the holidays, knowing that hundreds of our residents would not be spending the holidays in their homes because of the severe impacts of hurricanes Helene and Milton, also Debbie earlier that year. And it still is something that touches all of us very deeply, and I know we're committed to their full recovery. We saw what residents of neighborhoods like Shore Acres and Riviera Bay experienced. In Shore Acres, upwards of 82% of the homes flooded in that neighborhood. And with that low-lying elevation, its position in Tampa Bay, the chronic flooding in Shore Acres is a serious threat that demands action. And so I'm here today to commend you on taking action because this project and the broader resiliency plans that you're implementing and we'll hear about today represents a necessary investment in protecting our community. The grant that you'll be addressing is vital in implementing stronger flood protection measures, particularly as we see sea level rise, higher tides, and intense rain events. The planning behind these projects prioritizes resiliency, reduced flooding, improved insurance rates, we all want that, and stronger public access and safety. And it also reaffirms that our leadership is focused on the future, and that these initiatives are essential to building a safer and more resilient Shore Acres and a stronger St. Petersburg. Our residents and businesses are counting on city leaders to provide safer conditions and to give them peace of mind. And really keeping our community members safe is one of the core functions of government. This truly is a commitment to them. So I want to thank you for your investment in our neighborhoods and for making progress on strategic stormwater and flooding initiatives. I was really grateful and honored to be able to work last year in the legislature with Senator Nick DeSigli in securing a $1 million appropriation and advocating for increased resiliency in our region. And as always, you as city council members, our mayor, were exceptional partners in helping to identify the most urgent needs for our community and ensuring that the voices of our residents guided the process from start to finish. As a state legislator, so much of what I do depends on the people around me, and that's why I'm proud to have such committed partners at the local level. This project is a very important step forward. I'm excited to continue strengthening our community and building a more resilient St. Pete for our current and our future generations. So thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I wish all of you a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you. Okay.
Joe, we have somebody in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Garrett Marple, I'm going to bring you into the meeting space. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Garrett Marple, 4021 38th Avenue North. I just wanted to say that I'm extremely happy to see the extension of the MLK North protected bike lanes on the agenda today. I work with an activism group for safe streets and transportation called Activate St. Pete. And I wanted to say on behalf of them, just thank you to City Council and city staff for continuing to support bike and ped improvements around the city. We are eternally grateful for this. We've been pushing for this for over a year now, and I'm so happy to see it get this far. And I wanted to just, say, let's get this across the finish line and let's get more of these. We need about, 50 more of these all across the city. And this is a great, great first step. So thank you to everyone involved, and let's keep going. Let's do more.
Okay, thank you. All right, council members, we have a consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Before we vote, Representative Cross, I just wanted to quickly thank you for being here. Thank you for your continued partnership in the state legislature. We love you. And so just thank you for everything you're doing. And council members, after we vote on consent agenda, we're going to take a quick picture. Councilmember Harding, because this project is in his district, is going to go down and take a picture with Representative Cross, and we're all going to stand up here just real quickly. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Council members, if you'll join me in the center to take a quick picture. Paul, would you just unhook?
Yes, will you unhook so she can up there? There we go.
Thank you, Mike. We're allowed to clap.
Love it. Love a big
really
check.
I was talking about the check.
The check. Chair back. A little more. There we go. Hysterical.
All good? Yep. All right, council members, one more. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individuals wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the Raise Hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by the violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Ron Diner and Mark Glover. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Go ahead.
I'm Ron Diner, and I live on Snell Isle. Over the past week, we both received
Mr.
dozens
Diner,
of...
could you please give us your cross streets?
I'm sorry?
Could you please give us your cross streets?
Your address. Your address.
I have to give my full address?
I'd like at least your cross streets, please.
Bright Waters, and I can't tell you what the cross street is. I just don't know what it is.
Bright Waters Boulevard.
You don't know what the cross street is?
No.
Okay. Neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Over the past week, we both received dozens of messages from residents about the gas plant. I also polled the subscribers to Home Runs Matter, and 70% said planning must come first. People simply do not understand why the city is rushing into a proposal-first process where developers design our future before the city and the community even create a plan, and it could cost us $1 billion. I want to read a letter we both received. It reflects what many longtime residents are thinking. These are the writer's words, not mine. I have lived in St. Pete since 1959. I love the city. In that time, the city government has made some good decisions and some poor ones. I've never complained until now. I am very concerned about that the mayor is leading the city into what may end up destroying the greatest opportunity the city will ever have to create a unique centerpiece. For the record, I supported this mayor in his last campaign with my vote and a significant financial contributions. I have no personal animus toward him. But I can't imagine any city that would not like to have 86 acres in its town center to improve life for its citizens. Hopefully, we wouldn't even build a park without planning. Yet instead of planning and presenting a plan to developers, we're asking developers to tell us what they think we need. No business would ever operate this way, let alone a city. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. St. Petersburg cannot afford to get it wrong. Giving developers 30 or 90 days is not the right way to go. What's hard to understand is the sudden change at this time. We lost baseball in March, heard nothing about it until an unsolicited proposal arrived, and suddenly we opened this up for bids. Baseball will be here for the next 3 years. We have plenty of time to plan. None of us know why the mayor is pushing this at lightning speed, but it's hard to ignore that he's entering a contested election this year. Let's hope that's not the reason. The city needs to step back and take the time to get this right. Council members, whether you agree with every sentiment in this letter or not, the public does not understand the rush, and when people don't understand a process, trust breaks down. That's exactly why planning must come first. I'm asking you to do what you were elected to do. protect the long-term interests of the city. This moment requires courage. There are 2 steps that will restore public trust and put St. Pete on the right path. First, make it clear, publicly and now, that you will not support any proposal that comes from a proposals first process. And 2, insist, publicly and now, on a real planning process with national experts and community advisory council. And make it clear there will be no developers until the plan and the framework are set. You have the authority, the responsibility, and the public's trust. Please use it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Glover.
That podium will raise the little switch near your hip. Yep.
I'm that short?
I didn't say it. Wasn't me that time.
All right. Good afternoon. Happy holidays to everyone. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Glover, and I represent Alliance Strategies and Partnerships. We work with the city of...
Will you give us your address, please?
Address is 121 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida 32801, but we represent the Housing Authority for St. Petersburg, and we work with them currently.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. I have come to this council, about a year ago, almost to date, and at that time I shared with you all some options in terms of being able to make sure that this city received the appropriate review for the private insurance recovery options that are still available, but that window is closing rapidly. We did have a conversation with your risk manager, Blaise Missoula, to offer assistance in evaluating the city's private insurance recovery. I followed up again most recently about and reviewed the current documents that were publicly available. And I'm here today because what is publicly available appears that the city has received approximately $13.93 million in insurance proceeds for all the damages that are city-owned and property. And while I recognize that this city has also received FEMA and Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds, FEMA basically, those programs come with strict restrictions, and they cannot replace or substitute the comprehensive recovery under the private insurance policies. When we compare the publicly reported damages across the city facilities to the insurance proceeds received, there appears to be a large gap. In my professional experience, the gaps of this size usually indicate supplemental claims may still be an opportunity for outstanding additional documentation to be that will be required to secure the full value of the losses. This brings me to the time-sensitive concern. Under Florida Statute 627.7013, any supplemental insurance claims, meaning updated expert reports, comprehensive damage documentation, revised valuations, or additional evidence of loss, must be submitted within an 18-month date of the loss, which will take us to about April 9th, 2026. This deadline is critical. After it expires, the ability to seek additional insurance proceeds narrows substantially. My purpose today is to simply ask that the city of St. Pete does not leave money on the table. I see that you're basically looking at grant options, and the state rep is here to support that, and we support that as well. But we would like an opportunity to partner with you to at least take a solid look at what is available for the city of St. Petersburg as a result of the hurricane challenges that you all received last year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close open forum, and we're going to move into awards and presentations. We're going to start with D1, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc., Zeta Upsilon, I said that right, didn't I? Omega Chapter Day proclamation given by Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I can hear the snickers. It's hilarious.
I got it right. I made sure. Upsilon. I'd say it over and over again, too, if it were
if you don't get it right, Chair.
So that was a wonderful attempt, Chair. So say with me, Alpha, Kappa, Alpha, Sorority Incorporated, Zeta, Upsilon, Omega. How y'all doing? You know I have to give you a hard time your last council meeting.
Yes, you did.
You know I have to give you, y'all, this is his last council meeting. So with that being said, I have to give my chair a hard time because this is his last council meeting and he's done a phenomenal job. So before I get started, y'all please. So thank you for that. It brings me great honor to stand here and read the proclamation for our mayor in regards to a service organization that I have been a member of for 36 years. And I want to salute the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Sheila Jackson Lee, Felicia Rashad, Maya Angelou, Toni Morrison, Kamala Harris, Coretta Scott King, Mae Jemison, Rosa Parks are some of our notable members of the sorority. Now, they just messed up my whole intro. Y'all didn't hear me call them, did you? But what I want to do is I want to, Janae, come forward, please. Now, this is our president. This is Janae Skipper. Come on. So we have to keep camera ready pose. Okay.
I can do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to read this proclamation in regards to the ladies of AKA because it has been an honor for me to be a part of the sorority because we really do, and we are the oldest Greek sorority of African American college educated women. And we just cannot be more proud to accept this proclamation from the mayor. So the proclamation reads, whereas in 1908, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated was founded for and by college-educated African-American women at Howard University to serve others through the arts, education, health, family, and scholarship. And whereas for 117 years and with 390,000 members in 1105 chapters, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated blazes new trails with the theme soaring to greater heights of service and sisterhood, and maintains a progressive interest in serving all mankind. Through a nucleus of committed and service-minded women in the United States, the Caribbean, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. And whereas our local chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter, was chartered on December 15th, 1955, and maintains an ongoing commitment to our city through youth development, mentoring, education through scholarships, service projects, and charitable donations to community organizations. And whereas the members of the Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated have embodied America's premier Greek letter organization for African American women for 70 years in our great city of St. Petersburg, Florida. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg takes great pride in recognizing the Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated efforts to make a lasting impact in lives of women, children, and families in our community. Now, therefore, Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders, on behalf of our mayor, Kenneth T. Welch, do hereby proclaim Monday, December 15, 2025, as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Zeta Upsilon Omega Chapter Day. Yay! So I'm going to ask our president, how many of us, to come and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fig Sanders. In the absence of our mayor, Mayor Kenneth T. Welch, and to the city council members, the Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter here in St. Petersburg would like to thank you for this special recognition. As indicated, we were founded on the campus of Howard University. And 70 years ago, on December 15, 1955, the Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter began serving the citizens of St. Petersburg by impacting our community through service and sisterhood. And today we continue the legacy of our 15 charter members. In 1998, we established our Youth Development Foundation of Pinellas County Incorporated, And to date, we are happy to announce that we have graduated more than 1,000 high school seniors from our program, and honored to say our donations have far exceeded $500,000 to this community through our charitable donations, service projects, and educational scholarships to date, much of which could not be done without the support of the city of St. Petersburg. And I'd like to add, we've been providing essential services before the term ever became popular. We will culminate this year's charter events with the celebration reflecting 70 years of service and sisterhood on Sunday, December the 14th at the University of South Florida Activity Center, which we are very proud. Again, to our great mayor and the city council members, it is an honor to accept this distinguished recognition. Thank you for your support.
What are our totals?
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere yet. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize these pretty ladies in pink and green. To my Divine Nine sisters, I thank you so much for your service to not just the St. Petersburg community for 70 years, but globally, 117 years, since 1908. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the legacy of your trailblazing charter members, great women like Ruby Weisinger, Lena Brown. I see the senator here, his mother, Vivian Rousson. These were women who, cared enough about their community to establish an organization that long after college, that's the beauty of the NPHC, long after college, our service to our community has continued. And so I thank you all so much for blazing trails that future generations have followed, my sisters in AKA, my aunts. So again, I see it all around me. I see you all doing the great work that you're doing, and I just want to say that we commend you and keep on keeping on. You all are supreme in service, so congratulations.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Councilmember Fix Sanders. Thank you for bringing that forward on behalf of the mayor. Okay, we're going to go to D2 for the 100th anniversary of the St. Pete Theater, and we've got Vice Chair Hanowitz bringing us this proclamation.
Thank you, Chair, so much. And for those that are here for the St. Petersburg City Theater, can you come and join me over here, please? Celeste? So I'm honored to present this proclamation on behalf of the mayor, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, to an institution who has been in the city for 100 years and is an integral part of our community. And I'm going to be sharing a little bit of their history when I read the proclamation. Thank you. It turned out that one of their members is also my neighbor, I just found out today, which is great. Whereas there has always been something special about the city of St. Petersburg. Among many things, it's a place where art and culture come alive, giving birth to various expressions of performing arts and theater. And whereas St. Petersburg City Theater began in 1925 with the formation of the Sunshine Players, sponsored by the Women's Club as a play reading group, offering opportunities to perform and encouraging freedom of expression by staging works by local writers. And whereas incorporated as a nonprofit in 1937, the city of St. Petersburg gave the theater exclusive use of the name St. Petersburg Little Theater as the community joined the Little Theater movement of the 1930s. And whereas after decades performing downtown in the Old Grist Mill and Mirror Lake Junior High, the theater raised enough funds through the sale of debenture bonds to members in the community to purchase 3.2 acres of land and build the current theater building at 4025 31st Street South, dedicated and open to the community on September 21st, 1958. And whereas for 100 years, this community theater currently known as St. Petersburg City Theater, has been a definite part of the civic and social life of our community that provides an opportunity for self-expression, growth, and goodwill through the arts of the theater, welcoming without barrier all members and ages of the community. Now, therefore, I, Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby recognize the 100th anniversary of the St. Petersburg City Theater throughout this city and encourage St. Petersburg residents to commend and celebrate the members, volunteers, and supporters of our community theater. Thank you all.
Thank you, City Council members, for this incredible recognition. There are certain milestones when one starts thinking about legacy, but the thing is, a legacy can start with nothing more than a single spark, a glimmer of inspiration and a mission fueled by the power of a group of passionate people working together towards a common vision. In 1925, a group of only 20 St. Pete citizens came together for a community theater club called the Sunshine Players, and the Little Theater movement grew in 1933 when we became the St. Petersburg Little Theater, and again later for St. Petersburg City Theater. A legacy is built by adapting to the changing world around it. Through the years, there have been ups and downs, trials and tribulations, war, financial crises, and just last year, a hurricane literally ripping the roof off over our heads. But through it all, we've persevered. A legacy is sustained by cherishing the human beings at the heart of what we do. For us, a production is just the art. It's a vessel and an incredibly compelling one, but just a vehicle. It's the people inside, whether they are 9 or 90 years old. We are a theater wholly dedicated to the people inside, being a gathering place by the community and for the community, a second home for some, a chosen family for others, a place to find meaning or purpose where all are welcome. I found St. Pete City Theater when I was 13 years old, stage shy, and it propelled me on a trajectory that led to the rest of my life's vocation. We invest in the people at SPCT, and that's why we're here and why we'll continue to do what we do and fight for the odds to keep our doors open. Because a legacy looks around to identify the small decisions it can make today that will impact our tomorrows. Because our choices today affect the future we leave behind and pass on to the next generation. Those 20 citizens in 1925 could barely imagine our little theater would still be here today to accept this proclamation. But they and all of the countless members that served this community over the last 100 years left an inheritance for thousands of citizens of St. Petersburg, including myself. On behalf of all of us at St. Petersburg City Theater, past, present, and future, thank you.
You can come up here. Oh, muscle us. There you go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to congratulate each and every one of you. Like you, I too was a benefactor of the St. Pete Theater. Chair makes this joke about some people being theater kids. I was one of those theater kids. I was never athletically inclined, but I was a lover of the arts, and I knew my forte, and I stayed there. Okay, but I think about that legacy. Those 20 citizens 100 years ago, they did not know the legacy that they were imparting on future generations. And so I thank God for being a part of that legacy. And a lot of people don't know this, y'all. Hollywood actress Angela Bassett got her start on that stage 50 years ago. So I think we got some future Oscar winners that are coming up on that stage right now. So keep doing what you're doing. Congrats.
Well, first of all, thank you for everything you do in the community. I joke about it because I was one too. And fun fact, I've known this family right here since Stephanie was maybe born. And my 8th grade talent show, I was on stage with her brother singing Cats in the Cradle. And so thank you for everything you do. Thank you for the continued investment of time, talent, treasure into the St. Pete Little Theater. I've seen, I don't know, dozens of shows there. It's one of my favorite places. And like I said downstairs, just I'm so thankful for the investment in the whole spectrum of ages of our community for a place to go and feel like home and become who you are and be who you are. It's just an amazing feeling just being a part of it, right? It doesn't even have to be, there's lots of people that aren't on the stage that help, that are just, they're doing their thing too. And so just so thankful and very, very happy to celebrate. So congratulations. Okay, council members, we're going to move into new ordinances, and we are going to move into E2. Could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 631-H, an ordinance of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending city code, chapter 16, land development regulations to revise the city's planning procedures to conform with the requirements of Florida statute, chapter 177, as amended by Florida State Bill, Senate Bill 784, 2025, amending provisions related to variance authority, preliminary plat application, review and appeal procedures, and final plat application, review and appeals procedures, amending the decisions and appeals table to reflect changes to review and approval authority in preliminary and final plat review, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. We do not have any cards, and the public hearing for this item is January the 8th.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into our report items. We're going to go to F1, a presentation on teen art, sports, and cultural opportunities, our TASCO update, and this was requested by Vice Chair Hanowitz, so I'm going to turn it over to her before we go to Mike Jeffries.
Thank you, Chair. I thought it would be a good time to give an update on what TASCO teen programs do for our city and for our youth. It's been a very long time, and I know a lot of the work that they do throughout the city. I've been fortunate enough to have their offices there at Crescent Lake Park in my district, and it is amazing the work that they do with what they have. So I'm going to turn it over to their fearless leader to share with us all the great and exciting things that are happening at TASCO Teen Programs.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that intro, and thank you for the time to go over TASCO. I think it's one of those things that has been around for so long that sometimes we forget that everybody in the community may not be fully aware of what we have going on. I will start off with a funny story. There was a council member who sat on the dais who, during one of our committee meetings, scolded me and said, "I really think the Parks and Rec Department should be more like TASCO." And I had to tell that council member that good news. TASCO is just a division in the Parks and Rec Department. So they had done such a good job of branding themselves that this council member really thought that it was a nonprofit or an external organization. So I still joke about that. I think that was sort of a funny moment in TASCO history. TASCO stands for Teen Art, Sports, Cultural Opportunities. We learned early on that every child connects differently with the community that they live in, and TASCO really is that vehicle to make those connections. TASCO serves middle and high school youth citywide with a focus on leadership, economic growth, and technology enrichment, and safe recreation. Our core principles really boil down to 4. We've got inspiring creativity, teamwork, and leadership, building essential life and workforce skills, strengthening community connections through service and civic engagement, and providing safe, structured spaces during OST, out of school time. One of the things that we're most proud of with TASCO is that it really ensures equitable access for every child in our community because it's free. The child care, we decided many years ago that the care that we provide through TASCO, through our grants that we get through the Juvenile Welfare Board, fantastic partners that we have, that we would not charge any child, middle school child, high school child, to participate in the TASCO child care. And I think that's important. As we all know, that really is a transitional time in a teen's life, and we did not want a family member to not want to or not be able to invest in that child care. Rick's moving my slides to keep me moving after the YFS presentation. He wants to keep me going. So Tasco really has two different channels. The first channel that we'll talk about is what we call Citywide Tasco. And that really is the division that focuses on technology programming, special events, teen sports. We really look to unite teens from across the city in all areas, including youth, leadership, academic motivation, and positive peer socialization, which I think is key. We've got the Center for Teen Technology. That's the facility that Councilmember Hanowitz has right there in her park at Crescent Lake. And it's funny because the community wasn't 100% in favor of that facility being there. We met with them. We really had to convince them that we would be good neighbors. And I think that we've kept those promises. And now I think we would have a real challenge if we tried to move the Center for Teen Technology out of Crescent Lake. So definitely a great partnership there as well. The Center for Teen Technology, we have programs that include a multiple different aspects. We've got fall, spring digital media and engineering classes. We've got robotics. We've got coding, 3D printing, video production. We've got something called Level Up Game Nights to support social development. We have a 10-week summer tech camp focused on STEAM and digital media. Basically, the premise for the Teen Technology Center is to really focus on future-ready workforce skills and to expose teens to emerging technologies. One of the things that we decided early on when we were working with this division of Tasco, we wanted the teens that were in this program to be using state-of-the-art computers and technology and software. We wanted somebody to be able to be hired directly out of our program and be using computers and software that the industry was using. So many times I think we're aware of programs, municipal programs, nonprofit programs that get hand-me-down computers, old software, and that really doesn't equate to a workforce development. And with council's support and the mayor's support, we were able to really invest in this program so that we have state-of-the-art technology. All right, next we have our Tasco Citywide. Actually, I'm on the wrong page. We've got our citywide events. So again, this is some of the most popular youth teen events that we have in the city. I have a listing here. I won't go through all of them. I'll just touch on some of the bigger ones. Obviously, we've got dances. We've got the Field of Screams, which are just fantastic. We've got summer extreme events, Mud Wars, game extravaganzas. We've got the Fort DeSoto Beach Bash, which I like to share with people is important because we've got some children, some teens in our programs that if they were not in Tasco, they would never experience the beach. They would never go out to Fort DeSoto. And so we're able to take them in a safe manner, let them enjoy that natural resource that we have, and really experience something that they may not have an opportunity to experience. We also do cultural programming, which include our annual Black History event and our Hispanic Heritage celebrations that we have. So lots going on in that area. Next, we have our Tasco Teen Sports Leagues. And again, we realize that there are some kids that will connect with us through sports, and we find that we have a lot of high schoolers that connect here. If they're not playing on the teams at their high school, then we are able to offer them programs through the sports leagues. During the fall, we have dodgeball. We've got flag football during the fall and winter. During the winter and spring, we do volleyball, and then we have summer basketball as well. These leagues really support physical wellness, teamwork, and all that fits into the methodology, maintaining consistent team program attendance and engagement. And we'll talk more about the methodology when we get to the Juvenile Welfare Board slide. The next channel of Tasco that we have is center-based. And again, this is really, I can boil it down very simply. This is a trusted adult at every one of our rec centers. Every one of our rec centers has a teen center that teens can come up, they can hang out, they are there for out of school time. We serve over 1,400 teens in FY 25. We have these programs at 11 of our rec centers. These programs are designed around the needs of each community. So the teen supervisor we have there typically comes from the community in which they're serving. So they're able to connect. Councilmember Givens and I had a meeting yesterday where we were meeting with an adult who is now successfully running a nonprofit who worked with Paula, who is our teen supervisor at Child's Park. And to see that kind of go full cycle really is quite amazing. But I think that's the important part, that we have the right supervisor, the right trusted adult. Because let's face it, middle schoolers and high schoolers go through some transitional scary things. And if you feel like you can't talk to your parents because they're not cool, and we've all been there, then we've got somebody at the rec center that you can confide in and talk to and give, get good advice from. All right, we've got programs that are designed around the support systems for teens at our at-risk households. And otherwise, without these programs, they would be unsupervised at home, and that's one of the things that we try to avoid. On this slide, we have our fiscal overview and growth. I cannot say enough about the support that we get from the Juvenile Welfare Board. While they don't fund all of the TASCO program, they certainly provide the funding for this child care element. They provide us just over $3.7 million to run these programs for both the center-based and the citywide programs that we just discussed. Again, we talked about the methodology. The methodology is important, and I know each of you will really connect with this. We have to annually update our methodology with the Juvenile Welfare Board. We have to tell them about our deliverables. We have to tell them what we are going to accomplish with the funding they provide. At the Youth and Family Services Committee, I provided you all a report card for FY23 and FY24. I think you can see from that report card that we're killing it as far as the deliverables. The Juvenile Welfare Board has consistently reached out and told us that, our audits, we have had 100% financial accuracy in all of our audits and our file reviews. And I can tell you that it's not that's a heavy lift. We have staff that work very hard. When you're talking about $3.7 million, there are a lot of T's to cross and a lot of I's to dot, and the staff does a fantastic job of that. And the Juvenile Welfare Board constantly praises us with our efficiencies. We also have very minimal lapse of funds, meaning that we're really able to kind of navigate the grant and make sure that we're giving the kids exactly what they need. All right, next we've got some examples of our OST, out of school time. We offer before school, after school, summer. We also offer care during the school out days. Some of the core components that we're really proud of would be our homework assistance, tutoring, academic goal tracking. We also offer sports, recreation, and enrichment. One of the things that we just started, and I mentioned at YFS, is the Friday Night Flex, which is super exciting. That's part of this program as well. We're opening several rec centers that are geographically spread out throughout the city. This is a year-round program. We're opening those centers on a Friday night and just kind of allowing free recreational pickup in the basketball, on the basketball courts, volleyball, whatever the kids want to do. We've got something to keep them occupied and to avoid idle hands. We also do a ton of community service projects. We offer technology access to try to conquer the digital divide. We work on digital skill development. Another great partnership we have with the Pinellas County School Systems. They help us and provide us buses. They charge us direct costs for those. We also use city vans, which allow us to move the teens around so they can experience more of our city. The TASCO program offers a safe, supportive, and structured environment. As most of us know, that's absolutely critical in the world that we live today. Economic enrichment and overlay programs. This is a very exciting program. I think most of you know that we subscribe to a philosophy called disguised learning. So that, again, we know that every child learns a little differently. Some learn in a formal setting. Some learn better in a rec center. And so what we do is we hire education specialists and behavior specialists to help us navigate this. If you're at, and I'll use Walter Fuller as an example, if you're a teen who's going to Azalea and then you go to the TASCO program at Walter Fuller, chances are highly likely that we've hired the teacher that assigned you that project, and they're going to be at the rec center tutoring you on that project that they assigned. One of the things that we really hope and desire for our teens is that they do have an unfair advantage. We want to make sure that the teachers that are assigning the projects, the quizzes, the tests, they're right there after hours with the kids and kind of poking, saying, hey, you may want to study this a little harder, or this might be something you want to know about. So that has been really, really successful and really helpful. I can't tell you the number of calls that we've had that have come in from parents that have said, we don't know what you're doing, but you've changed the trajectory of my child, the grades are improved, and we're super excited. We also have behavior specialists, and you probably know one of our behavior specialists, former Councilmember Steve Cornell. He works with us and helps us when we have a situation where we have a child who is navigating scary waters or experiencing something they've not experienced before. We have that behavior specialist that can come in and really kind of help guide. So we've got 2 of those, and they're just absolutely fantastic. In our overlay program for economic enrichment, we focus on STEAM, job skill development, leadership, teamwork, financial wellness. We work with credit unions. We work with, you name it. We'll partner with anyone to kind of connect those dots. Next, we have community safety and service. And this one is something that we're excited about. So we work with the Juvenile Welfare Board, and we provide swim lessons for some of the children in our program. All in all, you guys have heard this number before. We served just over 4,500 swim lessons last fiscal year, which we're super proud of. And the Juvenile Welfare Board has funded a handful of those to kind of keep that moving in the right direction. Last year, we had over 130 community service activities that the teens participated in. We have partnerships with Healthy St. Pete, More to Life, credit unions, St. Petersburg College, our fantastic partners in PD and Fire, and many, many local nonprofits. Again, I think when we talk about police, we talk about fire. If we can have a relationship with our teens before an emergency happens, before an interaction happens, that badge is less scary, and there's a trust there, and we really find that that kind of helps bridge some of the gaps that may exist. Next, I want to talk a little bit about teen councils and youth employment. We have teen councils at each and every one of our rec centers. Each of the rec centers gets the kids who are really kind of interested in civics, if you will. From that group, we find a handful, 2 or 3 from each center, and those individuals become part of the Mayor's Youth Congress, which actively engages the teen council members, and it gives them a chance to see how city government works. They take on community leadership roles, provide the mayor with youth-driven input on issues affecting young people. They help us with budget input. They're really exciting. It's pretty neat to talk to middle schoolers and high schoolers and ask them what direction they think the city should go. We've, in the past, we've asked them about the design for the pier. We've asked them about the raise, and it's really interesting to get some of their input. We also, as far as youth employment, and again, this is through the Juvenile Welfare Board as well, we have 27 paid rec attendants. These are helpers to some of our youth development workers. These are from ages 15 to 19. We want to make sure you're in high school if you're in this program. What we find, and I'm reminded each year council does a management study. Several years back, there was a management study on Tasco. And the firm that came in and went through all of our records and talked to all of our participants, family members, they summarized it by saying Tasco has the secret sauce. And I'll never forget that as long as I live, because it made me laugh, but I really think it's true. We have teens that are in our program. They start out and they go into our Tasco program. They get into this rec attendant program. They then get hired full time. They then become career employees, and we've got many of those folks that are working with us now. Again, Tasco has something for everyone. I would be remiss if I didn't thank this group for all of your support. Each and every one of you has been tremendously supportive of Tasco. And each and every one of you knows that it is a division of the Parks and Rec Department, so I don't have to educate you on that. But again, when we come to you with needs or even requests to have you participate in programs or events, you guys are all on board. We have 100% participation from this group and just cannot thank you all enough. So happy to entertain any questions. I would like to introduce a couple of people. To my right, we have Rick Kraft, who's the Assistant Director over the rec side of the house. And then, and then standing next to me here, we've got Lynn Gordon, who is our manager over the citywide Tasco components, so leagues, Field of Screams, all of those good stuff. And then also to my right, give her a round of applause. And then also to my right, we have Rob Lovelace, who is the manager over all rec centers, and so he oversees the center-based Tasco components. So happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And Mike, of course, thank you for a fantastic presentation. As always, very thorough. Clearly, you and Rick and your team do have the secret sauce and have figured it out. And by the way, the last photo in that slide, if you can go back to that real quickly.
Too quick.
That group right there, those people every day, day in and day out, they're fantastic.
They really are.
I've seen them at work, in the office, and I will tell you the welcoming environment that you feel in there. And like you said, teens can be a challenge. I've raised one. I have one turning 11 and entering that era, and even for parents now it's even more challenging because you have phones and you have all these other things that you have to deal with, and your group has found ways to get them off the phone and do other things. And that is what we need in society so we can have productive young youth in our community. And so the last time I went, I will say that they have they do the 3D printer, and it was just amazing the work that they were doing with the 3D printer and like the widgets and all these different things. And this is our city that is providing this, and I thought it was just fantastic. So I wanted to make sure that we shared that with the community. I also want to give a shout out to Juvenile Welfare Board for their support. For all of you that don't know, I mean, if you pay taxes in the city of St. Petersburg or in Pinellas, you're part of that goes to the Juvenile Welfare Board. It's a line item on your property tax bill, and we all pay for that, and it's almost about $1 million. And some of that money is coming back to us through like the teen programs. And without that, it would be very difficult not to be able to support a lot of these programs.
We would not be able to do this without the Juvenile Welfare Board or the Pinellas County School System. Right. Our partnership with those two groups, we partner with a lot of people, but those two are outstanding partners that really believe in what we stand for and really support us. So you're 100% right. 25 years with JWB.
That's amazing. And you know, the other day I was talking, I'm a mentor and to a young teen girl. I've been her mentor since she was in elementary school, and I followed her through the years. And you know, it's like, what is it that teens, like, what are the activities that they do nowadays, right? What is it that keeps them busy? And this is a type of stuff that they should be doing out there and getting out off their phones and off their tablets. And doing that type of activity, and I'd love to see more of that. So I thank you for sharing that, and you always have my support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I really just put myself on here to say thank you for the presentation. We come across Tasco in a million different ways, like as council members, and to see it all laid out like this was, I feel, very beneficial for myself and I'm sure others. So I really appreciate it. And after I put myself on here, I got a note from my aide, Courtney, who wanted to say she was a Tasco kid and that it was a great experience, and she wants me to praise the Tasco to City Hall pipeline. So I appreciate the work that I do.
She actually... She'll catch me off guard every once in a while. I was at Shore Acres when Courtney was in elementary school, and she'll still call me Coach Mike every once in a while, and it's like, whoa, that's a blast from the past. Yeah. So yes. Absolutely.
That's great. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. You know, I grew up in a different city in Florida, and I spent a lot of time at the rec centers and doing youth sports and whatnot. It's great to be able to get here and support that as well. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, thank you very much. I think it's first important to recognize that this is not a part of every Parks and Rec system. This is not only something unique, but we have taken it to you and your team have taken it to a whole different level, and it's important for everyone listening to know that you're not following a playbook of how we run counties and cities. We are truly committed to doing things that are way above and beyond, and that is a big deal. to add to that big deal, I've worked with JWB. To work with them for 1 year is not hard. To get them to work with you for a second year is incredibly hard. That they are very serious about their standards and about crossing T's and dotting I's. And I have seen plenty of organizations that haven't been able to carry the torch with them. But for us to somehow garner their attention for 25 years is pretty incredible. So I cannot say enough about you and your team. Do you want to quickly brag on the bigger department for your winnings last night?
Oh gosh, I didn't know you were going to put me on the spot. We're happy to announce that St. Pete Parks and Rec won a Good Burger Award last night. Woo! Yes. Huge surprise, huge honor. The category is sustaining St. Petersburg. So we're very appreciative. And again, like you said, it's the entire team. Every staff member we have, they really enjoy giving back to this community. We work so others can play. And it starts in parks. I would be remiss if I didn't say that.
Correct. Thank you. I got you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Chair, and congratulations again to you, Mike, and the entire team. You started off with something that was very poignant. You said every child connects with their community differently. And I love the fact that Tasco is all-inclusive. I, too, Councilmember Floyd, was a Tasco kid. I can remember Fearless Fridays at Roberts Rec Center. Yes. So, yes, thank you so much for the great memories of my childhood. But one of the things that I'm thinking about, and I'm a little jealous, Councilmember Hanowitz, is this Center for Teen Technology. I would love to know how we can replicate that, Mike, at other centers throughout St. Pete, whether it be West St. Pete or South St. Pete.
So good news. Part of Mayor Welch's design for Enoch is just that, is to have a teen technology center baked into the Enoch Davis project, just for exactly what you said. We want to share the love, and we want to make sure that we have those resources available across our city.
Exciting. And I went on a tour recently of it's currently under renovation, the Jordan Park Gym. They are working on that. It's a partnership with St. Pete College. Can you speak a little bit to any partnerships that we may have with some of those institutions of higher learning that we have here in St. Pete? Because I know Dr. Williams has piloted a number of certifications that are really industry leading, and I think the early exposure to our students here in Pinellas County Schools would be beneficial to them. So I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity for our after-school care programs to really work with this new gym that they have? Because to me, STEAM is their goal.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's definitely new opportunities, but I'll talk about what we've done in the past as well. So we've partnered with USF, with St. Pete College. We also, and again, as Rick and I put this together, and Lynn Gordon and her team put this presentation together, it's very difficult to cover everything that we do in a short period of time. But one of the things that we really do that the kids really love and has really made a big difference are our college visits. And so we will take kids throughout the year on field trips to FAMU, UF, you name it. We'll take them to different colleges. And sometimes it's the first time that these children or anybody in their family really has ever stepped foot on a college or university property. And so we're able to kind of have them meet with counselors, meet with peer teams at some of the universities and colleges. And it really creates a fire, and it creates an interest that may not have been there. Like I said, we will partner with anyone, especially during the summer. We have overlay programs where we have speakers that come from St. Pete College, from USF, to really kind of talk to our juniors, our seniors, some of the kids who are graduating, and just say, hey, what are your desires? Where are your pathways? I do want to say publicly that I don't think college is the only option for our youth. And so we also have, the Pinellas Technical School will come out and share some opportunities. And like I shared with you earlier, we have staff that have come up through our programs that are now working full-time and have a career with a pension, healthcare, and Parks and Rec. Frequently, they get stolen to other departments. That's why we say it starts in parks. But exactly, we have Councilmember Harding started with us, Tom, Rob. I mean, the list goes on and on. So, but it's one of those things where we really do look for those opportunities to connect. And like you said, we will not turn down a good partnership. We'll work with anybody.
Exciting. Thank you, Mike. And you kind of segued into something that I wanted to bring up next, which is employment opportunities. I love the fact that Tasco is doing that, providing pathways to career opportunities. You said it best. Not everybody's going to go to college, but everybody deserves a career that pulls them out of poverty. And I really would like to hone in specifically on employment opportunities for teens. Have we considered a possible peer-to-peer approach where we could pay these teens who are working for Tasco or participants in Tasco to get out there and to be peer coaches for their other peers who aren't already involved in these civic organizations or productive organizations like Tasco?
That's really what we have going on now with the rec attendants. So during the out of school times, the days that are the school is not in session, we have them come in, we pay them, and then we specifically work on workforce education. And so we have them work together. We have them do peer-to-peer skits and that sort of thing. I remember when Susie Ahawk did a presentation on how not to dress to a job interview. We do things like that on the out-of-school time scenarios. At the YFS presentation, I gave you all a number. I don't have that with me in front of me right now, but a large number of the employees that we hire are in this age group. So like I said, for the rec attendants, we hire them at 15. While we only have 27 of those positions, those fill up very quickly. But when you've graduated high school and you're over 18, you're able to work in our rec centers as a youth development worker. And those, we've got, I think over 200 employees, 260. We employ 260 employees that are under the age of 24, so from 15 to 24. That can be lifeguards, WSI, the list is long. So yes, we are probably one of the larger employers of this age group. We also work very closely with the Bowleys program, and we hire a lot of those individuals as well. Again, not only giving them a job, but giving them that workforce development, that training, so that they can then be on the right path and the right trajectory.
And the last thing I want to finish with is just a celebration. You had a really innovative, forward-thinking approach through your partnership with Pinellas County Schools by hiring classroom teachers, certified classroom teachers, to come and to tutor and provide homework assistance to our kids in our after-school care program. And that really has moved the needle forward in the right direction. So I thank you so much, again, for being forward-thinking and doing all we can to really provide that foundational support for our students who need it best. So thank you so much for all of your hard work, Mike, and thank you to the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. None of this works without council support. And again, even when we brought the joint use agreement together forward, you guys were all on board with that. And it's very exciting to bring new ideas because I know we'll be supported.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Trust me, mine is going to be real short. Thank you, and thank you. And for all that you do, even before I was elected, we can pick up the phone, and Tasco really has always been phenomenal. But you have to always remember it starts from the top, because you surrounded yourself with awesome people. You are open to innovative ideas, but more importantly, I salute you for what you do for our children. Instead of chastising, you celebrate. Instead of tormenting, you teach. You have connected with the youth of our city. A lot of areas, a lot of folk will not go, but you all have connected with our teens, our children of all ages. So for that, I want to say thank you, because it's, they say it starts in Parks and Rec, but with that, I'm going to say, but it also ends with success, and we thank you for that. Thanks, Mike. Thank Greg.
We have an amazing team. I can't say enough about them.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I was going to bring up Fearless Fridays. Councilmember Givens stole my name drop. But I just, I say it all the time. Listen, I grew up with Parks and Rec. Like I am not where I am today without it, and that includes the Fearless Fridays, the gym opportunities, the rec sports, the just being able to be on a space. I mean, just like what we were talking about with St. Pete Theater early, like you find safety in your space that you feel comfortable in, right? And so I was lucky enough to find two, and I wouldn't be here without either of them. And the people, our employees are the best on the face of the planet. I know we all agree on that. I also just because I was thinking about it, and frankly, Stephanie's dad, who was here from St. Pete City Theater, he was my 10-year-old baseball coach. And so it's not just the employees, it's the volunteers that have to happen too, right? It's the parents and the family members and the friends that give you the ride and are sitting at practice and doing all those things. It's such a community effort. It is amazing to see what happens at our rec centers, on our parks. It's absolutely incredible. And so when we get an update like this, you just go, and this is just one small part of it, right? It's just a piece of the pie. And so I'm just always so amazed about just the breadth of what's going on. And frankly, although it's disappointing that you hear a story about like Tasco needs to be more like Parks and Rec, it's also not that surprising because the department does so damn much. And so it's just incredible. And so I just, again, everybody has said thank you, but I'm just so proud of what is happening throughout the city, east, west, north, south, spread out at all of these different places, different opportunities to talk about art, to talk about STEAM, to play a sport, to be in a gym, right? Just to go be busy, to go be doing something else. Just as a release, so you don't, maybe you just not need to be home, right? And so I'm just so thankful, man, and more than anything, I'm proud. And so thanks for the leadership of that, to both of you guys, the whole team. Just thank you so much. And Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for the update. I could hear about our Parks and Rec department all day long. So thanks so much, guys.
Thank you guys again for your support. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into F2 and a presentation on our Resilient St. Pete Action Plan. And before we jump into this with Maven, quickly, I was on a Zoom a couple weeks ago for this, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Gabbard for her involvement in that, and I know she participated. I was on the bench listening. Councilmember Harding, I think, was doing the same with me, so we were keeping the bench warm there. And just wanted to say thank you for participating in that. And Maven, thanks for all the work that you're doing on this, and excited to hear this update.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Gabbard.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, I put the item on the agenda. And
oh, I apologize. I didn't
to,
have that.
No,
That's my
that's
fault.
okay. Wanted just to quickly give a quick announcement or a quick intro for it. So certainly it's my pleasure to bring this forward, this report item today, to announce the completion of the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan. I wanted just to kind of give a few words of thanks first, because this has been quite an undertaking to get to this point. So I'm going to start first by saying thanks to City Council. Not only did you approve the funding for this initiative, but I really wanted to say thanks to each and every one of you for your trust in me to champion this initiative. Also want to say a thanks to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, who are here with us today, for their partnership and their leadership in the climate resilient space for the entire Tampa Bay region. Our city team and the professionals at Jacobs, who are also here with us today, I want to thank you all for your hard work and your dedication, especially in the wake of what we went through for the last 18 months. But most importantly, I want to thank the resident-led task force. I know many of them wanted to be here with us today and were not able to, but they really are who this work is rooted in. Countless residents devoted immense time and energy over the last 18 months to develop the action plan that will be brought before you today. They did so, remember, even under unimaginable stress and upheaval in their own lives due to the impacts that each participating neighborhood experienced during Hurricanes Helene and Milton. The impacted neighborhood residents never for one moment faltered on this work, even as they went through recovery and rebuilding from the storms. But instead, they used those events as a catalyst to create a movement of change in our community about how we invest in our infrastructure going forward. Today, you're going to hear about a final work product, and I want you to be very clear. This is not just the creation of a plan that will sit stagnant, but this is the beginning of how true action will follow to ensure that the St. Petersburg is a thriving coastal community long into the future. While we will never hold back 7+ feet of storm surge, this plan will help us prioritize work on our stormwater system to ensure that it is as capable as scientifically possible to handle everyday stressors. And while this is an exercise in resiliency, it is also an exercise in housing affordability and stability for our residents, and one that affects every corner of our city. I'm proud of the work that has been done to date, and I am very happy to see how this plan will continue to evolve and inform the work that we will do for generations to come as we strive to be the resilient city that I know we can be. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Maven for a brief presentation, but I want to remind you all that Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and Jacobs are here to answer any questions if necessary. Thank you so much, Maven.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, and good afternoon. And part of my thank yous, you really took them away. That's great. But it's also to you and your leadership in this project, so thank you for that. We are excited to get in today to share the results of a study that began in the fall of 2025 and represents a significant step forward in our resilience planning efforts. This project, to Councilmember Gabbard's point, is a truly collaborative effort. We have Jason Bird in the audience with Jacobs. He is the Resilience Market Solutions leader and has been excellent to work with alongside the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. So thank you to both of those. Finally, to reiterate what Councilmember Gabbard said, I want to extend a sincere thank you to the residents and stakeholders who joined us in the walking tours. Councilmember Harding joined us, and Representative Cross was also there, as well as Councilmember Gabbard, so thank you all for your participation. The lived insights that we learned were invaluable and helped us ground this work in real community needs. So let's get into this. And some of you council members today might recognize the slide that is presented here. Claude Tankersley presented us at a committee of a whole. And I wanted to start here so the audience and the community can kind of get a broader spectrum. So Resilient St. Pete Action Plan lives under the umbrella of Resilient St. Pete. Resilient St. Pete serves as the city's overarching framework. As a large umbrella, we have under that umbrella things that bring all of it together, as you can see from up above, adding Sunrise St. Pete soon to that list. Resilient St. Pete works to understand our hazards and works to establish our own risk tolerance, strengthen our infrastructure, empower neighborhoods, and plan for our future. It is an ecosystem approach that includes data and assessment, infrastructure and adaptation, flood mitigation strategies, coastal flooding, community engagement, weather vulnerabilities, policy and planning, green infrastructure, level of service analysis, and more. So it is a very large initiative. Considering it is large, the City of St. Petersburg is working towards a proactive approach on resilience measures, which takes all of these and integrates it into a comprehensive strategy, which we have not started on quite yet. But we are working on getting that all into one group. So to talk a little bit about the project today, the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan, the end product is actually a story map. So there is a QR code. So if you see that QR code right there, you can have your phone, or if you'd like to access it and follow along with the presentation. This effort focused on 9 different neighborhoods. This included Childs Park, Kingston Street South, Shore Acres, Riviera Bay, Old Pasadena, Bartlett Park, Coquina Key, Bonita Bayou, or Bayou Bonita, depending on who you talk to, and Harbordale. These 9 neighborhoods were chosen for its unique relationship with the water. Some were low in elevation, adjacent to coast, or contained major drainage ditches and lakes. These characteristics made them suitable to study as part of this pilot program. The results of this program can be applied to other neighborhoods across the city with similar characteristics. I also have on the slide an email, sustainability@stpete.org. So if anyone or any of our neighborhoods are out there watching today and didn't get to participate in the pilot study, I encourage them to reach out, and we will get with them and come to their neighborhood to present some of these findings and have a conversation with them on flood solutions. So as part of the pilot, really, where did this all begin? So the city conducted a series of walking tours, which the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council really helped us coordinate. So what they did is they organized community leaders and neighbors in those areas. These leaders went out to their neighbors and asked, what was your experience? Would you like to be involved in this project? Is there any type of flooding that you're seeing in your neighborhood that you typically don't see? These are questions that we were asking and trying to find solutions for as we walk through these neighborhoods. These tours created spaces for residents to share their lived experiences with our team. So we had a crew of engineers, our stormwater team, our engineering team. We had local elected officials all attending these walking tours to really understand what the flood risks of these neighborhoods are. The neighborhoods pilot was intended to document resident experiences, study localized flooding patterns, and confirm and refine our technical data, as oftentimes these reports do not include resident stories. These 9 neighborhoods were selected as the first focus areas because they show some of the most consistent and well-documented flooding challenges in the city. So when we look at the story map, when you go, it really breaks it down into 6 areas. We have our introduction, community voices, our flood risks, pathways to resilience, looking forward, and a glossary. I'm going to go over some of these areas real briefly and then kind of dive into some of them a little bit more. Again, the QR code is right there, so if anyone needs to link to the website. The introduction and background, this area gives an overview of the plan structure, including community engagement. It also talks about the history of our stormwater system. So when did all this start and what were we planning for during those times? The community voices section, this is where this centers the local input. The lived experience that we documented in these walking tours are represented through this tab and discusses more about how those local voices are being heard and problems that are being identified and discussed. Our flood risks, this section identifies and maps the real flood challenges faced by the city and neighborhoods. Potential storm surge, sea level rise, drainage, floodplain issues, neighborhood-specific threats. And the pathways to resilience is the solutions, and some of the solutions to our flood risk. So this really equips the residents with the tools that they might need to advocate for the solutions, because a lot of residents that we talk to really are not for sure what the solutions are for tomorrow. So it's part of our job to help educate them on those solutions. Looking forward, this section is a longer term vision, and we'll kind of go over that here in a second. Glossary is a little self-explanatory, but flooding is very complicated. And so we have added a glossary in case anyone might have questions. So now we're going to get into a couple of different sections on that story map so I can explain a little bit more. So when you go to our community voices, it has the individual community profile. So if you see I have Bartlett Park up here right now, it says how many acres there is in that neighborhood, how many homes, what's in the FEMA floodplain. And when you go there, you can actually toggle on the map. We have a FEMA floodplain layer where neighborhoods can see if they are in the 1% or 0.2% chance annually of a flood hazard. These identify the flooding issues in those walking tours, the drainage systems that are around those neighborhoods, and as well as roads and access to those neighborhoods. It also utilizes the state of Florida adaptation framework, which focuses on 4 areas: protection, accommodation, avoidance, and retreat, to discuss some possible solutions. Some of the things that we heard during the community feedbacks is that flooding is worsening and driven by multiple factors such as rain, high tide, sunny days, and storm surge. Going to our flood risks. So this is useful as we look at the different types of flooding can be complicated. We're not always, some of our residents are seeing coastal flooding, some of our residents are seeing rainfall flooding, some of our residents are not for sure of the difference between the two. So what we did is we decided that this area should reflect the different types of flooding. So from everyday high tides to extreme storms to heavy rainfall. So you can capture the full spectrum of a flood threat. Oftentimes, residents may not even realize the types of flooding that may be impacting their area, so it might be really hard for them to communicate what their issues are if they do not know. So this helps us understand that flooding isn't just one thing. Sometimes it's a slow and creeping, such as sea level rise, or sometimes it's sudden and dramatic, like storm surge or rainfall flooding. This helps us enable targeted flood mitigation and associated planning by knowing what flood we're addressing. Each type of flood hazard may need different strategies, such as a seawall or elevation or coastal tidal flooding, drainage upgrades for surface flooding, things of that nature. The following flooding threats have been identified by the Jacobs team: coastal flood, rainfall flood, ditch flooding, and compound flooding. So you can learn more about that in our flood risks. So we wanted to really take it a step farther because we didn't want to just identify the risks for the residents and leave them at that. We really wanted to work alongside the residents during these walking tours, as well as our own research on how we can best address our flood risks. So when you go to the citywide, the Pathways to Resilience, what we have done here is it explores the flood types that we identified previously, such as ditch, rainfall, coastal, and compound, and breaks them down into a list of strategies that can reduce those flood impacts. This is a list that needs ongoing building and identification of projects. By any means is it not over. This is a reiterative project, so it will change as community feedback comes in. Our looking forward section has quite a lot of different information, but one thing that's important here is that neighborhoods can look at, the neighborhoods included in the study, can look at their current CIP projects that are underway, the strategy type, the type of flood it seeks to mitigate, the intent, and the project status with description. So we're very excited about that project. And as we continue to look forward, resilience planning is a very complicated and complex subject, just as flooding. So really, the city is taking a phased approach. And this phased approach, in the first phase, we're really trying to understand. When every day we're getting closer to fully understanding our flood risk, whether that is through the vulnerability assessments of our water treatment plants, the stormwater master plan, the seawall capital plan, Sunrise St. Pete, our sea level rise vulnerability assessment, the city's One Water plan, or even our current work with the EPA to model future climate impacts. We are continuously trying and striving to understand our flood risk. The truth is, this is a massive undertaking. Each flood threat looks different depending on the neighborhood, the elevation, the infrastructure, and the use. And all of these things must be taken into consideration when making, coming up with solutions. So phase one is a learning phase, and even though it's ongoing, we are already trying to connect the dots. Phase 2 and 3 is assessment and adaptation. This is where we start turning what we've learned into action. This is where assessments meet real-world solutions. For example, at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility, we're currently elevating electrical panels and equipment which drive the plant operation, so it's less vulnerable in a flood event. But if we did not understand the event in phase 1, we would have never led to phase 2 or phase 3. So we must understand our events. Assessment and adaptation work is taking place right now and will continue to work as we assess and then adapt. That's what adaptation looks like: understanding the issue, choosing the hazard we want to design for, and determining whether the return on investment makes sense for our level of risk tolerance. It's how we can make sure our infrastructure stays strong even when the weather doesn't cooperate. And our final phase is integration. Just as true any sustainability and resilience work is, it's integrated. So the last phase, of course, would be that. We're working right now to bring all of these resilience efforts into one place, as I stated earlier. We are trying to create one space where residents can easily navigate without needing to look for multiple plans or websites. Ongoing efforts through this process include the city SPAR plan, which is ongoing, and really the implementation arm of the city's resilience initiative. And yes, we have many resilience initiatives happening concurrently, but that's a good thing. It means we're investing in the future of St. Pete. Integration helps us streamline that work, connect it, and make it easier for both staff and residents to see how all these efforts support the same goal, very much like why the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan exists, to protect our city and strengthen our neighborhoods. So in wrapping up, the Resilient St. Pete Neighborhoods Pilot Project we developed a program to help inform our Resilient St. Pete overarching approach. This program recognizes that resilience can look very different from one neighborhood to another based on geography, infrastructure, demographics, past impacts, and local concerns. We have to avoid a one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, we have to ensure interventions are appropriate and responsive to real varied conditions across the city, which we learned through this study. Again, we also want to continue this ongoing feedback so that way communities aren't just waiting for us to show up to a community meeting to provide feedback. So here I have a QR link that goes to a job form survey. It's a very short survey if anyone wants to look at the website and provide us feedback or just even document any of their concerns. They can certainly do that through that method. I would be remiss if I didn't mention why I had the platform that Sunrise St. Pete is going to be a huge initiative for residents to pay attention to, and applications open on December 15th. It's just a reminder. So anyone that is interested in that should go to sunrisestpete.org. Thank you.
Thank you. And just quickly before I go to Councilmember Givens, Councilmember Gabbard, I apologize that's totally my bad. So, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Maven, thank you, Claude, and the entire team for all your hard work on this. Thank you for better helping me understand how we are going to be integrating this plan, and thank you so much for bringing up something that I was going to mention, which is we have multiple plans. There are multiple projects that are going on, but how can we centralize all this information so that residents have a better understanding of what we're doing? Because trust me, I know you all go to the same meetings I go to. Constituents wonder what we're doing. And where we are on these projects. And so I'm happy to see that this is really going to kind of help guide that. I did have one question for you, Maven. How does the administration plan to use all of this information? How are we going to, I guess, adapt the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan to better inform future budgets? When we talk about capital improvement projects, how are we using this plan to help us budget?
Great. Thank you for the question. Do you want? Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Claude Tankersley, Public Works Administrator. We're actually already using this, but we will continue to do so into the future. So if you were to go on to the story map, you'll see projects listed there, some of which have been in our CIP for several years, and it's just a reiteration of these are the work we're going to be doing. But there's some projects listed on there that came directly out of the walking tours with the neighborhoods. That got us thinking about how we could look at things a little bit differently, and we will continue to add those projects to our CIP moving forward into the future. As we talk to more communities and as we learn more about the success of some of the projects we already have planned, it'll allow us to shape our CIP into the future. Some of the projects that we are proposing to do are unique and first-time projects for the city. They may actually be unique in general. And so we've got some learning to do. We have confidence that we are going to be successful with many of them. We hope we'll be successful with all of them. But along the way, we'll learn what works, what doesn't work, and we'll adapt accordingly.
Thank you for that, Claude. And again, my point is that, I think this is really going to help us better inform and better communicate what we're doing as a city to really tackle the problems that we're dealing with when it comes to sustainability and resiliency, right? To your point, this is an issue that does not just impact our coastal neighborhoods.
Correct.
It's found its way into Childs Park.
Mm-hmm.
So representing that district, I would love to do a walking tour. I haven't had an opportunity to do one with you, but I would recommend that we really bring in the neighborhood association to really help us get robust engagement. So thank you so much, and I appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Well, this is just pretty cool. I'm repeating, but just the centralized location of all the information, I think, makes it super simple. Mm-hmm. And when you're talking to a neighborhood, and when you're thinking about resiliency, up to this point, you'd have to go to probably 6 different pages, right? And so to be able to have this and be able to point to it, and selfishly, you don't have to know it all either, because you could literally just bring it up while you're there. And so just from a resident facing, from a tool for us, I just think it's pretty incredible. And I just think it's cool. And so super excited. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for being on the Zoom. That was super helpful. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this grow on my time on council, and as we continue into this. This is really exciting. So thank you for all the work, and across council members' team, this is really neat and exciting to roll out. So thank you so much.
I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Maven. She joined us a year ago. She joined us a day or two before Milton hit, and then immediately after Milton hit us, she was out in the
you're
community.
welcome all at the same time.
She was out in the community and helping, with community recovery, and then she dove into this program, and it's been a really good learning experience. But you did a really good job, so thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Maven, you certainly didn't hesitate to hit the ground running, so thank you so much.
Amen.
All right, we're going to move on to F4, and this one I have pulled by Councilmember Gabbard.
Yes.
1 for 2. I'll take that batting average. Councilmember Gabbard, go ahead and introduce the item.
Well, you want to talk about lessons learned from the walking tours. You want to talk about projects and how resiliency in action really shows up. I think it's apropos that these items are following the presentation of the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan, because I think that anyone who understands, impacts from the storms that we saw, if you live on any of the canals, especially in Riviera Bay, immense impacts to the navigability, and those canals certainly saw a lot of impact from those storms. And that became very evident not only immediately after the storms, but through the experiences that the residents shared with us on the walking tours from the Resilient Action Plan. So this kind of is all coming together really beautifully as we move forward on the first steps of being able to dredge those canals. And so, Brajesh, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to kind of explain some of the minutia behind this, but I'm very excited that we've made this progress and we're here today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good day, Council. Brajesh Prune, Engineering and Capital Improvements Department. And again, eloquently said, and I just want to start off by, going to Councilmember Givens, your question. This is the result of it. So this is an example of how we are implementing or making that step to implement programs and projects coming out of these walking tours and understanding. So just to give a high-level concept perspective, canals 11 and 12 generally flow from Saltgrass Lakes area under the Interstate 275 along 77th Avenue North, then continues east towards First Street, which is then splits with Canal 11 heading north-south towards Sunlit Cove, as well as Canal 12 continuing east towards generally east with little winding turns, and connecting ultimately to Tampa Bay. Both of these are tidally connected systems. Now, the limits of work generally for this project is within the vicinity of 4th Street towards the discharge points at Tampa Bay. Now, what's critical is that this section spans multiple neighborhood associations. You will hear about Riviera Bay Civic Association, the Riviera Bay Subdivision Homeowner Association, Renaissance Neighborhood Association, as well as Kaya Costa Association as well. What this project is really aiming to do is we are looking to start that understanding of our programmatic look towards how do we dredge our stormwater conveyance systems? What is the permitting processes? Understanding the constraints and what are the challenges involved in the permitting as well. So this preliminary work goes up to 30% design, but what it's going to involve, and if you take a look at the scope, it really is in depth in the bathymetric survey, which is actually understanding the topography underwater, but also the sediment analysis. Because one of the key confusing points that exists right now is the relationship between the DEP permit and the Army Corps permit as it relates to Section 404 and the tidal conditions and the connection points. So that's really what we're trying to get, is to get that base understanding the permit requirements, because ultimately we're peninsula and peninsula. All of our stormwater systems connect ultimately to that tidal condition. So if we understand it, it helps us develop a repeatable process in the future. And with that, I ask for approval.
Move approval.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just have a quick question while we're here, and frankly, Councilmember Gabbard, it's for you. Could you share some of what the feedback was on your walking tour and how this? I think it would be just interesting to hear how this project, how it got communicated during your walking tour.
Yeah.
And then, because it's cool to see, like, to get it here, right? And so I know that's why you pulled it, because it's exciting.
Yeah.
And so I'd just be interested, like, how they shared. We have somebody on Zoom?
They just raised their hand, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and actually, I think that might be the president of Riviera Bay Neighborhood Association, if by any chance you wanted to take that before
let's do that.
we go back and forth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Riviera Bay Civic Association, I'm going to enter you into the meeting space. Please state your name, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Hi, my name is Vanessa Puglisi. I'm the president of the Riviera Bay Civic Association. My personal address is 9399 Sun Isle Drive Northeast. We are very, very excited that this item is on the agenda today. We have been asking for the dredging of the canals in Riviera Bay for many years due to issues of increased flooding well before Hurricane Helene hit. And I will say, to address the results of the walking tours for the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan, it was actually our second walking tour that we did of Riviera Bay. I want to thank Brandy for organizing one in 2020. Was it 4? We did the first one in May. And we were able to have our Congress people from the federal level and the state level, as well as our representatives, as well as the mayor, many of the people from Tampa Bay Regional Planning Commission tour Riviera Bay. And we were able to span our neighborhood, which runs from 78th Avenue to 98th Avenue, from 4th Street all the way to the water, and explain some of the issues that have happened. There have been changes to the way the county has put their roads in, but we went from a neighborhood that did not experience flooding to areas of our neighborhood experiencing 5 floods in a 4-year period of time. We watched sedimentation flow into the canal system from some of the construction in the area, the Gandy flyover area, new condos in the area, and everything that's dumping. And we've watched the levels go to where you can walk across the canals in certain locations now. And we were very happy to be able to take Jacobs, Claude and Brajesh and their team out and see it. And then even after Helene, now, like, you can walk all the way into Rio Vista Park without getting wet, where you used to be able to draft a very significantly sized boat. So we would love to see the flooding abate in our neighborhood just through proactive measures like this, such as dredging. We're very happy that we're starting with canals 11 and 12, as they are the worst in the neighborhood. And we would ask, on behalf of all the residents in Riviera Bay, the HOA and the surrounding communities that do live in this area, and everyone on the other side of 4th Street that's now impacted by flooding that's backing up because the water can't get out, that you support this item. So that's all I have to say. So thank you. If you have any questions.
Well, Vanessa, thank you very much for popping up and raising your hand and sharing that. That's exactly what I was looking for. So thank you for sharing that perspective, and thank you for your service inside of the neighborhood and your continued involvement inside of our city. So thank you. Thanks for pointing that out, Councilmember Gabbard. Okay, that's really all I had. I think this is great. We've got a motion on a second on F4. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I4 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move into F3. It's a clapping day. It's a day, yeah, it's a happy clap. It's a happy clap.
Tell you what.
All right, so we are gonna move into F3. We've got Aaron Fish joining us, and we're gonna talk Tangerine Plaza. Welcome, Aaron.
Morning, or good afternoon, Council Chair, Vice Chair, members of Council. Aaron Fish, Director of Real Estate and Property Management. I will start off saying Mayor Welch intended to be here this morning to introduce this item and provide some comments. Those comments were, I believe, shared with City Council in a memo that was distributed earlier. The presentation that we have for you this afternoon, I'll go through the option agreement, the terms of that option, where we're at now, and also provide a recap of the terms of the lease and development agreement. In July of 2024, the city did enter into this option agreement with the Sugar Hill Group. provided initial option term of 18 months, which expires on January 2nd of 2026. Pursuant to the terms of the agreement, Sugar Hill must secure the commitments for all funding necessary to construct the development. They must identify all contractors and professionals for the development, provide a commitment letter to the city from a grocer to operate a fresh food grocery store for a minimum of 5 years. To execute the lease and development agreement, they shall not be in breach of the option, and they shall provide the city with 90 days notice of their intent to exercise the option. This will allow the city to terminate the Walmart lease and any other leases at the plaza. On July 14th of 25, Sugar Hill did submit a site plan for review to the city. That included, the site plan included 186 affordable housing units and 10,000 square feet of retail space. The city's initial comments were provided to Sugar Hill at the end of July in 25, with additional comments provided in August. The site plan comments for water resources are in the process of being addressed. The city did receive a letter in October from Sugar Hill, which provided the city notice of their intent to exercise the option to lease or purchase the property. It also provided an update to the status of the site plan comments, an update to their funding plan, and it provided a notification that they had identified the professional services team for the development. The city notified Sugar Hill through subsequent conversations that it had not yet met the option conditions required for exercising the option to enter into the lease and development agreement. Pursuant to the terms of the option, any extension of the option term is subject to city council approval. It does also require Sugar Hill to submit a written request to extend the option no later than 60 days prior to the expiration of the option term. The city did receive a letter from Sugar Hill dated October 30th, 2025, requesting an extension of the option term for a period of 1 year. On October 5th of this year, the city staff did meet with Sugar Hill to address the deliverables required pursuant to the option. This discussion included the status of the financing requirements, site plan comments, and the status of the requirement to secure a grocery store. Also on November 5th, Sugar Hill provided the city with a proposed term sheet dated October 7th, 2025 from Boston Capital Finance. And on October 11th, Sugar Hill also provided the city with a letter dated of the same date from National Equity Fund outlining certain terms and conditions for providing equity capital to Sugar Hill for the development. The LOIs are conditioned upon and subject to verification of the development budget, lease-up schedule, pro forma, operating statements, ownership structure, and Sugar Hill applying for and receiving low-income housing tax credit, among other conditions. Both LOIs assume a contribution of CRA dollars from the city in the amount of $11,160,000, and a contribution from Pinellas County of the same amount. On November 20th of this year, Sugar Hill submitted an initial application for city funding through the Neighborly app to support the development, to include 56 affordable housing units restricted at 60% AMI or below, and 130 affordable units restricted at 80% AMI and below. Since that time, the funding application has been revised to include all 186 housing units to be restricted to 60% and below. The application submitted by Sugar Hill requires additional information for the application to be considered complete. Any request for city funding will be considered after acceptable documentation of all other sources of funding are provided by Sugar Hill. On November 20th, city staff had a follow-up meeting with Sugar Hill to inform them that the LOIs submitted do not satisfy the requirement to secure commitments for all funding necessary to construct the development. The city informed Sugar Hill that the request for CRA funding from the city in the amount of $11,160,000 not currently possible due to the available funds do not support the funding request at this time. Sugar Hill requested the funding in the amount of $11,160,000 from Pinellas County, which will likely not be supported based on the revision to all units being 60% AMI or below, this is due to the county requiring some units to be at or above 80% to qualify for penny construction dollars. Sugar Hill is in the process of addressing the remaining comments to the site plan. They intend to, in this slide, there is an update to this bullet point that the city did receive a commitment letter from a grocer, but we have yet to be able to review that letter and provide any updates related to that, but a letter was received. And Sugar Hill does intend to submit a building permit package to the city and allow for income housing tax credits for affordable housing portion of the development. And this portion of it is a recap of the lease and development terms, which requires a development of no less than 115 affordable rental units and 10,000 square feet of retail on the property. The initial term is 75 years with rent $100,000 per year, which is abated for the first 24 months until a final certificate of occupancy is met or until the 24 years is met. The construction timeline includes 3 months for Sugar Hill to submit site plans for approval. That has already occurred. Sugar Hill shall commence the demolition of the existing improvements no later than 6 months from the commencement date. Sugar Hill shall submit a comprehensive building permit package no later than 6 months, and within 18 months shall commence construction. 50% completion of the construction shall occur no later than 30 months from the commencement date, and upon 36 months from the commencement date, the project shall be completed. The preliminary unit mix for the 115 affordable housing units in the LDA included 30% one-bedroom, one-bath units, 50% two-bedroom, two-bath, and 20% three-bedroom, two-bath units. The housing unit shall be restricted to households with an average of an annual income of 80% of AMI or below. The development shall include 10,000 square feet of retail space with no less than 3,000 square feet to be operated by a fresh food grocer. The city shall record a restrictive covenant on the property, ensuring that the housing units remain affordable for a period of 40 years. And the restrictive covenant shall also include a requirement that not less than 3,000 square feet of the retail space be occupied by a grocery store. Sugar Hill would have the option to purchase the property at $1.5 million upon the completion of the development. And just as again, a recap of how we arrived at the purchase price is the property was appraised in 2024, which resulted in a price of $1.8 million, reduced by the demolition cost of $250,000, putting the estimated value at $1.6 million at that time. And that concludes the presentation. We do have members of the Sugar Hill group here to answer questions related to next steps and related to their development, and we also have city staff available as well.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment and call two at a time, please.
The first two speakers is Ron Diner and Derek Cooper. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
I don't think Mr. Diner is here anymore.
Okay. The next speaker is Sarah Harold.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Good afternoon. My name is Derek Cooper. My address is 1525 23rd Avenue South in St. Petersburg. I just want to speak to you, Chair Gerdes, and your honorable members here at the City Council. I wrote something because I tend to be long-winded. I stand before you not just as an advocate of the Sugar Hill Group, but as a community advocate deeply rooted in the long struggle for equitable development in Midtown and historic Deuces. I am a citizen of South St. Petersburg, born and raised. Very proud of that. For over the 2 decades, residents have demanded more than promises. They've demanded partnership, progress, and permanence. Today, Sugar Hill has delivered on the community's vision: a full-service grocery store secured, development partners locked in, the majority of financing already committed, and strong alignment with both city and county leadership on closing the remaining gaps. This is not a request for another chance. It's a plea to uphold the momentum that has finally, after years of disinvestment and delay, brought real tangible hope to Tangerine Plaza. As a political action chair for the St. Petersburg NAACP, I will be viewing this moment through a clear political and moral lens. Decisions like this define whether our city's commitment to equity is real or rhetorical. The NAACP has long championed community-driven development and that centers black and brown residents, not displaces them. From voting rights to housing justice, our advocacy has always been about power, participation, and permanence for those historically excluded from St. Pete's prosperity. Approving this extension affirms that the council stands with the people who have stewarded the deuces through the decades of systematic neglect. Denying it risks deepening distrust, reinforcing patterns of broken promises, and signaling a community that community voice only matters when it's convenient. This extension isn't just a technical ask, it's a litmus test for whether St. Petersburg will honor its commitments to equitable economic development, affordable housing, and generational wealth building in this very neighborhood that built this city. Let's pass the test with conviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you tell us whether Mr. Diner was for or against?
Mr. Diner is against.
Thank you.
And Ms. Harold is with Sugar Hill if you have any questions.
Okay.
She got out a card. Esther Sani and Chase Temple. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Can we share a podium? Is that okay? Okay, fantastic. Esther Sani, address 1601 16th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, here representing the NAACP as the president. I want to say good afternoon, Chair Gerdes. You have done a warrior's job. As chair, you will be missed, and also honorable council members. I stand before you today to respectfully urge your full and unanimous support for the Sugar Hill Group's request of a 12-month extension to truly complete the redevelopment of Tangerine Plaza. For more than 2 decades, the Midtown and Deuces communities have fought for the return of a full-service grocery store, meaningful economic development, and the stabilization of a corridor long impacted by disinvestment. As Commissioner Flowers wrote in her memo earlier to you today, this vision dates back to the Baker administration, supported by years of community advocacy. The demolition of blighted properties and relocation efforts intended to pave the way for revitalization, not abandonment. But today, the conditions are true for real progress, and they finally exist. How do they exist? Sugar Hill has secured a grocery store. That's been clear. They've secured the development partners. They've secured the majority of the financing. They're simply asking now for an extension to move forward with the additional piece of finalizing the remaining BUD funding, both with the city and Pinellas County. We all know, because we've seen it across the city, true transformational community-serving development takes time. It needs flexibility, it needs partnership. I want to name the ones that have come before you before who have received this. Fairfield Avenue, Ed White Senior Housing, Orange Station, the Science Center, you saw them just last week, Thursday. Each of these projects required amendments, redesigns, revisioned finance structures, and extended timelines beyond reaching viability. Sugar Hill's timeline is not an exception. It is entirely consistent with the realities of building affordable housing and mixed-use projects in today's market. The subsidy Sugar Hill is requesting is also fully consistent with other affordable developments across St. Petersburg. I want to simply say, we recognize, and I know that this has been a topic of conversation, the service that Positive Impact has provided, but food distribution cannot alone compensate, or comprehensively meet the needs of our community. We need units and a grocery store. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chase Temple of 2555 Madrid Way South, St. Petersburg, Florida. I am here as the NAACP Youth Council President, and I'm asking for a yes vote on the Sugar Hill Development Project extension. There is an immediate need for affordable housing in St. Pete, and there's a need for a stable food source in this neighborhood. The Sugar Hill Group has been proactive in securing a grocer to fill this gap in the community that this community desperately needs to combat food insecurity, and doing so, it provides an opportunity for economic development within this neighborhood. It is no secret that the cost of living in St. Petersburg has caused people to move out, and it is important that you have a commitment to affordable housing so young people like me can afford to live here as they find their footing in in this amazing city that we call home. And I'm asking you to support this community's needs by securing their development, and to support the youth's needs to offer affordable housing for the Sugar Hill Group will provide that. And I'm asking for your flexibility by voting yes for the extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two
The
speakers.
next two speaker is Senator Darrell's son and also Aki Muhammad Aquil. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Go ahead, Senator.
Good afternoon. Senator Darrell Roussan, 535 Central Avenue, St. Petersburg. I stand before you today as the state senator for this area of Tangerine Plaza to voice my support for Sugar Hill Group's request for an extension on the Tangerine Plaza redevelopment agreement. Let me be clear, no one wants or relishes in delay, especially in revitalizing this important Midtown anchor. Not the city, not the residents, not even the redevelopment team. But if an extension is what ensures that the promised affordable housing and wealth-building opportunities are actually delivered, then it becomes not a setback, but a safeguard for the community we serve. I strongly support the mayor's rationale for extension as detailed in his memo to you of December 10th. I also strongly stand in unison and support with Commissioner Dr. Renee Flowers in her email to you earlier this morning. At the end of the day, I urge everyone involved to keep the focus where it belongs, on the people, not politics, not power plays, but the unmet needs of Midtown families must drive every decision we make. The mayor refers to long-standing neighborhood advocates who want to see local partners succeed in shaping the future of their own corridor. I have been such a long-standing advocate. For the time I advocated that Midtown should secede from the city of St. Petersburg if they weren't going to return tax dollars to the community. In fact, former Councilman Ernest Williams said, "Who died and elected Roussan mayor of Midtown?" Then I sued some drug lords for maintaining crack houses on Queensboro Avenue, took the property and determined by listening to the people that there was an unmet need of a grocery store, and we built it. For the reasons stated, I support this extension so long as it deepens accountability, strengthens community benefit, and ensures collaboration, moving us closer to justice and opportunity that this neighborhood deserves. And in closing, I was standing in a packed courtroom when Judge Florence Foster looked at me and said, "What are you going to do for your client? He's had 7 violations of probation. He's had 7 chances." I looked down and said, "Come on, Holy Spirit." I said, "Well, Judge, I had 8. If there's one more, give it to him." Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no applause, please. It's not the same. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to come and speak to you. Pax vobiscum, shalom aleichem, assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you, peace be unto you, peace be on you, especially during this time of peace on earth, joy, goodwill toward all people, all human beings. I greet you today with my...
Sorry, I need your name and address.
That is important.
I was trying not to interrupt your greetings.
Askia Mohammed Akil, 4730 6th Avenue South, St. Petersburg.
Thank you.
I'd first intended to read into the record and read to you the letter that I sent to everyone, but you already have it, so there's no need for me to read that. If anyone here wants to hear that, get in touch with me. I'll be more than happy to share it with you. I decided that instead I would first offer a prayer, and I've had the privilege of coming and opening up your meetings with invocation. So I feel very comfortable speaking in the tone and manner in which I am. So I greet you with a prayer for peace and mercy and compassion and grace and justice and joy and prosperity and equity and empathy and good health forever to all of you, to all of the citizens of our city, of our county, our state, and our country. History is important. For example, I am a native of St. Petersburg, born here in this deep South city, in a state that was the third to join the Confederacy, secede from the United States, and fight in our Civil War. Growing up here through my childhood and young adult years, I witnessed firsthand the inequality, injustices, and of segregation, racial discrimination, oppression, second-class citizenship, unjust laws, denial of opportunities based on differences in skin color, culture, and economic status. Members of my family and myself and I helped break down those barriers here, and that fight only ended recently, and in many instances it's still ongoing. I won't dwell on much of the details, but I want to just point out, for an example, we're talking about an extension in time. In 1954, the United States Supreme Court declared that separate but equal was unconstitutional. In 1964, 10 years later, I graduated here from Gibbs High School from a totally segregated school. In 1971, I testified in federal court in Hillsborough County before Judge Ben Krinsman, who said in 1971 that the Hillsborough County segregated schools were unconstitutional and it was time to do something about it. So things do not always happen as quickly as we would like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers,
The
please.
last speaker is Dr. Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Chairman, Vice Chairman, and honorable members of council, and to all of those that are here on today. I greet you as an individual, even though I'm a Pinellas County Commissioner. I'm not here to represent the commission. I'm here to represent myself, so I wanted to make that clear. I'm not going to rehash the things that I wrote in the
Commissioner
email.
Flowers, I need your address, please.
Oh, it's all over. I don't do this often. 240 39th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33711. And if all of y'all show up at my house, I'll give you some dinner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But I'm here today in support of the Sugar Hill proposal. I've sat in your seats here in this very chamber. As a matter of fact, an individual that stood behind this very same podium, I took to task when they asked for $2.5 million more to be able to complete the project for gap funding. So I've been in your position where you're looking at things that have been said prior and you've given deadlines and you expect individuals to stick to those deadlines. But I also know, and so do you, that sometimes things happen when you're moving through contracts and negotiations that you can't control, whether it's permitting, whether it's financing, whether it's changing members of the team to move the project forward, things happen. And in this instance, some things have happened. But the one thing that has stayed consistent are the players that have wanted to see this project succeed. In 2000, it was Reverend Louis Murphy and his wife. It was Senator Roussan and his wife, Ernest Williams and his wife, Mindy Ligon and her husband that came together and said they wanted to do something on that corner. On that corner were houses that had been abandoned and were being used as drug facilities. And for the individuals who lived in the remaining houses that were there, they were living in squalor. Those persons were provided financial remuneration to relocate. The property was demolished, and the building that you see now, or the buildings that you see now, are as a result of that hard work. Reverend Lewis Murphy has never given up the dream, and nor has that integral group that that facility needs to remain in the community, but it needs to also serve as an anchor for the entire 22nd Street corridor. Applying for the Main Street application, I was a part of that as well. That application was supposed to help drive that so that success moved down the 22nd Street corridor, just like it did down Central Avenue, which we call Main Street. I truly believe with the additional extension, I truly believe that with the county looking at its Penny for Pinellas funds, and I've had a number of conversations, including the Reverend, and I believe his name is Terry from the Sugar Hill Group, and I brought in Tom Almonte to see just where we were, because we understood that you guys were waiting to hear from us, and we're waiting to hear from you. So I will tell you that there is no action from the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Bye.
Mr. Chair, we have one more card.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jason Jensen, and he's representing Sugar Hill.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? If you have,
Just one clarification, if you're going to ask questions, we
Jason, I need your name and your address, please.
Jason Jensen, 3992 42nd Avenue South.
Thank you.
And just one clarification, if we wanted to be part of the answer questions, but didn't want to miss out on speaking.
Thank you.
So we are architects for the project, WJ Architects, and have touched a few of the projects. We actually worked on the Main Street visioning for the Deuces originally. We worked on Manhattan Casino, and the opportunity to finish the other end of the Deuces was a great one for us to work on. I just wanted to mention how much work and effort has gone on during this project since this was given the go-ahead. We immediately had a pre-app meeting for this project. We actually submitted in 2024 originally. This was actually put on hold during the hurricanes for the review submission and the application, so it was not logged in at that time properly. So there was actually some delay in the process for this project, and then the team has continued to come back and answer the comments through this year. So it's been a very active process. We're deep in the drawings and construction documents. The team has invested in the process throughout. We've also, since the inception of this project, gone from a very large grocery with very small amount of housing to answering the city's request for more housing in this project. So it's gone from a 72 to 186. So each time we make those changes, we go through revisions, we increase and respond to those comments, make the plan better. I truly believe what we have today is something that will impact the community. I put our firm's reputation behind it. They have brought in the best team of consultants, in my selfish opinion, to work on this. But we are all on one goal, to get this across the finish line. Worked on the original Tasco development. That's one thing that wasn't mentioned is Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, all those guys originally sat in that building hitting home runs. I truly believe we're in the home stretch here. Let us take it across the finish line. Home base. Thank you.
Thank you.
no more speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I actually just want to ask two things real quick and then hear from my colleagues, but it was specifically about the presentation. There was one slide in there that I was just a bit confused about. It was the one about the 11 million subsidy and CRA funding in the county. I was just hoping to get clarification. It seemed like in that there was a shortfall from the CRA, and then that the county required different, had different requirements. And I feel like Commissioner Flowers was about to mention it, but if you could just speak to it a little bit so I can understand, what's the status of securing funding for a subsidy to actually get the affordable housing done, I guess?
So the funding application that Sugar Hill presented to the city, certainly this is something that the city could consider, but we need to see all sources of funding and verify all sources of funding before the city's dollars are put in. The city's would be the last dollars put in. And then for the county, they have, their sources of funding are a little bit different, and Mark Van Loo is here, and he could probably offer a little bit more insight onto that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Mark.
Good afternoon, council members, council chair, Mark Van Loo, Assistant Director, Housing Community Development, City of St. Petersburg. So the funding request that has been submitted to us for roughly $11.1 million and is in consideration. However, at this point in time, we don't have sufficient funds to fulfill that request, and so we would need to work on a plan that may take some time for us to assemble those kind of funds. I had discussions today with the staff at the county to get an update on the funding request submitted to the county. And although all the documentation that we have shows a request to the county for $11.1 million as well, what I was told today was that the application actually indicates $10.5 million, but that application was reopened and sent back to the Sugar Hill Group team due to needs for additional information or revisions to the application, and that happened about a month ago and hasn't been resubmitted yet, so it is an incomplete application at this point to the city, to the county. In the city's application, there are some missing documents and things that will need to be received before we could fully consider and bring a request to council for approval. As far as the county's ability to fulfill the 11.1 million or 10.5, whichever it winds up to be, the county would have to use Penny for Pinnell's funding to fulfill that request. And the county has rules around using Penny for Pinnell's funding for construction costs in a project. And it basically says that there have to be some units at or above 80% AMI, and it to indicate some economic activity or economic development associated with those funds. With the most recent updates to the funding or to the AMI mix for this project, they're showing all units at 60% AMI. So if that is the case, then the county would have difficulty approving the use of penny funds for that to fulfill that request, and they really don't have any other funding sources that could be used in the city to fulfill that requirement. So that could be remedied by adjusting the AMI mix of the funds to include more 80% AMI units or above, and so that would then open the door for that funding to be possible.
Okay, all right. And given all of that, I think the main thrust of my question on this specific subject is, do you feel that there's no barriers to, amending an application of the county and finding money at the city to actually get the subsidy to a realistic point? Because that's what my question is like, if you're saying that we would have to put together a package, then I just want to make sure I understand that. And I assume this is the case because administration's recommending approval, that you feel confident that you can get the package put together when things get to that point.
There will be funding coming in the future that both at the Southside CRA level as well as, from CDB, GDR and other sources that would give the city sufficient funds to fulfill this funding request. Because it's a CRA project, most of the time our goal is to fund CRA projects from CRA funding, but it would likely, at least in the near future, would not be possible. It may be possible perhaps about a year down the line if certain things that are being worked on in the CRA come to pass.
Okay, it's interesting. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like if the extension wasn't being asked for, then we would be in a trickier situation on our end to getting it accomplished. But because of the extension, it sounds like you feel confident you'll be able to put something together. Okay, I just wanted to understand that aspect of it. I want to hear from my colleagues and digest the conversation more, but that slide, I just needed clarification on, so I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Mark, can I ask you a couple more questions? I realize that this issue is much more complex than a piece of land and normal affordable housing. And I am absolutely, I would like to continue the direction, but I need some questions answered. And to be fair, I have that much respect for Mr. Binger, and I know Pastor Murphy personally, and find him to be nothing but a gem for his community. But at the end of the day, we're not here to talk about them building something. We're here to talk about how do we get to a point where folks in that community can walk to a grocery store tomorrow. That's the focus of this. And so I would like to go in a little bit further depth on the funding end. I don't know, and I'm not sure who might be qualified, but I'd like to start with the LAHTC credits. Are you familiar? What is? I don't know the process. I'm familiar with the concept, but what is the likelihood of we've been working on this for 18 months and we haven't accomplished this yet, and I don't know why or what path we followed. But is this a reasonable path that the Sugar Hill Group can find this and get it done in this amount of time? And from what you've seen so far, will they qualify?
So my understanding from what we've seen so far on the financing stack, the plan is to go for 4% tax credit bond financing. That is a non-competitive source of funding through Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and it is open on an ongoing basis to apply. I know that after encouragement from the city, when we met a while back, the Sugar Hill Group did reach out to and have discussions with Catherine Driver at the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, who would most likely provide the bond funding to match to get those tax credits. I have also spoken to Ms. Driver, and she indicates that the HFA in 2026 will have sufficient bond funding resources to fulfill their request for bond financing, and that would open the door for them to apply for the 4% tax credits. So I think the chances are pretty good, but they will need to confirm all sources of financing and funding for the project in order to make that application and get that through.
Okay, so that there's enough money in that fund for the year, and you have a level of confidence that this is a path for them.
Yes.
Okay. Back to the county funding. The Sugar Hill Group has the best advocate in the world sitting behind you, but the rules are still the rules. And so, can you be more clear on in order for them to qualify, they would need to change the mix of the project itself, which can be done. But if that is done, how big is the fund, and what's the likelihood that these funds are available and that this project qualifies? And does it need the support of the city as well? I'm not sure how that process works.
Yeah, so typically, just take the last part of your question first. Any project in the city of St. Pete that is also seeking county funds, the county typically wants to see the city's commitment of funds first, prior to taking their funding request to the BCC for approval. That's not a hard, fast rule. It's just a general way that they operate. There have been a couple of cases where they've gone to the BCC for approval of funding on a city project prior to us coming to City Council for approval, but they also they wanted to know that we felt confident that we were recommending approval and that it would likely be approved. So county is typically looking for the city to commit funds first. The Penny for Pinellas funds in the county does have the ability to provide funding for construction costs for a project, whereas the city Penny for Pinellas funds cannot be used in that way. And the county has determined, and county legal has determined, that due to the statute and the rules around Penny for Pinellas, in order to use penny funds for construction costs, there must be an economic development element to a project. And that's determined in the county's eyes by the AMI levels and or targeted audience for development. So that's why they say that there have to be at least some units at 80% AMI or higher, and or that it cannot be a senior housing project. Side note, when I was with the county, I kind of argued against that mindset because I think that seniors and those earning, below 80% AMI represent a big part of the workforce and the economic viability of our community. But those are the rules, and they're based in statute, and that's how the county is interpreted. So that's the rule that would have to be met in order for the county, under its current rules, unless those rules change, to be able to use penny for Pinellas for construction costs. There is sufficient funds in the Penny for Pinellas program and coming to the county for, use to be able to satisfy this funding request.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, James Corbett, City Development Administrator. I just wanted to add on to something Mark said, because the questions about the funding and availability, I kind of just want to make the nexus, and obviously Mark is the expert here, but the county requiring some of the units to be 80% actually helps with us, because if some, right now, the agreement says that there's an average of 80%. In the recent submission, Sugar Hill has all the units at 60% or below. If they were to increase some of their units to 80%, that would qualify them for the county funding, but would also reduce the subsidy needed from the city. So it actually is a win-win if they were to adjust the mix to include some 80% units. So it actually helps in both ways. It reduces the subsidy needed from the city, and it also helps qualify for the funding from the county.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Onto the city, which I think completes their capital stack. You said that that 11.1 million that they've included in their pro forma is not currently available, and some things would have to happen, and it's possibly available in the CRA. Can you elaborate on that? And is any of that money committed? That future CRA money that's coming in, had it been committed to anything? And how long would it be before that money is available? Would it meet their timeline?
You want to speak to that? I'm going to let James Corbett speak to that.
Thank you, sir.
So as a part of, within that 12 months that they're looking to have the extension, we are looking to bring forward something to council where we would be doing a borrow for the CRA, where the CRA would support it, and it would be a $25 million borrow. If we were to do that, obviously that would open up funds that could be potentially available to this project. Obviously, we're not ready to do that yet, but that's what we would be looking at to help fund that gap in the next fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mark. So my thoughts have been around that concept, that the end of what we're really talking about is how quickly do we get to the point where someone who lives in that community walks to a grocery store. The rest, the rest is important, but not as important as how quick do we get there. And I know that this has been a controversial topic, more so than most. And we have received, at least I have received, more feedback than anything that has come before us in the past 3 months. And I thought about this all night, and I went back through the information a couple of times, and I would like to propose a thought, and see what my counterparts think. The most recent plan that I have seen from the Sugar Hill Group, with a progression of events over the next year, has their funding locked up in the next 90 days, and the project starting to really take shape on the ground. Can we consider, instead of extending this for 1 year, extending it for 90 days? It puts pressure on the group. It puts pressure on the county. It puts pressure on the city to get this done. But again, if the goal is how quickly do we get to a point where someone who lives in that neighborhood walks to their own grocery store, is this a way to get there that proves this out without this going to a year and the possibility that the project doesn't work out? I have every faith and confidence that it will, but there's a chance that it won't work out. And now we're right back where we started, and we've been there for years. Again, the project has my support, but my consideration is for the thought that I've espoused 3 times now. So I would enjoy the opportunity to hear from my colleagues, and Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the letters of intent that we have and legal. The letters of intent, they're not commitments. Is that correct?
I believe I would defer to staff on their interpretation of what they would consider a letter of commitment.
Yeah, Council member, I can address the question. These letters, sometimes called letters of interest, sometimes called letters of intent. These are a starting point when applying for funding. They are subject to many things being completed to actually go through an underwriting process with the lender to get final commitments. So again, this is more of a starting point to get that conversation going, with there being multiple deliverables. As I'm sure you've read the letters, and there are several things in there that have to be met.
Yeah, and there's a reason I mentioned that, because a lot of things are conditioned about other conditions, and so on and so forth, whether it's the county, the city, whatever. Bottom line is the money is not guaranteed. From anywhere, I don't see everyone saying if they come through with it versus, and they come through with it. I mean, there is nothing now, right now, in terms of money right now, and the commitments we have are based on contributions that we don't have money for right now. 11.16 million from the city and from the county and the credits. And when I look at, and there are questions asked about the CRA, it says here specifically that the request of the money would require the full CRA multifamily funding allocation over the next 2 years or more years. Now we're talking about borrowing money to be able to do this. And there is nothing here that guarantees any of this is going to happen. And I will say that every year that has passed, it's become more and more expensive. And these numbers are going to grow. They're not going to get smaller. They're just not. So I have a problem with that, because when you're talking about the money not being available in the CRA right now, this money for the next 2 years or more would take to just fulfill this, and then we're going to borrow money, and you'll use a lot of that to take care of this. That's other projects that are not getting money. Plus, we don't have commitments from lenders on this or anything else that guarantees that the other money's coming. And that is concerning. And I had a problem the last meeting we had in 2024 with the option, the risks of going into an option, delaying this for 18 months. I voiced those. I'm not gonna reiterate my issues with the option, but when I look at this, and I understand what people want. Look, people don't like my position on the raise. I had problems with certain provisions of contracts. I mentioned those, and it's fine if people want to go forward on something because they want it to happen, but contractual language and commitments and having funding actually coming, really, it's not just based on hopes and dreams. And I do have concerns. I had concerns with the agreement originally. And there is nothing here that has been provided that has changed from then to now. And that, I would like this to, however it turns out, to succeed. But we have an option for 18 months, and it's been 18 months and nothing. And I just do not see, even from all the documents that are here, letters of intent, there's nothing here for me that shows that this is going to happen within the time frame of another year. And then what it sounds like is we're going to try to borrow money or do other things to actually make it happen. And that, it's not there. It's not there for me. So I'm interested to see what other council members say, but when you're talking about funding for these type of projects, and this is not just the only project, there are other projects in the South St. Pete CRA and that are that may be in a point where they're off the ground or not, and in the future, and we don't know. That's the other thing. We are talking about things in the future that we don't know are going to happen. We have a budget that's coming up that we've already discussed next year that's going to be, we're going to be worse off, and it's going to be a tough year next year. And there is no guarantee this money is going to be there. So that's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Chair, if we could, just a couple comments. I mean, one, just to be clear, we're not here asking for funding today.
No, I
right?
understand.
And we can go back and we can work on our strategy on how we might fund different things. You know, this is, for us, not much different than when the Fairfield development was approved, and then we came back at a later date and we requested the funding. Also, I would just say, just to be clear, that I did brief council in January of this year on our intent to potentially borrow from the CRA. So that shouldn't be new news. And I think Mr. Corbett and his team recently briefed council on that as well. So we continue to work on that. But we thought that City Council was aware of that approach. So if that's news to you or a surprise, I apologize.
I didn't, and to be clear, and if I may share,
go ahead.
sorry. To be clear, it wasn't that it's a surprise to me. It's like we're talking about this project and an option that we have that's towards the end that has not had deliverables, and this idea that has come up about borrowing money in the context in general, not for a specific project, in general, okay, I'm having a problem applying that under these circumstances. And I'm sorry if I made it seem like I didn't know that you were coming up with that idea, but the reality is that you have that now is being used to push and say, okay, well, then we could use that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. And I think my question is specific to the mix of the 60 to 80% AMI, because that is certainly, I think, causing some concern over the ability to get county. So I don't know who on the team, on the Sugar Hill team, wants to address. Chair, is it okay if, so I guess Mr. Gross, if you want to take it, and you can always call in back up if you need. So my question, because we're having this conversation about you can't get county money if there are no 80% units that are involved. But on 1120, there were still 80% units, according to the backup, and then it was changed to be all 60% units. Why the change? And is this as simple as just switching it back?
To some degree.
Russ, would you mind just introducing yourself?
Forgive me, by now I should have not been flunking that test. Oliver Gross, 8500 Northwest 25th Avenue, Miami. And Mr. Chair, thank you, and our commission, I thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. But to answer your question, Councilwoman, I think in terms of, again, when you're talking about affordable housing and we're talking about in terms of the market that we again target, in industry terms, anything below 80% and below is still considered affordable housing. And then there's a distinction made between affordable and workforce housing. And generally what happens when you're structuring these deals, you can have a deal that's all 60% units, or you can have a unit mix that are 80, 60, and sometimes even lower than that, sometimes even higher than that. But the caveat is that they all need to average 60% AMI. And so I think in terms of, as we were working in terms of financial engineering the project, looking at those different unit mixes at the end of the day. So again, I think that's the essence, the origin of that at the end of the day. But you're serving, again, I think, the opportunity. And we saw that as not necessarily a bad thing relative to the county wanting to have the higher AMI units. Because, again, I think as community builders and when we look at revitalizing neighborhoods, I think we've all seen, again, the results of just concentrated poverty. So here's an opportunity for you to deconcentrate poverty with all 60 or below per AMI units at the end of the day. So I hope I sort of answered that question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, philosophically, I think everyone here would like to see units that are targeted towards lower AMIs. We've had that conversation numerous times. And so I applaud your efforts at trying to really bring down those rates and making sure that we can serve as many individuals as possible in those lower AMIs. I applaud that, and actually, I mean, I'm really happy to see that that was your intention. Unfortunately, it's now creating challenges with funding because we need that layer and that stack, and the county has specific rules. So I'm not even saying that it needs to go back to exactly what it was, but I think a commitment that there can be a different mix that could meet county requirements, recognizing that they are going to require 80%. And I also heard Mark say that if there are more 80% units, then that drives down the city subsidy as well. And so that makes better math, that helps that pencil better. And, you know, our housing team's done a really good job at educating city council on how to pencil affordable housing deals. And so while we have what we want philosophically, if that doesn't work mathematically and we need to come up with a different mix, I would like to hear your commitment that that is what you are willing to do.
Well, that is our commitment, Councilwoman, and to each of your colleagues. This is what we do. Again, we see ourselves as community builders. Mm-hmm. And so these are not just financial transactions for us at the end of the day. That which motivates our involvement in this deal, in this particular project, is that we see a tremendous transformative opportunity to be a catalyst for the revitalization and redevelopment of the Deuces Corridor. And so, again, whatever it takes to be able to make that happen, that's what we're in for. Yeah. The realities of it is that affordable housing is a challenge. It is hard. We have a saying in our company that hard things are hard, but it does not mean that they are impossible. And so we have been intentional and deliberate about doing this, and we will continue to do that. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to date as we stand here. So we have not been idle since the approval that you granted us back at that point. Jason sort of alluded to some of the things that kind of hindered that process. Nobody saw the hurricane seasons coming right after, relatively right after the approval. And so we have been intentional about doing those things that pushes us forward. The commitments that the Councilwoman refers to and that's been alluded to in the presentations are the same commitments that everybody who does this business at this stage of development gets. We are about to close another transaction about the same amount of money, and we don't have what one would call a hard commitment where all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, almost until the day that it's closing. My folk are working on that as we speak right now. That's just the nature of this business. It's sort of like getting a commitment for a home loan. At the end of the day, you got a commitment, and there's some things that you need to do as you work through that process. That is how this works. So again, we are committed to it. Councilman Hardwick, your proposal about 90 days, I appreciate. Again, your desire to want to see this thing move, but again, we're moving in this process just like everybody else who does this work across the country. And 90 days just would not work. And we expect, I think there was a handout that we had that we weren't able to get to the council that basically outlines in terms of where our next steps are. We leave it for you to either be able to peruse now or to look at it at a later date. But it says in terms of we project to be able to come out of the ground in September of this year. The two major components of that, so just so you again to be able to digest that, as Jason alluded to, the work that they're doing at this point is being able to get to the finish line with our drawings that are then able to be submitted for permitting, because the other thing is that you're not going to close any loan, no matter how hard the commitment is, until you have a set of permitted drawings at the end of the day. And so that is the other component that we're working on in this whole process. That requires another formidable expenditure of dollars that we are prepared to continue to do at the end of the day. But this project is moving. I think, again, it is something that we're going to all be proud of at the end of the day.
One final question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
In the backup, in the letter from the National Equity Fund, where it talks about the project financing, the first mortgage lender source to be determined, has that changed since that letter was written in November 11th?
And that is the commitment that you see from Boston Capital, which would be the first mortgage.
That would be the first mortgage.
And that is part of that whole bond inducement process that Mr. Gertis referred to earlier. Boston Capital is a major player in this market, so is the National Equity Fund. And so those are not commitments that people give lightly at the end of the day. We've done over $500 million worth of development. We've never not finished one. We have at least $300 million in the pipeline as we speak. We're closing in the next 60 days approximately $160 million in financing as we speak. And so this isn't anything that we are, just kind of wishing for. This is what we do every day. So again, just wanted you to have some sense of confidence in terms of not only these esteemed gentlemen here who represent this community that we're working with, but you have a really good team. I think these are folk whose reputation speaks for themselves in that which they do.
Well, thank you for the clarification
Thank you.
and understanding, to your point, Rob, that we are not here to talk about funding today. We are very clearly here to talk about an extension of an agreement.
And the last comment that I'd want to make.
That would be up to the chair.
I can't let you do that. The answering questions is I'm all good with, but I want to be fair. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I mean, for me, I've sat up here for a very long time and seen a lot of deals come our way, a lot of extensions come through, many times extensions come through, and they're actually asking to reduce the number of affordable housing units. They're asking for a whole lot more consideration than what we have before us today. And we have approved them. And these are with development groups that have a lot more bandwidth, a lot more capital, a lot more access, and we approve them. Yet we're sitting here today potentially thinking that maybe we may not approve this whenever this is a community-led, community-grown development group that wants to do right by our city in an area that has been depressed for too long. And so this is pretty cut and dry for me. When we talk about wanting to do this, see that something happen sooner rather than later, to me this is going to be sooner rather than later, because if we stop this and we don't move forward with an extension and we don't give another chance, then you're going to go right back to the drawing board. And I think we've seen how long it can take for bids to come forward, for RFPs to be done. I mean, that whole process in itself could be longer than the year that this development group is asking for. So for me, this is pretty easy. I wanted to understand more about the financing because I realize if this gets a pass today, we will be here and we will have to have this conversation about money. But today, when it comes right down to it, I see no reason why we should not move forward. When we truly talk about equity, equity should be applied across the board to all developments, and consideration should be given in that equitable manner. And so I'm happy to vote today for this extension and continue to want to see this the progress and this development move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And I wanted to listen to what my colleagues had to say because I have a lot to say, but I know Chair wants us to Keep it tight. But what I am going to say, and I will be remiss if I did not say, how many of you all remember Tangerine Towers? How many of you all remember Laurel Heights or Laurel Park? We gladly tore down affordable housing for the best interest of the community. But we haven't replaced any of those. When it comes down to the city of St. Petersburg, I was on the CAC, you know, those dollars that were meant to remove blight. Well, in order to remove blight, seems to me you have to remove hurdles. You have to remove the struggles. And I agree to the fact that when I listened to that we're going to use St. Pete CRA money, I saw what some of that money went on. I saw what a lot of those projects, how they were funded. It didn't benefit our community. So it's hard to convince me that it's a struggle for us to find South St. Pete CRA funds for something that's going to benefit South St. Pete. So when I think about people, how they want to criticize the community for having their hands out, I see this project as having your hands up to help your own. So I'm looking at the fact that we've had Pinellas County pulled into the conversation. That's big. We've had those other commitments, and Sugar Hill has continued to be committed to this project. You know, some people feel defeated when they don't think it's going to matter. But because the mission of this project is as strong as it is and will benefit so many other people in our community, they have not let go. And I would have been disappointed had they. Extremely disappointed had they. So when I think about, we look at Fairfield Avenue Apartments, they talked about that. That was going on when I first got in on council. But as recently as August of 2025, we gladly extended their site plan, not development, but I'm just talking about the site plan. And we've extended that. So you're talking, what, 3 years, 4 years? And they haven't gotten as far as Sugar Hill. Then we look at Edward White. We've approved $3 million for St. Pete Housing Authority that has a whole lot more access to resources than Sugar Hill. And thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for bringing that up. And we're struggling with an extension. Not money, but an extension. Then I look at the Orange Station, the Central Station. That started back in 2021. And back in 2020, that was just a plan. And although it is very needed and very necessary, all we have is a garage. And so this, to me, is housing. I understand the importance of wanting to have, we have to have grocery. I get that. But to me, this project brings it brings housing, it brings the opportunity to close the food desert. When I ask myself, community equity, what does that look like? And it's a fair system where everyone gets what they need to succeed. By tailoring resources to overcome historical barriers. We have referral list items that have been on that list for more than 12 months. Things that we've proposed that we haven't even yet talked about. So before we know it, to me, I'm 12 months, I would have asked for more. Because I know what the struggle has been, and so do we. We know what the struggle looks like when it comes down to these projects, and when you have so many external pieces of that puzzle, we know what that looks like. But sometimes we choose to pick and choose. So I just want us to be mindful that this is an opportunity for that equity to remain an anchor on 22nd Street and 18th Avenue. Now, if y'all don't get it done, you don't get it done, and then we move on. But it won't be at the request, or it won't be for us not allowing equitable opportunity like we did with these other projects. And I'm just asking for us to be equitable because, again, like I said, this is my 5th year. I've seen projects a whole lot cheaper and a whole lot simpler sit on the list a whole lot longer than 18 months. So I'm hoping that with that piece of information, and thank you, Mayor, for the memo. Thank you, Administrator Girders, for having that conversation. And I think Sugar Hill for wanting to take all 186 units down to 80%, because one of the biggest conversations that we've had has always been, I'm so tired of 120%. We talked about that so many times, so I just don't want us to forget. I know today is what, Thursday, December 11th? Maybe something different next week, but today I want us to mind the fact of the matter is this is an opportunity for us to 10 toes down. If we say that we're committed to equity, then let's do that. Again, to me, removing blight is removing hurdles. And again, thank you for making it very clear that this is not about money. And it's really going to be on the Sugar Hill group to go ahead and make it work. But I understand that everything that we set out to do, other people are not on the same rail as we are. They're not on the same timeline. And when you partner, you have to do just that. You have to partner. And although we would love for those that we're working with to move like we do, it just doesn't work like that in the real world. It's not a reality. And I just don't want us to forget that you're just asking for an extension. So I think it's easy to hear the fact that I'm going to support it because I've looked at all the other projects that we have supported. And I would just think that it would be, as we say, equitable to show the same to the project. Thank you, Chief. Chair. Chief.
Thank you.
You're Chief now.
Next title.
I know. Next
From
time.
one title to
Not
another.
sure I
know.
want either of them. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has spoken today, and for those who have sent emails and reached out in other ways to express your opinions and your requests regarding this decision that we are working to make today. I have a couple of questions just to clarify, and this, Rob, would be for you. Listening to Jason Jensen was talking earlier and stated that the administration had asked the group to change the development mix to include more housing and a smaller grocery store. Is that something you can verify?
No, that has not been requested. It's 10,000 square feet of retail space with 3,000 square feet for a grocery store. The minimum requirement for affordable housing is 115 units per the lease and development agreement.
Okay. It's difficult when you're trying to take everyone's comments into consideration. Getting that clarity is important. Did the administration receive a copy of the letter of commitment from a grocer that the mayor mentioned in his letter, that a grocer had been secured? That was also mentioned by someone else, and that there was in the memo from November 26 from Administrator Corbett, it said that the Sugar Hill Group intended to submit a letter of commitment from a grocer. Do we have a copy of that? Because it sounds like it's done.
We just received the letter
Why doesn't City Council, did you send it to City Council?
yesterday.
I'm sorry?
The letter was received yesterday, and staff will need to review, and we'll provide that information.
So it hasn't been shared with City Council?
No, it was just received.
Can you share with us the contents of the letter? Anything about it? Do you have the name of the grocer?
I have not fully reviewed the letter. Taste of the Islands is the grocer that is named in the letter.
No other details? Okay. So I voted against this agreement the first time around a year and a half ago because the information that was provided to us at the time for the agreement did not give me the confidence that the goals would be accomplished and the requirements would be met. And At the time, we were told then, a year and a half ago, that the agreement was needed in order for the group to get site control, because then they'd be able to get the financing and they'd be able to secure a grocer. And now we're sitting here 18 months later and we don't see that. And you've got last minute stuff coming in that we haven't even received yet. And I got to say, the way that we've been receiving the information about this and the very, very, very last minute nature of this, and the fact that there are documents that we still haven't received about something that we're being asked to vote on today, it's really not fair that you're even asking City Council to take this up right now. It means, and it looks like, everything has been thrown together by all sides to get this in front of us, because this is the last meeting before the agreement expires. It's not fair to anyone. So when you have the financing not secured, when you have a letter that we haven't seen, when you have still questions about the housing, when you're talking about borrowing money to help with this, the reasons that I voted against this agreement in June of 2024 are the same reasons that exist today, and it's why I cannot accept or support an extension today. You guys haven't even gotten it together. No one has. And that is a disservice to the community. You can do better. I have confidence that we can do better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to so many of you who've shown up today. Thank you so much to Sugar Hill for taking a chance on Tangerine Plaza. I know that anytime someone is willing to take on such an undertaking like this, it is not something that you do lightly or you take on easily. So again, thank you so much. I do have some questions. I don't know if this is going to be directed towards administration or to Sugar Hill, but I want to clarify, why were there delays? It's my understanding that there were some changes in project managers. I understand there may have been a hiccup or two with permitting, but can we go on record to just clarify why this is taking so long?
Well, Council Member, thanks for the question. I would respectfully defer to Sugar Hill to comment on any delays that have happened so far.
Yeah, I'll speak to a few of those items. One, the comment regarding the grocery store size was referring to pre-option where there was asked to have a larger grocery with a lease in place. That could not be accomplished until site control, which brought up the site control issue. So that's a pre this particular option standpoint. The process, the affordable housing site plan approval is a pseudo permitting process. It's robust in the nature that it goes through engineering, it goes through different departments, and is getting more comments than a typical DRC submittal. So in a way, you're doing a lot of pre-work during that process, and you have to get that approved before you can really get into deep on the construction documents, because say there's a major change in exactly where the building is on site, you can't move forward with construction documents. So when we started directly after the option, we scheduled a pre-submittal meeting directly after that. We put together a package and was submitted. For some reason, it was not logged into the system for the development and was not issued to the different departments for review from that standpoint. So hurricanes hit in that same time period. After, obviously, permitting was inundated with work at that point, we realized we reached out. We have emails contacting, hey, where is this? And then that came out. So then we re-engaged the process this year to go through the process, and then it was logged in, and then that started a formal review process, but we lost a few months in that period.
And I appreciate you, Mr. Jensen, and that's been my frustration, is, you know, we are expecting that developers will come to the table prepared and ready to execute and go vertical. But what we don't anticipate is that we on our end as a city will not be prepared to do our jobs. And again, when you have developments like this of such a large scale, it's important to recognize that you all are depending on us to follow through. So if there was a failure on our part to upload documents, to review permitting or plans, again, that is something that I think should be clearly spelled out.
Council member, I can respond to that if I may. So yes, there was a site plan approval submittal on, I believe, December 26th of 2024. And then within days while we were out on holiday, I was informed by Ahmad Zachary, who was the original project manager and who submitted that site plan approval, that he had left New Urban Development and was moving on to a different role. So after the holidays, I reached out to the Sugar Hill Group team to say that, hey, this had been submitted. Were they behind it? Is this still a good site plan to submit for approval? I was told at that time in January that they were in fact making changes to the site plan, significant changes which have actually occurred since that time. There's been a reorganization of the buildings on the site and some other changes. So I explained that I couldn't move forward with the site plan approval until I had a valid site plan to support that. They were in the process of looking for someone to replace Mr. Zachary to lead the project, and I think that happened around, or at least I was informed of it in about March timeframe. And we had some conversation about the fact that, the previous submitted site plan apparently did not align with the plan development. That was confirmed, and was told that they were working on that new design, would get it to me as soon as possible. That was provided on July, I think it was 17th of 2025. It was resubmitted with a new site plan and all of the backup data that matched that site plan. And then we processed accordingly. As Aaron Fish mentioned earlier, it was submitted on July 17th. We provided the initial response on July 31st and additional comments and responses in early August. Since that time, we've provided quick and timely responses to submitted information, and in the past 30 to 60 days, Sugar Hill Group has worked on responding to a number of comments from various departments in the city regarding the site plan, and at last check, there was still at least one outstanding comment or question from our Water Resources Department that remained to be answered in order to be able to provide, the site plan approval letter. So there was a delay, but it was due to the fact that what was submitted in December, I was told on no uncertain terms, was not going to be the final site plan, and it doesn't behoove anybody to circulate a site plan that is not valid with backup information that does not match what ultimately was submitted as the site plan for that project. So I just wanted to clarify for the record how
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Van.
Can I follow up on, just to follow up? Sure. Just to follow up, the object is not to say that anybody misstepped. The object is to say that this is the process, the permitting process. If this wasn't a site plan approval, a regular permitting process, we have regular projects going through permit that are in permit 10, 12 months, depending on the complexity of the project. So absolutely, it's a normal part of the process. What I'm saying is that the project has been dedicated to getting across the finish line on all those aspects, there was a hiccup from the architect's standpoint. We thought it was in review and it would be a revision to that review and the timeline would continue. So that's where the disconnect comes into that on the level of change, whether you start the review or not. But nobody, this is just to say it's a normal part of the process, and this part of the process takes a long time.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I'm not doing commercial housing developments of this scale every day. So this helps me sort of better understand how we got to where we are to this point, and that was the reason I was asking. But I just want to stress the importance of, you know, accessibility, accountability, punctuality, response rate. You know, obviously, if we were to move forward with this extension, there's some shoestrings we got to tighten, right? Some things we got to get right. And whether it's on our side as a city or on your side as a developer, I just want to make sure the communication is in place so that way we as council members don't have to ask, or you don't have to ask, where is this? Where are we? I can remember in July sending an email asking for an update because it had been months since I had heard anything. And I'm grateful that you all were willing to come to the table and speak to me in August and get me caught up to speed. But there were some things, like I said, that were brought to light that concerned me. One of those things was the grocer, and this has been brought up, and I'm glad that we've gone on record to talk about who they are. I've been a patron of Taste of the Islands pretty much my whole life. But I do have concerns about whether or not that grocer will be able to perform at this site. We know reasons why Sweet Bay and Walmart did not fail, right? There's a reason. The market just it didn't support those grocery retailers. And so we really have to get creative with the model that we're introducing here. So I want to know a couple of questions. One, what is the current square footage of Taste of the Island's produce grocery store that they have? Because I understand that they're operating right now off of 34th Street and 22nd. Can you kind of give me an idea how long they've been operating and what the size is of that square footage?
Pastor Murphy could probably tell you, or Mr. Binger, in terms of how long they've been operating. But I can say to you, Councilman, that in terms of the size of their current store is probably somewhere close to about 3,000 square feet. Again, as I said to you, and please, Mr. Chair, again, in terms of how we approach and look at these projects, again, as a community revitalization project, one that provides an opportunity for folk to be able to kind of augment and to self-actualize as a business. And so we see, again, in terms of why Taste of the Island, it's a community-centric business. The community is familiar with it. They've already demonstrated that there is market acceptance, and here is an opportunity for them to augment their business model. And so we thought that, again, when you look at that holistic approach at community development, that they would be an ideal candidate for that space. And again, as you said a little earlier, by now, and we'd had a host of conversations with other major grocers, regional grocers, and the market just wasn't jumping up and down about a grocer at the end of the day. So those are the realities of it. Generally, when we're doing mixed use projects, we're not asked to identify a user at that particular point in the development process. Notwithstanding that, that was okay. Again, as I said, we believe in what we're doing at the end of the day. So, Roy, thank you.
Roy Binger, 1120 North Shore Drive. First, Commissioner Harding, congrats for a good burger. We were remiss if I didn't say that yesterday.
Somebody's stealing my thunder. It was an announcement. Come on.
Taste of the Island, I've been around probably over 10 years at least. They just opened up a second store in Port Charlotte called Coronation Market. It's Jamaican heritage. Leo Anderson and his family right now are supporting what happened, the hurricane in Jamaica, and just a tremendous family. But we, and I think Oliver mentioned it, we've been working purposely with other grocers trying to find the right mix. And the attitude that we took, which I applaud from the team, was where Taste of the Island is now and the capacity of where he is now. It's a perfect example of how you can take an entrepreneur, minority-owned business, move them to a brand-new complex. The lease is for 3 years, 5 years, the 2 5-year options, $99,000 first year, and support them. We talked with the St. Pete Free Clinic, and they have a capacity to help provide some lower-cost funds to help. The Florida Loan Fund can assist. Foundation for Health at St. Pete is able to assist. So we will help Leo and his family, along with the greenhouse, to how to scale up your business. And he will be a success story. Hope that answers your question directly.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And you know, I brought this up before in my conversations with you all. I've mentioned this before in the sunshine. You know, I can't ignore the elephant in the room, positive impact. They have had a model that has been successful there at that site. Now, granted, I've heard people say we don't need handouts, but I've said it before, I don't see what they're doing as a handout, but a hand up. So if there is a model similar to that, you mentioned at the St. Pete Free Clinic or Feeding Tampa Bay or whatever, I just want us to be open to different concepts moving forward. Should this agreement be extended, I do not think that a traditional grocery store model will work there, nor do I think that a grocery store that has not had a track record of operating and succeeding at that location like other partners have, I just want to know if there's an opportunity for us to explore other options.
Good evening, Honorable Council. Reverend Louis M. Murphy, Senior, 2551 Tropical Shores Drive, Southeast. Councilman Gibbons, thank you so very much for those questions. Let me just say that Pastor Brubaker and I go back years. We've worked hand in hand on spiritual matters as far as 7x7. We've had conversation this morning. I'm very grateful and thankful for that. We're going to be meeting after this, after whatever the council does. We will meet and talk about how we can support each other in doing what we are doing. She's doing a great work in the community. It's needed. The vision of where we're trying to go. This is a starting point, a bookend of revitalization of the Deuces, of that corridor. And we're excited about it. We know that we can do it. You've heard the facts. Some of them you may not fully understand. Other folks have their thoughts and whatever about it. But we've been in the trenches for a long time. We're committed to our community. We are vested. Our objective is to bring about an effective change within that community, not only through economic development, social, educational, spiritual. And we've been there over 90-some years. I've been there for the past 26 years in that capacity, but in so many other capacities in this city. Council, I came here in 1976 and marched in your Festival of States Parade. And I said, I ain't never coming back to St. Pete. Old people, now I'm old. Green benches and pigeons. But for whatever reason, the good Lord sent me back here in 1986 after serving our country in the United States Marines. We know what we're doing. We're committed to what we're doing. We've seen the development downtown St. Pete. I work for the St. Pete Housing Authority, St. Petersburg Times, Florida Power Corporation, in the procurement department. I know how our dollars are spent and how they are not spent. So please, I say to the council, help us get across this finish line. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor, and I appreciate you bringing up the work that you are doing at Mount Zion, because that's the type of work that I want to see replicated there on the corner of the Deuces and 18th Avenue. I would love to see personalized support and job training, workforce housing. You know, what you all have done at your church, I definitely think that model could be replicated there. I do think that we are maxing out the number of housing units. I would like to see that number decrease if possible, because I think you all may be taking on a little bit too much when it comes to that. I would love to know, and I think another council member brought this up earlier, but I didn't really get a definitive answer, if you're willing to make that adjustment so that we can have a mix that includes that 80% AMI to greatly reduce that public subsidy. Because that is a concern for me, is how much we are going to have to cough up out of taxpayer funds. So I just want to know, is that something that we're willing to agree to now, or, you know?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gross, you're going to have to come to the microphone. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I didn't get my jog in this morning. Councilman, I don't think that that's something that we can agree to today, but I think we heard you. And this is, again, as I said, just part of the iteration of this business in terms of financial engineering at the end of the day. And so we just need to know in terms of what the variables, what are the benchmarks that we're trying to shoot for. And then you try to model your deal to be able to make those things work at the end of the day. So that has been our again, I think our position from the outset. Hence, again, as I said to you earlier, it's not normal in terms of doing deals where you have to identify a vendor for your commercial components at this stage of development. But again, having accepted that, again, hearing what was important to the council, what was important to the community, we're trying to get it done at the end of the day. And again, I think the most important thing, and I'll leave it at this, Mr. Chair, is that the thing that has really pleased us, despite the ebbs and flows, is that there is, and we do sense that there is a commitment, a want to, for the council and this city to get this project done.
Thank you. And while you're there at the mic, if you don't mind, what's going to happen differently this time if you are to be approved for the extension?
Well, it's nothing that's happening differently. We're just continuing as, again, through this process. As I said to you a little earlier, where we are in this process, other than the ebbs and flows and those things that have bottlenecked the process and from the time, these projects take time at the end of the day. But where we are as it relates to financing is where anybody in this process would be. And you know, in terms of getting the LOIs, that's all that folk have when they're applying for tax credits, bonds, Councilman. That's all you have, and I can't stress that enough. That is all you have until the point where you get to what they call credit underwriting, and you're beginning to close a deal. And that's normally the last 60 or 90 days of that process. You've got about 30 or 40 people on a call or in a room in a meeting trying to close a deal at the end of the day. And by that point, we would have spent well into 7 figures at the end of the day. But where we are right now, we're just continuing to push the ball forward at the end of the day. And so, again, the other elephant that was in the room in terms of where we are with the city and the county, that was based on some conversations that we had based on what had been the prior experiences of the city relative to their commitment for projects from a dollar standpoint. And so when you take 186 units and multiply it by $50,000 a door, that's the number you come up with, and that's what we thought was the number that would be available. If there's some issues that we have to deal with relative to doing that, we're going to deal with that at the end of the day. We just need to know what we're dealing with.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And my last question, I think it's probably an administrative question. I remember being here in July of last year, and there was a promise made, I guess that's the word to use, to help Positive Impact find a temporary location or an alternative site. Can we speak to if that has been done and if we've identified some possible locations for them?
We have not yet found an alternate location. The conversation we had in July is as we get closer to this wrapping up and the lease ending or their use of that property ending, we would be committed to finding a property. At this point, there is no need to relocate them, but we are still committed to that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Corbett. I appreciate it. And lastly, you know, the last thing I want to do is see this train get derailed. I want to see it through to fruition, but at the same time, I have expectations and I have concerns. I think I've been very vocal about those, and we've had an opportunity to talk those out, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question of administration, give my thoughts. First, I'll say, sorry, I didn't mean to get us caught up on the subsidy part of the conversation. I was just trying to get clarity. You know, this is a question that I ask of most projects like this. So if this were to get denied today, what would administration's path forward be? Would it be, I mean, I assume going back to the drawing board, deciding what needs to be done at the site, putting out RFPs, bid process, all of that? Yeah, I see you shaking your
Yeah,
nodding
we
yes.
would have to discuss it internally, and we'd want to discuss with city council members, but I think it would surely be a process going forward with something different.
Yeah, and I ask to get that understanding because I think it's been brought up here before. You know, this is a place where we want to see something done sooner rather than later. The whole corridor, really, that's been a huge part of the conversation. And when we've had other things brought to us, developments brought to us in this corridor and without, that can often be part of the conversation. And look, I didn't support the last thing that we had go on over here for financial reasons, but the same arguments were made about like wanting to see something done, and there was a lot of the perception of a lot of missteps on the way to get there, but now it's happening, and even though I didn't support it, I'm glad to see it actually moving forward. This one I don't have financial qualms with because the numbers that you've given us are very reasonable in the scheme of things. So I'm looking at this through the lens of, you know, these other development projects. It was mentioned in the memo. Councilmember Fig Sanders mentioned it. This is actually not an abnormal process at all, what we're going through right now. So I'm looking at it through that lens, but I wanted to make sure I understood like how long it would take and what the difference would be. I mean, we could be looking at a year from now, we're just getting to a contract with someone else who may ask us for, if we weren't to move this forward, who knows how long it could be before we could even get to a contract with someone else. So I just want to put that out there so that people know that, you know, there's nothing super easy about any of this, and we can't snap our fingers and get it done. That's all I have. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the input of my colleagues. As you listen, I think you can find that this vote is split at some level, and so I come back to the thought that, and I appreciate and understand Mr. Gross's thoughts on this being longer than a year. But what we're here today to decide is really just a list of an extension for a list of 5 things. And it seems like some of the boxes are already checked. And really what's left, aside from identifying partners to work with, which may or may not have been done already, but I'm sure is in the works, is the commitment to funding. That's really the piece that's left. My assumption, I could be wrong, but my assumption is that's in the works, and in order for this project to really start, that we need to get to that level in the next 90 days. So I offer a third option between yes and no for what we're looking at now. And although I'm short on procedure, we have smart people at the other end of this oval, or this dais that I sit on, and I would like to make a motion that we amend this from a year to 90 days.
You can do that, Councilmember. It would essentially be amending the resolution in the manner that you just stated.
We'll see if that's a happy middle ground.
Okay. Does he need to restate the motion, or is you okay there? Are we
I mean,
okay?
I'm okay if everybody else is clear.
Councilmember Harding, did you have anything else?
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councilmember Gabbard.
Legal, if that were to fail, could we go back to the original?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
I don't want to do too much back and forth, but legal, perhaps you can give me some direction on this. I don't know if Councilmember Harding would be open to a friendly amendment to his motion, but I'd like to go from 90 days to 6 months. I'm just putting that out there. But again, that's just a suggestion. Thank you, Chair.
I'd be willing to do that.
So are you making that friendly amendment, or are you proposing that friendly amendment?
Yes, sir.
And then Councilmember Harding, are you accepting?
I accept.
Okay.
We don't have a second.
Yeah, no, we don't have a second yet, but
I just wanted to make sure procedurally we were in a good place.
You could, I mean, it's fine what Councilmember Givens did. Yep.
Okay.
So now the motion, essentially, Councilmember Harding just revised his motion per Councilmember Givens' suggestion.
Okay. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you, Chair. So I see and agree to an extent with where this is coming from, but I feel like it requires a deeper conversation about like what metrics we're using if we're changing to such a short time frame. If we want to stick with just accomplishing all of the things that are listed, then that's fine. That's what it sounds like for now. You're getting a stream of consciousness right now, I think, because it's just all changed so quickly. Yeah. But I guess, when it was 3 months, my thinking was we had heard from the development group that they couldn't do 3 months, so we might as well just vote no on the extension. So, I mean, I guess I'll give them a chance to tell us what they think about 6 months, but it could be the very same position. So I don't know if you all want to come up to the podium and just... And while they're deliberating, administration, let me ask, the option for a 1-year extension was in the original contract, am I correct? I see.
It was in the original agreement of a maximum of 12 months extension at council's sole discretion.
A maximum of 12 months at council's sole discretion. Okay, all right. So, to me, it sounds like they're attempting to execute what was contractually given to them. Like we wrote in the contract that they could come ask us for a year. And, but it does say at council's discretion.
In terms of where we believe we will be in a year, we can't get there, Councilman, in 3 months or 6 months at the end of the day. And what we're trying to get to is not just being able to honor those things in the option that takes us, and help me, Mr. Corbett, Mr. Gertis, if I'm wrong, in terms of being able to get to that point where we're exercising a lease, is that we're trying to get to the point where we've got a shovel in the ground. And the document that we were, again, late in getting to you, when you get a chance to review it, you'll see the timeline in terms of next steps. But if what we're saying, and I want to be clear about this, Councilman, right? When we talk about the financing commitments, which is that piece that's really missing at the end of the day in this whole process, in terms of what we don't have are the commitments from the city and the county.
Okay, I'll just say I appreciate you providing some info. I just wanted to hear you say, oh yeah, we think we could do it in 6 months or not. And I hear that you're saying, no, you will need more time. And actually it sounds like from administration that they would need more time to get their end of it done as well. And so I feel like that puts it into context that it's like we give them a 6-month extension. They say they can't do it. We might as well just vote no on the extension period right now. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. So here's where I'm at on your motion, Councilman Harding. I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. I also, one, we've heard that they don't think it's viable. Two, the original contract that was approved had the 12-month extension in it, and so it makes me feel like we're trying to change the contract of which we originally approved and both parties agreed to. I struggle with that, and so that's where I am there. Here's the deal. I'm going to try to be efficient and quick. First of all, Councilwoman Gabbard, I wanted to echo everything that you said, and so I thought you put it very well. Here's just kind of my two take. You've heard me multiple times talk about starting over. I don't like delays, but I hate starting over worse. And so that's what we would be doing here. And to be honest with you, in the grand scheme of projects in the city, if we're willing to do 6 months, it should be the same for 12. Because when you look at we just put a shovel in the ground at Pelican Place. That was 5 years in the making. And so I just don't see it. We approved a contract that had the possibility of a 12-month extension. It just seems like that's where we should be. Here's the deal, right? Progress takes patience and persistence in the city. It's like driving the Titanic. You got to do it at 1 degree at a time. It doesn't turn on a dime. And so it's to turn that ship around is way more than to keep it going forward. I would also very much agree with Councilwoman Fix-Sander's comments about equity in projects. And so, you know, this group for a long time has been trying to get this done. And I think, again, in the grand scheme, as you look at other projects, and I know it's been said already, that frankly, this is still not a lot of time when you're talking about an organization and a move like this. And so, Councilmember Harding, I totally appreciate what you're trying to accomplish, but I think at the end of the day, if the spirit is we want this group to get it done, then we should be getting it done in the timeline that they've set in front of us, which they think is 12 months. I think that's where it's at. So at this point, I haven't heard a second. So that motion dies for fail of a second.
Move approval of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on F3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F3 passes.
Please.
Council members Driscoll and Hanowitz voting no, and council members Fix-Sanders, Floyd, Gabbard, Gertis, Givens, and Harding voting yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna move into G1, new business. Councilmember Harding. Hold on just 1 second, Councilmember. We're gonna give everybody a minute to leave chambers. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you.
No, not right. Yes. Don't do breaks this year. There's no years past. It's been this year specifically.
You're gonna have straight view of my facial.
My legs and hips.
No.
If you gotta go, I can read.
Like I used to.
I'll have to find all new ways.
Please, could you please close the doors?
You're doing G1. You're doing G1.
Oh, I know, but they're probably gonna fall
Please
through.
do not make that.
Yeah, they tell here.
They just fell apart right after you talk. Or knock on wood.
All right, Councilmember, G1, new business.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting referral to the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee for a discussion on a budget stress test based on potential state legislation eliminating property taxes for homestead assets. This discussion should identify the impact of property taxes on the City of St. Petersburg's budget. The discussion should also include core competencies that must remain fiscally intact, as well as programs that would need to be reduced or eliminated in the event of state legislation passing. And to be clear, this is not about the state and what the state may or may not do. I'm not interested in regards to this new business item. I really am interested in just what do we do in the event, and this is a good opportunity to stress test the budget. If not the state imposing changes, then the next disaster or whatever it is. But I think it's a good exercise for us to go through. If the state passes this and we lose $60+ million in budget revenue, then we're going to have to make some choices. And I think it's prudent at this point for us to at least talk about it. Thank you, Chair. So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Gabbard.
I just want to thank you, Councilmember Harding, for putting this on. It's funny, after this agenda came out and your item was on the adds and deletes, somebody had actually asked me, has the city looked at what they're going to do? And I said, well, funny enough, we have a new business item. So thank you so much for putting this forward. I think it's very forward-leaning, and I appreciate that. So look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'll just say real quick, similar to Councilmember Gabbard. Actually, first when I saw this, I was like, I got frustrated because the conversation around property taxes frustrated me in general, and and for all that we know, they might just say a bunch of things and do nothing. I will say one thing. It says in the event of state legislation passing, I was under the impression that something like this was going to be a ballot question as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I was not aware at the time. But
Yeah, okay. I don't think it's a big deal. I just figured I'd mention it. But having said that, you know, it's going to be a ballot question, and it's going to be something that the state representatives and senators vote on. I think this is a useful exercise, not just for us. I know you're looking at it as a useful exercise for us, but I think it's, you know, useful exercise for people to actually have the information, be armed with the information, the broader public to know what it would look like if something like this were to go on. And so after my initial revulsion, because I just don't like what the conversation's been at the state level, I realized, I thought about it, and yeah, this is a really good new business item, so I appreciate you for it.
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. And like Councilmember Gabbard and Councilmember Floyd, I was thinking the same thing. And I've already actually started having those conversations with people in my district. I wrote a newsletter. I started explaining what the potential impacts were if we lost funding. And I think it's critical for us as not just a city to have this conversation at BF&T, but for all of us to start engaging everyone in our respective areas, because somebody received my newsletter and they were like, why isn't this on the news? The majority of people do not understand the huge impact it would have on them personally and their level of service that they would receive from the city. So I think having those conversations earlier rather than later is crucial. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into council committee reports. Councilman Floyd.
Thank you. I have the honor of presenting you today with an attached resolution, and I'm respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution to support the de-annexation of the Lincoln Cemetery from the City of Gulfport. I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you so much, Councilmember Floyd. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll, for bringing this forward. I really think this moves this council in the right direction on a unified accord. We're trying to do the right thing and to make right the past wrong. So thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on H1A. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1A passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move right into public hearings. We have J1. Clerk, could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 620-H, an ordinance modifying the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by updating the 5-year capital improvement schedule and replacing all previously adopted capital improvement schedules. Adopting fund summaries for the General Capital Improvement Fund 3001, Bicycle/Pedestrian Safety Improvements Fund 3004, Citywide Infrastructure Fund 3027, Recreation and Cultural Capital Fund 3029, Multimodal Impact Fees Capital Improvement Fund 3071, Downtown Parking Improvement Fund 3073, Water Resources Capital Projects Fund 4003, Stormwater Drainage Capital Fund 4013, Airport Capital Projects Fund 4033, Marina Capital Improvement Fund 4043, and Port Capital Improvement Fund 4093 for the fiscal years 2026 through 2030, adopting the FDOT District 7's adopted 5-year work program for the fiscal years 2025/26 to 2029/30, providing for severability and providing for an effective date, and we do not have any cards on this.
Okay, council members, we got, welcome, Britton. We got this during first reading, but there was a change to slide 6. unless somebody wants the full presentation, I thought we'd just go to slide 6, where there was a change made on a request from Vice Chair Hanowitz, and then we can go from there. How's that, Britton?
Yeah, sure, excellent. Good evening, council members, Britton Wilson, City Planner, and I do want to apologize for the very long ordinance title.
Can't control that.
The acronym.
So, let's see, it went too far.
Yep.
So for the 2024 facility capacities, the city's potable water facilities are operating with 40% available capacity. The sanitary sewer typically has a base system-wide available capacity of 50%, but with the 3 storms last fall of Debbie, Helene, and Milton, which contributed to stormwater infiltration, the system did very well and still operated with 30% available capacity. Solid waste has 18% collection capacity, and stormwater is an outlier as it's not population dependent, and development must be compliant with city and water management district regulations, and rec and open space has almost twice the amount of available area than the adopted LOS of 9 acres per 1,000 people. And we do have subject matter experts here from these departments tonight that can speak to the available capacity in more detail if requested, but in general, capacity of these facilities can be extended or expanded upon as the population slowly grows, which is why we monitor this annually in order to plan for new development and population growth. And with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommends approval of the annual capital improvements element update. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Britton. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Britton, for adding that slide. And thank you for pointing out there are some subject matter experts here, because I knew I was going to ask some questions about it. I know Claude has attended some of my neighborhood meetings where we've covered this. And the things that I really want to touch upon is, and Claude, you've done this so many times, but first of all, just talk about where you see our available capacities and how you feel about where they are. And then also touch a little bit about the stormwater and why there isn't a level, the level of service. And I know here it says not population dependent, but there's also some other things with the stormwater.
Sure. So thank you, Claude Tankersley, Public Works Administrator. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to talk about this again. So we are very fortunate in St. Pete in that our utilities, our water and sewer utilities were developed at a time when there was high water usage, and they assumed that we would always have high water usage. But we're such a conserving community that we have cut back on our water usage significantly in the decades, which means that we've been able to add population without necessarily adding additional flows to the system. When you look at the population in 2007 versus now, the population increased, but our actual water and sewer usage stayed roughly the same. We are, if you look at only the population-induced usage of our water and sewer system, we have a significant amount of availability. In our sewer system, it's about, our average daily capacity is 56 million gallons per day. During the dry season, when we don't have any inflow and infiltration, which means it's only population usage, we're seeing 28, 29 million gallons a day, 30 million gallons a day. During this past 2 months, October and November of this year, we were seeing 28 million gallons a day because it was so dry. And then on the water side, our capacity at the plant is roughly 62 million gallons per day, and we are again using about 30 million gallons a day on average. So we have plenty of capacity in the system to build in for population growth. Now, the question might be, well, why do we need to continue to spend money on our systems? It's because the systems are old, and we do need to update them.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing with the stormwater, and it says it's not population dependent, and I know we've covered this before, in the level of service that is adopted is existing conditions, and it's due to the backlog of our stormwater drainage system improvements. And if you can just talk about that, because obviously the investments were extremely low, and we've ramped up those investments in the last few years, and I think that's what's happening. You're trying to get to the investment necessary in that system.
Correct. That is correct. And the system is not population-based. It's based off of the impervious area. And we can sometimes increase the population without necessarily increasing the impervious area. So the simplest way I like to describe this is if you take a two-story apartment complex that might have 50 units and you replace it with a 10-story complex with 500 units, as long as the footprint is the same, you're not generating any additional stormwater. And the point to the existing conditions is our level of service. That the intention is that we don't increase the amount of stormwater that we are generating through our impervious service areas. And so that's why we have the credits for the credits for reducing impervious area. That's why we have the tiered rates for stormwater. That's why for large developments they have to provide on-site or remediation of the extra stormwater that they may generate. That's under the city code as well as the code from SwiftMud. And so what's changed really that has caused perhaps our stormwater systems to behave differently now than they used to is the environment. And the environment has changed. And so the point where the stormwater may discharge, where in the past it may be discharging into a high tide of maybe 1 foot, now it's discharging to a high tide of 2 feet, which means it's slower to get out there. And so the work we are looking to do over the next decades or so on our stormwater system is to accommodate and adjust for the changed environment.
I appreciate that. I know we've had those conversations and meetings, and that everyone is always very appreciative of understanding. I can't count the number of emails I've received, and people are like, if you stop building in downtown, I wouldn't be flooding here on where, it could be on the west side or the north side, and it has literally nothing to do with the flooding in their area, but somehow those dots have been connected, and in their mind, it's like, and they're the reason why I'm flooding, and it's other issues, and that's why I think it's always good to have this conversation at City Council, so for whoever is listening. Thank you, Claude.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm not sure who can answer this, or maybe this is a follow-up for another time, but thank you first, Council Vice Chair Hanowitz, for having this slide put in, because I appreciate the call out specifically on the solid waste. Obviously, I mean, that has a lot to do with Pinellas County and their waste energy facility, but recycling is taken into account in the backup. But I wanted to know if this 18% on solid waste takes into account the ability for collection at the recycling center, or how is that all taken into consideration in this number?
We do calculate, and that does account for the recycling as well. And so on the city side, the city's only responsible for collection. The county does also have their own level of service standard, which is the same as the city's, is 1.25, but the city doesn't measure there. So they exceeded their LOS this year, partly because of the storms and the excessive debris that was collected. Whereas our collection rate went down a little bit because a lot of what was taken away was done by contractors, so the city didn't account for that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a conversation for a deep dive at a later date, just because, I mean, there was an article whenever they changed their contractor recently about kind of the useful life of that facility and all of the different, level of service, as you mentioned. And so I'm sure there will be impacts to us at some point in time as they look at increasing their level of service. So maybe that's a conversation for further down the road. But really, I was more interested in specifically the recycling, just because that does live within our purview right there. And I think it was probably one of the first things that I ever annoyed Rob about whenever I was first elected was the blight of the recycling. And, every time I drive by the wall, I thank Rob Gertis for putting that wall up there so that we could hide that. But, I mean, there are times when it gets pretty robust, and so just kind of understanding what the future of that might look like I think might be a conversation we might want to revisit at some point.
And Councilmember, that's not our recycling processor any longer.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't think I was aware of that.
yeah, so you approved a different contract in the last year or so, and our recycling processor is
We do a lot of stuff, right?
outside of the county.
Okay, so what is happening there at that facility now?
At the facility that we did have a contract
Yeah,
with, it's still a recycling processor. They're just not our recycling processor.
Okay, okay.
They didn't win the contract bid.
So there is someone, like other entities are utilizing that still?
I would assume so, since it's still in business.
Okay, okay.
So we could have a separate conversation
Yeah.
if there's codes-related issues.
Yeah, yeah, I'd like to understand what's happening. I think that makes me even more concerned now. So, okay, very good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have? Yep, thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on J1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J1 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go to J2. Could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 629-H. An ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 17.5, Article 6 of the City Code related to affordable housing site plan approval, amending Section 17.5-111 related to applicability criteria, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, and we do not have cards on this.
Okay, thank you. Eric, welcome.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Derek Kilborn, Director of Planning. This particular presentation is one that is very, very similar to the one I gave back over the summer, you'll recall, at the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee. From that discussion, there were some questions that led to some cleanup of the language and clarification. But essentially what you have is what we commonly refer to as Senate Bill 1730 that was memorialized as Chapter 2025-172 in Florida law. And so this particular application is intended to take those state preemptions and allowances and incorporate it into our City Code Chapter 17.5. So specifically on this table here, you can see just a timeline and history of some of these state actions and how the city has responded in kind on the timeline. Starting back with House Bill 1339 in 2020. And I think this particular bill is an important one to point out because at that time, that bill did allow for housing on institutional properties, which included churches and schools, which are typically classified institutional. As we move through the Live Local Act and Live Local Act update, the opportunity to do or consider projects on institutional categories was taken away. So with the last legislative session in 2025, there was a lot of new discussion about considering how affordable workforce housing could be considered on church-owned properties, and that was a big part of the discussion this past year, and it's a big part of what is being recommended here today as part of this proposal. With regards to the religious-owned properties, oftentimes people use the acronym YIGBY, which stands for Yes in God's Backyard. So you may have heard that term. That seems to be the one point that is generating the most comments, and from what we have seen so far, supportive comments. So just quickly, what this includes are several bullet points reflecting the state changes. First, this particular set of changes talks about where projects may be allowed, and it came up with some new descriptions of what are mixed-use categories. Based on that, we needed to amend our language to include references to our corridor commercial traditional, corridor commercial suburban, but also our corridor residential traditional and corridor residential suburban. And so that's what this ordinance does. The second thing is, as I just described to you, including language that allows these religious institutions and church-owned properties to consider affordable workforce housing. My understanding is that if this particular ordinance is adopted tonight, that St. Petersburg would be the first municipality in the state of Florida to incorporate this into its city codes. The third bullet point talks about changes to how impervious surface needs to be considered and also relating to building heights. And as after these particular slides, we also have the strike through underline queued up here too, if you'd like to see those. Okay, under the fourth change, there are requirements for mixed-use projects, identifying that at least 65% of these mixed-use projects are required to be residential, and it allows up to 90%. The fifth bullet point talks about height restrictions on parcels in historic districts. And in this particular case, the state law is referring to National Register districts only. Local historic districts are still subject to the normal certificate of appropriateness review. Under the sixth bullet point, it does require demolition permits to be reviewed and administratively and approved at the administrative level. And then finally, beginning in November of 2026, we are required to start filing annual reports summarizing any litigation or a list of projects that were proposed and approved within that last year. So for strike through underline, you'll see as you move through the language, this first one is adding in references to CRT and CRS. It is also referencing the religious institutions and properties that are owned and have a house of public worship as defined by state statutes. You also have references here to lot coverage and impervious surface ratio changes, an explanation of height restrictions. In our local ordinance, we have tried to break this out into smaller bullet points, which we thought read a little easier rather than how the state language was set up, but this does mirror state language. And then finally, the calibration of mixed-use projects, residential to commercial. This is your underline addition language for heights in National Register districts. And then finally, the demolition language that relates to our downtown center zoning districts. So that completes our initial presentation. I can answer any questions, and we also have different representatives from the housing team here as well. Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on J2. I think we were the first at 1339 too.
Oh,
If
yeah.
I remember correctly. So to the finish line we go again. All right, we've got a motion and a second on J2. Great job, Derek. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J2 passes unanimously.
Okay, we are going to move into J3. Clerk, could you please read the ordinance?
Proposed ordinance number 142-HL, an ordinance of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, designating the Abbey Upham House located at 5297 Huntington Street Northeast as a local historic landmark, and adding the property to the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places pursuant to section 16.30.070 City Code, and providing for an effective date. And we do have a card on this one.
Okay. And then, clerk, could you please swear in all parties and speakers?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into presentation. Staff, welcome.
All right, good evening. Kelly Perkins, Historic Preservationist of the City of St. Pete. And we are here for an owner-initiated local historic landmark designation of the Abbey Upham House. And we did not receive any public comments on this project. The subject property is located in the Edgewater section of the Shore Acres neighborhood. And the house was built in 1926 according to the building permits. Staff finds that it was designed to be built in the French eclectic style, but there are some changes from the design to how it was built, so it seems to incorporate some other architectural styles that were commonly found in St. Petersburg in the 1920s, but the French eclectic style is very unusual for this area. There is a one-story garage on the property as well that appears to be of the same era. It was not included on the property card. And here's another photograph showing the front elevation of the property. So the house was built by Nathaniel Janeway Upham, who was a prominent realtor and developer from Duluth, Minnesota. He moved to St. Pete in 1919, and he really became known for trying to develop Shore Acres into pretty much another sort of Snell Isle, where there's a lot of grandiose houses, very much sort of the City Beautiful type design. He also was involved in trying to develop St. Pete Beach as well. And then back in Minnesota, he was involved in trying to initiate a Great Lakes waterway movement to connect sort of Minnesota into the Great Lakes system. So while Shore Acres never fully developed the way that he had envisioned, mainly due to the 1926 land bust and then the Great Depression, his sons continued on with the development project in Shore Acres and in St. Pete Beach in the post-World War II building boom. So here's sort of a newspaper clippings of houses in the top left that were being built in Shore Acres. And then on the bottom right is an aerial, and it's actually the intersection of Alabama and Cheyenne. And actually 3 of those 4 houses are still there. And I'm pretty certain that the house in the bottom right of the newspaper clipping is the house on the bottom right in that aerial. So you can go see, it looks pretty much exactly the same. So he built a lot of houses in the Shore Acres neighborhood for his family members and himself. And so this subject property was actually built for his sister, Abby Upham. And so in the top, you can see the blueprints that were designed for the property. So you can see it originally was designed with this really steeply pitched roof and the dormers, which are much more of a hallmark of the French eclectic style. Not sure if it was changing climate. This type of roof is often more what you'd have for like snow, and maybe they decided that didn't really need that here. But he was also from Duluth, Minnesota, and Upham brought him down to kind of develop some of the houses for his developments. He was self-taught, and on the bottom there are 3 photographs that are other houses he designed in Duluth, Minnesota that are still standing. So he designed in a multitude of architectural styles. So in reviewing the application, staff found that it met 4 criteria for eligibility, A, C, E, and F, and that it is significant in the areas of community planning and development, architecture, and its association with the developer. And then when reviewing the factors of integrity, staff found that it met all 7 factors of integrity. And then here's a list of character defining features. I don't want to read them all out here for you. They're included in the staff report. I would say probably one of the biggest ones is that prominent big brick chimney on the front facade. It's kind of one of the more unusual features of this house is that the front entrance was not designed on the front facade, it's on the side, and that chimney is really like that really defining feature. And so staff is recommending approval to the request to designate this house as a local historic landmark, and I am here if you have any questions, and the owner is here as well. Thank you.
Does the applicant have a presentation? Nope. Okay. And we have no opponent? Okay. We'll go to public comment, please.
Emily Alon, please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Sure. I'm Emily Elwin, 836 16th Avenue Northeast. And I'll be quick. I'm here representing Preserve the Burg. I'm a volunteer board member of Preserve the Burg, and I'm a historic preservationist. And I just wanted to say we are really proud to support the 3rd application this year for historic landmark designation. You may recall the other 2 that Preserve the Burg supported, which was 1947 Beach Drive Southeast and the Trinity Church. PTB provides technical assistance to applicants who want to landmark their properties. We also pay all fees, city fees associated with landmark applications through our landmark designation fund. I also want to note the city's comprehensive plan does encourage the city to recommend 3 properties a year for landmark designation. And the council is also able to encourage and recommend landmark designation as well. But Preserve the Burg is happy to continue to do this work and to continue to support property owners that are committed to their properties like these property owners. And we want to encourage you to support this application and to, of course, vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, no more public comment? All right, Staff.
City waves.
Okay, and then the applicant would you have the option to cross-examine at this point. Would you like to waive? Okay. And then any closing remarks?
None, thank you.
Any closing remarks? Okay, so we'll close that and go into executive session. Council members.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on J3. Seeing as it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Yes.
I didn't want to skip that part. Motion and a second on J3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J3 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go into open forum. Do we have any speakers?
No, he crossed me out.
No speakers? Okay, we'll close open forum. Council members, announcements. Any announcements? Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I figured I'd just jump on here real quick to say not as positive, but I wanted people to be aware of. One thing I've been working on a bunch is helping tenants at First the Elements and the Morgan to connect to resources, and it looks like the Morgan went into foreclosure recently. I wanted, I have no opportunity to have a discussion with you all about it until next year, next council meeting. But I mentioned in some of the previous conversations we've had my desire to explore the city taking over control of the property, because there's a lot of affordable housing there, people who are suffering, and I don't want to see them all get put out on the street through this process. So I wanted to uplift that message and say that I'll be bringing something at the beginning of the year, but it's something that's happened at sort of an inopportune time for us, so I figured I'd mention it during announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to remind council members this weekend on Saturday from 10 to 3, there'll be an annual Kidpreneur Summit. This is an opportunity for youth between the ages of 9 to 17 to get connected to some business owners. I see a couple on this dais right now. A great opportunity for hopefully them to be paired with a mentor. So kudos to Duvet Weaver and his group Closer to Our Dreams for doing this. I think it's an awesome opportunity for us to really kind of raise up and mentor the next generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you, Chair.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Floyd, for bringing the Morgan up since that's in D5. And that was a conversation I had last week with the administration as to where we're going. So we're having the same conversation about the same thing, but mine was only about the Morgan. So I needed to get an additional update from administration, because some of that I got, some of that I didn't. But I want to make sure that we're on the same page since they're calling me about the Morgan. So I'll set another conversation like we had last week about that. So I just want to let you know both of us are talking about the Morgan. Okay? And then before I move on, of course, I'm going to give our chair a really hard time. I decided to sing a song.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. But actually, I said this is his last meeting, but it really isn't. You have to open up in January.
Yeah, that's all about the new one.
Yeah, so it's not your last meeting, really. But again, Copley Gertis, you have been phenomenal as a chair. You have been awesome as a council member. But more importantly, you have just been a really nice and cool dude to everybody on this on this dais. And please know that your what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word, but it has not gone unnoticed. You know, your diplomacy has not gone unnoticed, because there have been some moments that you have been tested, and I must admit you passed the test. You did good, but this is your. I've been there, so I know what this moment means. And for you, I have to let you know that you did a fantastic job, sir. And you're going to be missed, but you're not going anywhere, because you got, what, 4 more years? So you have 3 more years. But I have to commend you, because being the chair, Councilmember Gina, you all know, it is not easy. It really isn't easy, especially when life be lifing, and you still have to show up with a smile. No one knows what you're going through. That is truly a task that will tell the strength of the leader, and you did a great job, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone for a great day. What a great last day of the year for us in our committees and in this council meeting tonight. It's been a pleasure to serve with you all this year. I hope you have a great break, great holiday season. I'm really looking forward to next year. Last year for me, making it count. And but for now, I also wanted to bring your attention to and give a big congratulations to a couple of people who are from my district who are now elected to lead Kona. And that would be the wonderful Franklin Alves is now the president, will now be the new president of Kona. And vice president is Andres Citron from 13th Street Heights, who is also the leadership Kona leadership chair. So with Kona leadership doing a lot of things with the city, you'll be hearing from Andres a lot. And I just couldn't be a prouder District 6 City Council member than to see that two people who have really genuinely dedicated themselves to their neighborhoods be willing to step up and really and take those leadership roles for next year. So congratulations to both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you. One last thing, I'd be remiss if I did not wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Blessed Kwanzaa. So I just want to take a moment to do that. And again, congratulations to you, Mr. Chair, for a job well done. Thank you for your service, and congratulations to our incoming chair and vice chair. Excited to work with you all and see your leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And I said it this morning, it's been a wonderful year with you as chair, and I've loved being a partner with you. But I'm gonna share more things next year, our first meeting. So you better bring your, Kleenex.
I'm sing you a song.
She's got stuff.
I'm messing with you, but you may. I don't know. You may.
I was crying during the prayer.
It'll be Gertis.
Yeah. He's serious.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, you've done a fantastic job, and I wanted to share because it's the last meeting of the year, and tomorrow is our council break.
Yeah.
So we're all on break, and now are we all on break? Everyone else doesn't have to deal with us till next year.
That's the Christmas.
That's their best Christmas present. So happy holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Administrator Gertis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, City Council, for a great year. And on behalf of Mayor Welch and the entire staff, I just want to wish all of City Council a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple of quick things. I found out today Ann Fritz is retiring on January 2nd. And so I just wanted to quickly, Ann is one of the first three people that I met with when I first decided to run. I had some good advice from my dad saying, you better understand the budget. And so I had a one-on-one with Ann, and then I ended up having multiple one-on-ones with Ann. Ann! Hey! Yeah! Well, Ann, I'm going to praise on you for a minute, and then I'll give you an opportunity to speak. But in that first meeting, I was just wowed. Your understanding of this city and the budget and the finances of such, I have said it multiple times, but the operation in which you are overseeing with, 5 or 6 people and that amount of money and investment portfolio is normally done by a team of 25 at any wealth management firm across the country. And so the financial stability of this city has your fingerprints all over it. And I am thankful for you and for your service and for the knowledge that you have imparted on me, and I'm sure lots of other people. Holy moly, you are a smarty pants. It's in the positive sense. And so I just thank you so much for the service. This is so well deserved. And I hope you enjoy every second of it. and congratulations on an amazing career with the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you so much, Ann.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here for the past 15 and a half years. Before that, I was 20 years in Ohio, so I was 36 years as a finance director, you know, and so it just came across me. It's like, it's time. And you know what is really great to see is to see all of this financial policies and processes and that institutionalized here at the city. That's when you know you make a difference, is when something is institutionalized with city council, right, and the next city councils, and with the finance side, you know, the city of St. Pete is well set up for the future. We have some more staff involved now and consultants, and so that is helpful. And so I can kind of go off to the sunset and, you know, and enjoy my next few years and do quite a bit of traveling and some teaching. And
there you go.
Amazing. Yes.
Thank you. Well, congratulations again, Ann.
Thank you.
We're going to miss you.
We'll miss you. I will miss you too. I won't be very far.
Good. We like that. Well, congratulations and again, and thank you, and hopefully we get to see you around.
Amen. So. Thank you so much.
Okay, we also have a birthday. It's Sam Becker, our Public Information Officer's birthday on 12/13. So let's sing happy birthday to Sam.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sam. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Sam. And I'm sure I will share more when we come back in January. But again, I wanted to, I'm on repeat today. Congratulations, Chair-elect Hanowitz and Vice Chair-elect Floyd. Congratulations, very well deserved. And Vice Chair Hanowitz, just want to thank you for your partnership. I needed you. And so I could not have done it without you, and I'm very, very thankful. And I'll say a lot more thank yous at another time, but just I couldn't go into our break without saying thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Otherwise, council members, please enjoy your holiday. Have a fantastic break. Know my family will be thinking about you, and hopefully while we have those thoughts, you are enjoying immensely because you deserve it. You deserve this break. You deserve to enjoy every second of it. And I hope you have the most joyous holiday, and I love you all.
Love you too.
Okay. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, our 2025 is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Jean Ordner, Park and Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. Because if we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing, is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you decide. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Oh, Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially Black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit. It's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, We're able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children. This is the place for them, and they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
Seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now, but also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I would live right across the street, so I just come right across the street with come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront. The St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity. Outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, Fishing Deck. 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look, more than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire departments, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero-interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as a police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. So the NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have 1 African American chief now, and they had 1 previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the Neighborhood Association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the Neighborhood Association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data, and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language,
completely different culture and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. You know, as I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. I mean, 30 years already, and we're just getting started, because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, you know, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The city of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space, you can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thank you for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, Stormwater Foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic, tarp, and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touches your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood water touches your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, you can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents, and even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffingett and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and you know, there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Ellis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again. And 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're going to have some plantains in there, you know, and we're going to have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, you know, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, you know, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, you know, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town, streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's what is really cool. Feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown. It feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here and we needed a name and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz. And so we're going to name it St. Petersburg. And you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the city of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the city of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's. Refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Jarlin Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, Stormwater foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic tarp and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood water touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Bolding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Repair St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference, your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your clean out today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. So it's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the sunken gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. It was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we call the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, The sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test the drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really. It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold would be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast. And they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African-American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African-American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. And I see these 12 faces together as unity. We was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, Getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Well, we just finished Move with the Mayor, which was a mile walk around downtown St. Pete, really sponsored by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and Healthy St. Pete, of course, right here in our city, to stress wellness and the link between mental health and physical health.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so it's important that we do things like this, and we're happy that we have administrative support and the city to come in and celebrate with us.
We went for a walk with the mayor. Yeah. Moved our bodies, connected with
Wait,
some
first
friends.
we did a warm-up. Don't forget the warm-up.
Yeah.
We did
A little dancing.
a little dance, a little aerobic dance and activity, and then we walked around the city.
Yeah, it was great.
Yes. Awesome.
The whole point of this is to connect the benefit of physical fitness and mental health. As we know, moving our body is good for our minds.
Wellness has been a focus of the city and continues to be. We want our city to be healthy. Healthy and safe neighborhoods is one of our pillars for progress. We want folks to get out, move, and enjoy some of the natural benefits we have in the city of St. Pete with this kind of weather and the beauty of our city.
We're all yoga teachers, so we're all very familiar with encouraging people to move their bodies to help with mental health, really,
Yeah.
and just feeling their best.
Mental and physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have an inclusive approach to health. It includes mental health, it includes physical health. So we look at the entire person just as we look at our entire community.
I hope the community had a great time today, came in and just learned more about the resources out there. The city is rich with resources, and we hope we gave them an opportunity to connect.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is. I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did. A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play. But it's not the first time, and a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year
in
for
St. Pete
us.
when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a fifth grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated it to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally, it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. Inside an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Hey. Go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month, and that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 starts! Together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camping night is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters. I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun. I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them.
It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too. They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they are all amazing women, and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring, and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite!
Hi, my name is Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods, such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression. And that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. We have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world,
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran sunken gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100%, because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, like come skate, you know, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, like having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, you know? It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids like on their sidewalk, like practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like you're part of the